grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Coming up, we'll look back at the Panthers and the Niners taking the field last night at Levi's Stadium. Kind of a snooze fest. I want to hear what Chelsea has to say about that. In 20 minutes, the Saints take a chance on one of the best kickers in the National Football League. And then at 6:40, we roll out our power rankings and see if there is a new number one. There she is. Chelsea, I haven't seen you in a couple weeks. How you doing?
Yeah, it's been a minute. And I hate to one-up you because I know you went to Spain and you've probably gone to all these nice restaurants. But while you've been gone, we've gone to Costco. I have rearranged Blake's closet. And last night we put up our village. So I'm sorry. I know your life doesn't measure up right now. But come on, a snow village. Did you ever have a snow village when you were growing up?
You know what? I did have a snow village. Those were awesome because Christmas was huge. They are awesome, seriously. I feel like that's something that you spent probably a lot of time on, but it was probably worth it in the end because Christmas is here. I mean, it's not here, but it's close enough where it's time to put up the decorations.
Let me tell you, do not fall into the trap of putting up a snow village by yourself because I felt like a literal elf because I feel like my fingers weren't small enough. Because think about it. It's a tiny village with a bunch of little parts, and it took forever to set up, and the snow, it was literally loose cotton. So, Jenks, it looks cool, but there was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that were put into that snow village.
Does the rest of the family have the appreciation for the time and effort? Do they walk by and they're like, wow, Mom, this is an amazing snow village? Or Jake's like, I have to say, honey, pretty great. It's a snow village. Is that how Jake talks, by the way? Hey, how's it going? I've never heard Jake talk, so that's my impression now.
No, I don't think they have the appreciation, but I will say this. Blake did help put up the snow village. But listen, all these pieces are so breakable that I was stressed out the entire time. Because, Jenks, I think the dynamics of a snow village is that it's ceramic. It's small. These pieces are 50 years old because they came from my mom's house. So every time she's like, here, and she just has it in one hand, you're like, oh, dear God, not the church, not the cathedral. So it was a little stressful, too.
Well, I'm glad you got that done. That's good. We're doing that. That's what we're going to do. Not necessarily the snow village, but we're doing the whole Christmas decorations on Thanksgiving. We're going to make our own little dinner, watch the football, and then we're going to put up the tree and do that. So it's not going to be as involved as a snow village, but we're getting there. We're close.
Yeah, we already have all the Christmas stuff up. I couldn't wait, and I had nothing forward to when it gets dark at 4:30 p.m. So they are up, and I do like having them up for Thanksgiving. So we've done
good
that.
for you. Yeah, it's good. It's that time of year. That's what we were saying yesterday. You can say that for anything. It's that time of year. Okay, well, before we get to Monday Night Football, then we have our bets from last night, and it was a pretty good night. I had two bets. Xavier Legette, longer reception over 13 and a hook. And, I got it by the hook there. So 14 yards, that was a winner. Also had George Kittle, an alternate receiving line, 50-plus receiving yards at minus 149. He had 78, so that's a winner. Denton goes 1-1. He had 49ers over 27.5 points. They had 20. That's a loss, but was all over Christian McCaffrey, 50-plus receiving yards. He had 53. So that means for the week, I'm 2-0. Denton is 1-1 and no dogster yesterday as we are just getting started here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. So what did we see last night? Well, it was not the most exciting football game between the Niners and the Panthers. The Niners win at 20-9 as the Niners are laying 7.5 points. They're They're minus 375 on the money line. Total set at 49 and a hook. The under hits. Brock Purdy, 23 of 32, 193 yards, and this.
Here's Jennings. And he's going to take it in after breaking tackles. Touchdown 49ers.
Niners on top 7-0, but Purdy sloppy with the football. 3 interceptions in the first half. That Niners crowd was getting really restless. Fortunately, San Francisco leaned on Christian McCaffrey. 89 yards in his score on the ground. He picks up 53 receiving yards. And the Niners defense frustrating Bryce Young. 169 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks as the Niners roll. And it was kind of a ugly game, on both sides. The Niners just kind of grinded it out and got it done.
Yeah, well, at first you thought, like, who wants to lose this game more? Because it just felt like everybody kept turning the ball over early on. And I will say this about the Niners. The fact that your quarterback has 3 interceptions in a game and you still win it comfortably, that says a lot about your coaching, your defense, and Christian McCaffrey, because, boy, was he a battering ram in this game. Panthers had no answer for what Christian McCaffrey was doing on the ground. And this is the Christian McCaffrey that I think a lot of us, came to know quite some time ago. And listen, here in our household, where we are half Titans, half Panthers, because obviously Jake is from Charlotte, he was rocking his old school Christian McCaffrey jersey. So I feel like it was the only time you could actually do that, the Panthers version of it. And it looked like Christian McCaffrey back when he was on the Panthers, taking this team on his shoulders and willing them to a win. So a great performance by McCaffrey, a great performance by the Niners defense, and a great coach job by Kyle Shanahan to put the offense and the ball of his best player instead.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you have to do, right? Especially when Purdy was playing as poorly as he was, and he talked about that after the game, where it was just like, you know what, I wasn't seeing the field well. I wasn't releasing the ball when I should release it. So it wasn't a great performance from him, but when you have a guy like CMC on your team, that's what you do. You say, all right, our passing game isn't clicking, so let's just keep feeding the ball to Christian McCaffrey. And the Panthers, for the most part of the game, just couldn't stop him. This is the 10th time this season that McCaffrey has had 100 or more yards if you include rushing and receiving. So that's just too shy of the franchise record he set back in 2023. I'm trying to figure out the Niners right now relative to the rest of the division, because I think this might be the best division, or certainly one of the best divisions in the NFL. Maybe talk about the NFC North, maybe, but the NFC West is no joke. The Rams right now are the Super Bowl favorites. They have the best record in the NFL. Then you have the Seahawks right behind. The Seahawks are really good. And then you have the Niners right there. So you've got 3 teams that are in position to win the division. I feel like the Niners are the 3rd best team in the division, but I don't quite know how good they are. Do you have a feel for the Niners? I feel like I don't.
Well, last night they didn't look great. And it did feel like if they were playing any team that had any semblance of a good offense, that they would have capitalized on all those mistakes, but you played the Panthers. So you're right. I think the NFC West is the best division in football, simply because the Rams feel like head and shoulders the best team in football. Man. The Seahawks, not far off. And it's funny because they showed like the Thanksgiving graphic. They do those like wild graphics on Monday Night Football.
Oh, yeah.
And it showed the Seahawks at the kids' table right now because they're not a division winner, which is crazy to say for a team that's 8-3. But as far as the Niners go, I think that their ceiling is probably limited, but they're going to be a scrappy team down the stretch, similar to what we've seen from the Rams in years where they've had a ton of injuries, because right now that's kind of the name of the game for the Niners, is that they just have not been healthy. They've had an easy schedule, so they've got to pad some of their stats against weaker teams. But I don't think anybody looks at the Niners and say, hey, this is the Niners year in the NFC, especially when you have teams like the Rams and you have teams like the Seahawks who are in their very division.
I know it's easy to say this when he's coming off a 3-pick performance, but can the Niners win consistently with Brock Purdy? I mean, they've been to a Super Bowl. Is this a question that we should even be posing now? And I know it was a few years ago now, because now he's, treading into veteran status. But I feel like he's a very good quarterback. He's never going to be elite, but is he good enough to consistently lead San Francisco to where they want to be? I think maybe, but I think he needs more of a complete team. It's a tough question.
I don't think that he's going to be somebody who takes his team on his shoulders and like wills them to a win. But we have seen this team go to a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy at the helm. And there was years where he's put up MVP type numbers. It feels like there was some rust last night. And think about it. We've seen quarterbacks put up not so great numbers and have pretty terrible or down years when they're nursing injuries. Remember that year Baker Mayfield was with the Browns and he said after the season that like his shoulder was hurt the entire time? Like, I think Brock Purdy's trying to play through things because I don't think that there is any type of quarterback controversy, but I think he probably wants to get back out there when you see Mac Jones is doing a fine job of driving car. But that's going to get a lot of talk today, is that do the Niners have a quarterback decision on their minds? Brock Purdy's $265 million deal would say otherwise.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing that will be discussed today is Jauan Jennings and Trayvon Merring getting into a fight after the game. So Jennings just went nuts after the game, right cross to Merring's face mask, and they got into it, and we were trying to figure out, okay, what's going on here? What caused Jauan Jennings to get so upset? And then, of course, there's always someone with a camera. There's always some sort of angle. It's just a matter of finding it. And so we saw that during the course of the game, during a run play, when the run play was over, Merrick gave Jennings a shot right to the groin, like right between the legs. And you saw Jennings get really upset. And so all of a sudden, Trent Williams was kind of holding him up. And then after the game, even Kyle Shanahan said, okay, that was a real cheap shot by Merrick. And he was apparently tired of Jennings talking smack to him, playing physical after the play. Merrick was asked about it and said, well, it is what it is. But I would think that some sort of suspension is coming, just like the Jamar Chase thing. He was fined by the NFL for spitting on Jalen Ramsey, two different things. But when you're talking about something that's outside the run of play, then I think the NFL's probably going to step in here for the old shot to the groin. Did you see that?
I did not. But here's the thing. It feels like this would be a bigger story if the Panthers weren't almost deemed irrelevant. And the crazy part is last night's game was big for the Panthers. Like, I understand like a lot of us are like looking at the Panthers are like, the Panthers, whatever. Because this is their only primetime game of the entire season. But if they won last night, they could pull into the division lead over the Tampa Bay Bucks, which is wild to say because you look at the Bucks and you're like, oh, eye test. The Bucks are the much better team. But the Panthers and Bucks have not played so far this year, I believe. It was a big game for the Panthers, and I do think it was a measuring stick for them, but I do think they failed that measuring stick measure.
Yes, they did. Also, it's weird to see. I mean, it is the NFL. But like I said, this is the second time in the past week where we've seen some player act out towards another, be it spitting, hitting someone in a groin. Like, it's not an epidemic or anything like that. But at the same time, I knew when you saw Jennings going nuts like that, you knew like something happened during the game. What was it? And Jennings, I mean, he even talked about this, which I thought was a pretty fair assessment. He's like, look, sometimes I play a little bit after the whistle. I'll talk a lot. I'm really physical. I'm bigger than most guys because he's a big dude. I'm bigger than a lot of cornerbacks. And when I get physical like that and I'm talking my game, it gets under a lot of corner skin. And I think that's what happened last night where Merrick was like, all right, I'm tired of this guy talking. I'm tired of him pushing me around. So let's see if I can slip one in here. But you can never slip in a shot like that. Even with Jamar Chase, it was like, oh, after the game, I was just talking. I didn't say anything to that guy. It's like, yeah, you didn't say anything. You spit at him. But eventually, you're going to get busted.
And Jamar Chase did eventually apologize. He put out the Notes app and an apology yesterday. But it makes me think of the thing you said at the very top of the show. It's that time of the year. It makes me want to put a montage of all these bad behavior clips to "It's the most wonderful time of the year." I feel like every time I hear that song, it's always like in a sarcastic way. Like, I don't think I've ever heard like that song be used in a movie when something good is actually happening. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, they always play it when chaos ensues.
It's so funny you said that because Catherine said that yesterday and she was mad because somebody at work wasn't doing their job because she was off the next day. And she just kind of threw out some sort of email that didn't have an attachment and it needed an attachment. She was like, it's the most like the same sort of like, this is going to drive me crazy. Wonderful of the year. She was like, attach the document. attach the document. So you're at one. I saw that like in real life right here about a few hours ago.
For some reason, I always imagine like people in holiday traffic like flicking each other off when somebody takes a parking spot. So yeah, it is that time of year, the most wonderful time of the year.
It really is when people are spitting and also groin hitting. It's great. Coming up next here on the show. Well, Justin Tucker is one of the best kickers in NFL history, but he's certainly no saint. Or is he? That and NFL news is coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great Tuesday morning. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a good morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, kickers don't normally make headlines, but Justin Tucker is no ordinary kicker. I lost $50 to the lovely Catherine yesterday. I thought I was being so slick. So, you ever have a song? Of course, this happens to everybody, right? You have a song running through your head. And so sort of sitting on the couch and we were watching something on Netflix. And before we got started, I go, I'll give you $50 if you can guess a song running through my head right now. And she was like, I Like the Way You Move by Outkast. I was like, yes, that's correct. How did you know that? And she's like, well, and I was, because there's no way just out of all the songs, the infinite songs in the universe, she would guess that song. She's like, do you remember me humming that song and singing it in the kitchen about an hour ago? I was like, oh, I got busted that way. Like there had to be something, some sort of seed that put that in my head. And I sent her the money. I'm a man of my word. She was like, you'd have to. I was like, no, that's a bet. I'll send you $50. You got some spending money. Good for you. I lost that bet. But there had to be some sort of reason why. I was like, there's no way she could have guessed out of nowhere. But I got bamboozled because she was humming it, and then it got in my head, and then I thought I was being random, but I wasn't being random.
I feel like this happens a lot. Like at our household,
Yeah.
I'll start singing a song and Jake was like, I was singing that song earlier. Or I was listening to a TikTok with that song in the background. So like that's the thing is like you hear things and you're like, wonder where that came from. It's like, maybe it's from the person that you share a home with. It doesn't feel like a big stretch. But listen, Jenks, you guys are about to get married. So what's yours is hers. So
that's true.
Get used to that, buddy.
Yeah. I'll be like, hey, can I have that $50 back later? Because, I mean, it's ours anyway, right? I mean, just, we're sitting it back and forth. Doesn't really matter. All right. Well, I thought I was being so slick, too. Do you guys play anything like Wordle or what's the one thing we always play? These New York Times games. Wordle is one, and then I can't remember the other one. Why is it like slipping my mind? We play it all the time. Like super competitive in that way. Yeah, those New York Max is saying this. Oh, Connections. That's the one. Do you play either of those things? Because we'll sit and we'll play and try and beat each other every day. And then we've got Catherine's mother and her boyfriend in on it. So we all play Wordle and Connections each and every day. Wordle's easy. Connections takes a little more time. I would imagine either of those you're like, no.
Well, no. And here's the other thing. Like, Jake is not trying to play, like, intellectual games. Like, the only thing we do between each other is send, like, the most juvenile TikToks you've ever seen. Like, most of the time they're about, like, farts or, like, somebody doing something embarrassing or, like, general parenting fails. So, no, we're not doing things. Because I feel like both of you guys are kind of in the corporate world where, like, you seem to me like you're both, like, really intelligent and smart and, like, you like to test each other's brain power. Like, Jake just wants to drink, like, a natty light on the couch. Like, he's not trying to do all that. He barely got through school.
He's like, hey, I like that little Christmas setup over there. I like that Snow City. You're like, Snow City? What are you talking about? Yeah, it looks really good. You like my new Jake impression that I'm breaking out all of a sudden?
Here's the one that's going to get you, and it's a great example of this. For the longest time, Jake thought it was Christmas wreath with an F. Not Christmas wreath, Christmas wreath. That's a nice wreath you got there. It's got some poinsettias on it. I love it. It's like, Jake, it's a wreath, sweetie. So there you have it. I don't think he would get that right, that word right on Connections or whatever word game you were playing.
That's a little drummer toy. You mean the little drummer boy? Yeah. Poor Jay catching strays on the show. I know he's a great guy.
Awesome.
Well, here's a guy who might catch some strays based on his issues in Baltimore. Justin Tucker, former kicker, just up the road here in D.C., I-95 for the Ravens, is getting a tryout with the Saints. Now, he was suspended for the first 10 games of this season for the sexual misconduct allegations that were revealed by the Baltimore Banner last year, where reportedly, allegedly, he was involved with 16 different massage therapists who said that he was inappropriate with them. So he also had one of his worst years, or the worst year that he's ever had in the NFL in 2024, kicking just over 73% from the field. We're talking about arguably the greatest kicker of all time, but certainly he has these allegations following him around. Is this a good idea by the Saints to bring him in?
No, it's not a good idea. Like, what are we doing? Like, it would be one thing if it was a few allegations, but it's 16. There have to be other kickers walking around on the street that maybe you could sign that aren't going to be, have so much baggage attached to them. Because here's the thing, like you mentioned, Justin Tucker was not even performing at his highest level, when he was cut by the Ravens or unceremoniously, left off the team or whatever.
Right.
So I think it's one of those things where, here's the other thing, like, is this the karma that you want? Like, we've seen this, and I know this is not logical and it's not, based in reality, but like, look at what happened with Deshaun Watson. Like, he's still playing, and it just feels like karma got him. Like, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but it just feels like that's the case. But I also thought this. I was like, listen, if Justin Tucker goes down to New Orleans and tries any of this nonsense, he's going to have people put voodoo dolls on him. And I feel like he is going to be barking up the wrong tree. Maybe it's not something I should be joking about, but you get my point, is that I feel like if he pulls this in New Orleans, there's going to be some dark magic involved.
Well, they got plenty of those places down there. I mean, it's interesting, too. Now, he's never been convicted of anything. There was an investigation by the NFL, so I think that's probably the out for the Saints. I'm not making excuses. I'm not justifying it. I'm simply saying that this is the National Football League, and guys who have been accused of much worse have played in the league. So doesn't this just go back to kind of the NFL? And look, if you can play and you can find an out or you can find a justification, then you're going to make your way onto a roster, whether you should or not. I'm surprised to see this. I really thought Justin Tucker, once he was done, he was done. He's been very quiet, and I know there was a suspension in place, but there hasn't been any statement at all except for his representatives denying these allegations, and that's been it. But we haven't heard from him, like, for a second.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Like, I'm not saying that it's warranted when you put up with nonsense with a quarterback. I am just saying, like, there's a reason kickers don't even get drafted, because people don't really view their position as that noteworthy or important. So the fact that you're sticking your neck out for a kicker is a big deal as well. But here's the other thing. Like, some of the quotes coming out of Justin Tucker's tryout, like, listen to this. It says, he's been one of their leaders, the Ravens, for an extended period of time on a very successful team. Obviously, there's been some stuff that's been unfortunate. He's gone through an experience, and I think it's about collecting what that experience was. Like, we're talking about his leadership skills. Like, just say nothing.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. You know what's going to happen, though? They're going to sign him, probably. I mean, they do need a kicker. And then there's going to be some sort of articles written about it. People are going to say something, and then it's going to quiet down, and people are going to move on to something else. I mean, this is kind of how the news cycle works. It's the only benefit, and again, not a justification, but it's the benefit of this news cycle where things cycle through so quickly. People will be upset for a second and then move on to the next thing.
I suppose so. You're right. It's still the NFL. Like, we still have, like, meaningful games to talk about. So, like, at the end of the day, people are like, but we don't really care about the Saints. So, like, they're going to be not in the playoffs anyway. So why should we care? But it does feel like a moral failing because, again, you're right. He wasn't convicted of anything. But, like, 16 allegations? Like, how many people can be lying? Like, that's what really sticks with me. And it's the same stuff with Deshaun Watson. And he's still on a team, too.
Well, also, if I were accused of anything so heinous or awful, the first thing I would do is get in front of a camera and say, I absolutely did not do this. And not only did I not do it, I'm going to sue anyone who says I did, because there's not going to be any proof whatsoever. I did none of this. I am innocent, and I'm going to prove that, and I'm going to be aggressive in proving my innocence because I don't want my reputation to be soiled because someone is lying about me. You know, I understand sometimes you have to be quiet because of the legal ramifications, but if I'm really innocent, I'm going to come out firing and let everyone know I had nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, he needs to get on the same level as Jordan Hudson. He needs to be more litigious, right?
Yes.
But I think, you're right. At the end of the day, like, this is going to blow over, and I don't think anybody in New Orleans is going to be buying Justin Tucker uniforms. Like, I just feel like it's going to be one of those things. He's probably going to get booed, whatever. But at the end of the day, the Saints are going to the playoffs or anything. So it does feel like a story that will blow over.
Well, let's go from one bad team to another. The Saints to the Browns. Oh, yeah. How about that? From New Orleans to Cleveland, because Shedeur Sanders is your QB1 for Cleveland after getting a win last week against the Raiders. Here is Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski.
Shedeur will start this week. Obviously, number one job of quarterback is to win. So excited to get that first win under his belt. And then next thing is improvement. And that's what young players do. Certainly young quarterbacks do. You get one game better, and that's just from working at it. So that'll be our focus.
So when he got that win against the Raiders, this is one of the more insane stats you will hear. He was the 42nd quarterback to start for the Browns since they moved back to Cleveland in 1999. 42. Like that. Yeah, I think you've seen that, right? You've seen that, not necessarily a meme, but that picture of a guy wearing the Browns jersey, and it's just got one nameplate after the other, just stacked on top of the other, basically adding every single quarterback who has started for the Browns. Maybe they have something here, but also I'm not going to lose my mind after one game against the Raiders.
Right, because it was against one of the worst teams in the NFL, and it's
Correct.
only his second NFL start. But I do think for Shedeur, like, this is a good thing. Like, he wanted to start, now he's getting the opportunity, and this is the benefit for playing for a bad team, is that you will get your chance if you stick around and if you're patient. I know that patience is not a virtue that, he possessed when it came to starting, but now he's got the job, and now he can truly show us what he has. But I feel like he is somebody who, it just feels like people have such hot takes on him, and I feel like the truth has to be somewhere in the middle. So people see like one quote and they're like, why does he keep talking about himself? He needs to put the team first. Like, I don't know if you've seen some of the spiels that Rex Ryan has been on, but Rex Ryan hates Shedeur Sanders. Like, I don't understand why he gets people going so much. Like, he's a quarterback for the Browns and a 5th-round pick. Like, get over it. Like, you don't need to have a personal beef with him because of his last name. Like, the miming stuff in the locker room, that was weird. But I feel like at some point you got to move on and say, okay, he's a young kid. Like, that was a misstep, but, like, let's not characterize him as a terrible person simply because he's been put in a tough situation.
No, for sure. Yeah, the miming thing was definitely odd.
Weird.
Like, I don't understand. Yeah, that was weird. Like, I don't know what that was. But ultimately, look, I'll give him credit because he's clearly had as much attention, as much of a spotlight as any young player in the NFL. And then he came in a situation where there's another guy ahead of him, in Dylan Gabriel, and then he has to deal with this perception that people don't want him to succeed. Now, I will say this. There are also reports, and not even reports, I think confirmation, that he told different teams like the Ravens, like the Eagles, not to draft him, right? Because he didn't want to play behind an established starter. He didn't want to be a backup. So that definitely doesn't lend to your reputation if you're trying to shake this narrative that, you will only play under certain circumstances, then you can't do that. I don't think that helped him. At the same time, outside of the whole miming thing, weird, he's kept his head down, waited for his shot, looked good last week. So who knows? Maybe the Browns have something here. But again, you're going to have to do it. They host the Niners this week. That's a lot different than playing against the Raiders.
Right. And if you're the Browns, like, what do you have to lose right now? Like, let the kid have his reps. Let it see what he has. Like, spend the rest of the season seeing if he is a franchise quarterback and give him some good looks. Because, again, it's really hard to tell when the sample size is 2 games.
Yes, exactly right. What do you think? Do you think he has a shot here? I don't know how I feel about Shedeur. We should ask Mel Kiper. I bet he can't wait to see Shedeur Sanders on the field. Remember on draft night, he was just like losing his mind that Shedeur Sanders kept falling, and everyone's like, dude, like what is going on? He was so angry, just so angry that his analysis or his evaluation wasn't being taken seriously, whatever it was. But I'm sure he's thrilled to see Shedeur QB1 right now.
Right. Like, I just feel like the truth is somewhere in the middle, right? Like, these
Sure.
people who are on just either side where it's so radical, like, he will probably be a fine quarterback. Maybe he's not going to be a starter his whole career, but maybe there will be a place for him in the NFL as a backup or otherwise.
I totally agree. Still lots of football left. We'll see how things go for the rest of the season. And Dylan Gabriel's healthy now. He's out of concussion protocol. So they're saying, all right, you're healthy, but we're going with Shedeur for now. Coming up next, Patriots have won 9 straight games. Where will they land as we rank our top 5 teams in the NFL? That is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It's a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, we break down our NFL power rankings and each of our new top fives in the National Football League. Is it storming there big time? I know you were having issues with your internet earlier. Now, looks great. Crystal clear picture, but I guess you guys were under some heavy thunderstorm issues or having some weather issues earlier?
I think the wind was blowing really hard, so I could hear like the wind howling, but like I don't think it's anything major. It was just enough to like do a little ding to the internet. So like I don't think that I'm in danger. Like maybe I should check, because here's the weird part is that like I feel like when you used to watch TV and you have like the normal channels, it would always have like the what is it, the little bottom line where it shows you, hey, thunderstorm warning, whatever, seek shelter now, you're in a tornado watch. But now people stream so much that I feel like it's not something that like you see, you kind of have to seek it out. Yeah.
No, that's true. Very true. What's the most terrified you've ever been during a storm? Like, well, you like Twister, right? Didn't you watch Twister and Twisters? So if you watch movies like that, I feel like you, well, maybe just want to be entertained, but I've always kind of had a fascination with weather somewhat. Also because my grandparents, they grew up in Archer City, Texas, and Archer City is outside of Wichita Falls. Well, Wichita Falls was victim to one of the most devastating tornadoes in United States history, and it's right there in Tornado Alley. So I remember growing up, I'd be at my grandparents' house, and they had one of those underground cellars, like where you would open up a big door and go underground, and it was all concrete, where it could fit multiple people in there, and there was food for days. I mean, it was, as a kid, I'm like, what is this? Why is this here? And it's because of where they lived. So that always sticks out to me. We never had to use it. I think maybe one time there was a bad storm, tornado maybe kind of in the area, but not too close by. And I just remember being in this concrete bunker going, where am I? And it just stood out to me.
Yeah, but at least you're safe down there. Like, it's wild to me that, so my family is from Kansas, so they all have those storm shelters that are underground. I feel like the weather patterns, like, I'm not a meteorologist, but like it does feel like the tornadoes have come to the south now, where like Alabama gets tornadoes. It's Arkansas, it's Mississippi, it's Tennessee, where we've had a bunch of tornadoes. But the problem is our houses don't have storm shelters. So it feels like more people die because we're just not prepared. It just feels like the South is not prepared for anything other than college football.
That's about right. No, the one time, I'm sure I've told you this before, the one time I was actually pretty terrified and pretty close to a tornado, this is years ago, and it was downtown Austin, and there was flooding everywhere. Like, I'll never forget, there was so much flooding in the downtown area that I remember watching like a huge like dumpster just float by, which, I mean, it takes a lot of water to move a dumpster. It was just like floating down the road. And there was a building where just the shell of the building was being built. It was all concrete. And I was hunkered down there, and they'd pulled me out of the sports department to go cover this tornado. They were like, we need you. And I was like, okay. So I remember being on a cell phone, like hunkered down inside this halfway built business complex that is all concrete, you know, giving a weather report about a tornado that was reportedly in the area. And that was not great.
You know, you're too online when my takeaway from that story was, oh, the floating dumpster, like the GIF that people use to describe bad offenses. Jenks was there.
Yes.
He saw it in person. You don't understand that, right? When like somebody has a bad offensive night, it's like a dumpster floating by, they're like, there's the Panthers offense.
Right there. Interception number 3. Hello, Bryce. See you, Bryce. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Well, somehow I don't think the Panthers are going to make the top 5 power rankings, but let's get to them.
Jenks and Chelsea tell you who has the power.
There's a power struggle.
After the weekend in the NFL.
Best team ever.
All right, here we go. Always love seeing your rankings because you put them in at the last minute, which I don't care, but I never know what they're going to look like. I'm like, we're going to be close. We're going to be close. And we're pretty close. I mean, it's not exactly the hardest thing to do when you look at the NFL. I think sometimes you know, okay, these are the obvious best teams. So there's always one or two that don't quite sync up, and I feel like that's what we have here.
Well, I think in a lot of years, it feels like it should be several teams, but this year has been the hardest to power rank the NFL, I think, in like the last few years, right? Because it's not the normal contenders. Sure. And I think the theme of this week for me is that we're done leaving the light on for these teams that were like, oh, well, eventually they'll get it together. Jenks, next week is December. Next week is your birthday, I believe. Isn't it the first week of December? It's very soon. But like my point being is that we have enough of the NFL season under our belts to look at these teams like, well, at some point, you're the team that you're going to be, right? So I kicked out the Chiefs, and I think I kicked out the Eagles, and I've kicked out the Bills. So it's one of those things where, like, that's the underlying theme of my rankings is that leaving the light on season is officially over.
Well, yeah. At some point, you say, okay, You early in the season, you say this team has a pedigree or they have the talent, and then a bad loss. You don't necessarily punish them too much. But now we're at the point in the season, like we know who most teams are, right? Teams have identities now. So I feel like a little bit easier to say, oh, this team's legit, this team's not. So tell me what you got.
Yeah. All right. So it feels like these rankings could just be, okay, power ranking number 1, the Rams. That's it. That's the only team you need to know because it does feel like LA is standing head and shoulders above the rest of the NFL. And it feels like the only team that's really in the circle of trust because the problem is with some of these other teams is that either they have young quarterbacks, they feel unproven in the postseason, or they have like some glaring flaw. And then you look at the teams that used to be in the circle of trust, and they have too many issues for me to put them in the top 5. So we're going Rams at number 1, Patriots at number 2, because at some point, the opposite is true, where as opposed to leaving the light on season, at some point we have to welcome the new contenders. And it does feel like the Patriots fit that bill every single week with a consistent effort from their defense. And Drake May is consistently putting up MVP numbers. Number 3, going to go with the Seahawks here. The NFC West looks like the best division in football. And it's wild to me at 8-3 that the Seahawks are going to have to come in through the wild card. But a great defense, one of the top 5 scoring defenses in the league. Sam Darnold puts up good numbers. And even when he doesn't, you know, this team lifts him up with that defense. And Jackson Smith and Jigba, holy smokes, don't know if you've seen his numbers. He's having himself a season. And then number 4, this is defense heavy because the Broncos, I don't know if you've seen some of their defensive numbers. They're head and shoulders above the rest of the NFL when it comes to sacks, when it comes to all these defensive numbers. So that defense is going to carry them a long way. And maybe we get something from Bo next. And then finally, we're going to go with the Colts. I do think the Colts are a good team. It makes me a little nervous that Daniel Jones could certainly turn back to a pumpkin at any point. But still, it is a well-rounded team, one of the best scoring offenses in the NFL. And Jonathan Taylor is having a great season as well. So I'm going to round out the top 5 with Indianapolis.
All right. Very good. I almost put the Colts in. I think that's the one area where we disagree. I'll go from 5 to 1 here. Okay. The Eagles at 5. I guess. You know, it was literally Eagles or Colts. I didn't know where to go. And I don't want to punish Indianapolis too much for that loss against the Chiefs because there's no shame in losing on the road in Kansas City. And also they should have won that game, right? They were up 11 points in the fourth quarter and then had 4 straight 3-and-outs. You've got to convert guys on the road. So they should have gotten a dub there. I'll go with the Eagles, but they seem really dysfunctional. And, of course, they're coming off giving up a 21-point lead to the Cowboys. But the talent is there. So I'll reluctantly put the Eagles at 5. At 4, I'm going to put the Seahawks. I'm a big believer in the Seahawks. I think the Seahawks are one of those teams that, of course, they're overshadowed by the Rams a little bit. But this is a complete football team. I think the Vikings and Falcons next. So they can absolutely win both of those games. I'm a believer in Sam Darnold. And if you don't like Sam Darnold, F you. That's what one of his defensive players said a couple weeks ago after he threw 3 picks. They really love Sammy Darnold, but man, that is a complete team. And of course, Jackson Smith and Jigba, like you talked about, is just an absolute monster. Then the Broncos at 3, like they're coming to DC here this week. But the Broncos, sometimes it's not pretty with the Broncos. Sometimes, they just kind of grind their way. But wins are wins. They've won 8 straight, and they've got a guy who's won it before in Sean Payton. I think that's huge. 2, yeah, I'm with you. Top 2, absolutely the same. The Patriots, right now, Drake May is the second favorite to win the MVP. They've won 9 straight. They're 6-0 on the road as well. So when you have a team that is a road warrior like that, they can go anywhere and play anyone, then I think that speaks to how well coached that team is. And then 1, I'm going with the Rams. I think yesterday we were joking around that 2 years ago, everyone was a member of the Ramily. Remember that? Us and Bet Sweats. Yes. Oh, we love the Ramily. We were just a year early on that. Just like we were a year early on Josh Allen winning MVP. But this is a team where Matthew Stafford is leading the MVP race. These guys are the favorites to win the Super Bowl. They just continue to play the best football in the National Football League. So I'm with you. Rams at number 1.
Do you think the Rams are peaking too early? Like, that's my only concern with the Rams now, is that they're playing such a good brand of football, and it feels like everything is going their favor, where we see this across, like, the sports landscape, where it's a team that just is chugging along, and they're the favorites the whole year, wire to wire. And then, like, either adversity strikes or they start losing in close games. So I don't know. Like, it's hard to find a flaw with the Rams, but, like, that would be my only concern, is that maybe they peak too soon.
I mean, it's a legitimate concern because there's still a lot of football left to play. But I will say this, like, not all these teams are going to win down the stretch. Like, some of these teams are going to lose. That's the National Football League. So it's the way it goes. Neither of these teams is going to go, what? I'm terrible with math this early in the morning. But what, 6-0 down the stretch or 0-5, right? Like, they will drop a game or 2, but you can still play good, consistent football, and that's really the key, right? You want to play high-level football, even if you drop one along the way, so you go into the playoffs at least playing the way you have during the regular season. Coming up next on the show. All right, well, a little romantic, at least for what we do on this show. Hand out some first impression roses for Week 13. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Hour 2 coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time for Hour 2 on a Tuesday here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. In this hour, we will get you all ready and set for all of the games in the NFL this week. And normally it's a good practice to look at the slate a little earlier in the week to see where the line moves. But especially this week, Jenks, because we have 3 games on Thanksgiving. So if you're trying to do some homework before all the in-laws come in town, now is the time. We've got you covered. We'll do our first impression roses here in a bit. And then we'll get to my favorite teaser legs in the NFL as we play Teaser Tuesday later on in the show. But Jenks, I feel like the first impression rose segment is kind of dating show themed, parlaying off of something they do on The Bachelor. So I feel like it's only fitting that we use one of the phrases from Love Island and say, an old bombshell has returned to the villa. Joe Burrow is officially back. And he did it in the best way possible. Did you see the picture that he posted?
No, I missed it. What did I miss? I knew he was coming back, but I missed the picture.
Okay, so there's a meme of Joe Burrow that's been floating around for quite some time. It's him looking at himself in a mirror that looks like an old school mirror that was probably like at his parents' house, like it's wood trimmed. And he's in an old school Cleveland Cavaliers uniform, and he's just looking dead eyes into the mirror. And it has like the Snapchat writing on it that just says, he's back. And he posted that to his Instagram.
Wow, that's smart. That's very self-aware. I have seen that before. Okay, so I didn't. Yeah, so I know what you're talking about, but I did not know that he posted that as part of his return announcement. So that's good on him. I like that.
I am just waiting for the way that we get the news from Lane Kiffin. Like, I have been plotting in my head, like, all the ways, because, he's chronicling online. So, like, he's probably searching for ways to be funny and ways to be iconic. But I don't know. Maybe it's just going to come at a press conference. Maybe it's just going to be the Pat McAfee show. Or maybe it's going to come after, like, a win in the Egg Bowl. Who knows? But listen, for those of us who enjoy memes, Lane Kiffin, the expectations are very high, sir.
Oh, man. Well, you talk about a guy that's going to – this is going to be wild. Like, who is his agent? Jimmy Sexton, I think?
Jimmy Sexton.
Has played this has played this masterfully, right? LSU wants him. Florida wants him. Ole Miss wants him. And then he's been really quiet, didn't just put in the chat. He hasn't tweeted since Friday. So I don't know how this is going to go down. My gut says LSU. But also I can see where they get a big win in the Egg Bowl and then he comes out and announces, no, I'm staying right here, and everybody loses their minds. Like, this could be a huge PR win for the Rebels if they play it the right way.
Or he needs to take a page out of Pat McAfee's book where he, like, takes the mic and he starts talking about, like, LSU or Florida, and then he, like, rips off the T-shirt. He's like, I'm staying at Ole Miss, baby. He's got to do that. Even though I get this vibe from him, and maybe you can, like, have a different opinion here, but I feel like he's one of those people that's really charming on social media, but sometimes I feel like his personality doesn't really live up to it when he goes on, like, the talk shows. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, sometimes he has good one-liners at his press conferences. It's just he tweets like he's Pat McAfee, but, like, when he goes on Pat McAfee, you're like, well, this is kind of boring.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing when you have time to create something and curate, then you have time to, build it up and make it as good as it can be. And sometimes on the spot, that's not necessarily the case. So I'm not saying there's a massive disconnect there, but I know exactly what you're saying, where sometimes, look, social media is a different animal, right? And you have all the tools, and generally again, a lot more time available to make sure something hits the right way. You don't really have that luxury of someone just talking to you face to face and you're answering on the spot.
Right. It's like when those influencers go on like Jimmy Kimmel and you're like, this person has no personality. I thought they were supposed to be funny. And it's because it is a different skill being able to deliver like comedy live and on the spot as opposed to, hey, I'm going to think for 3 weeks what I'm going to say in a 12-second video.
Well, it's so true, right? It's like the old school, when you put a resume reel together, and sometimes those things can be a little deceiving because, okay, if you take, however long it's going to be, 2 or 3 minutes of your best work, you can chop it up and make it seem like amazing. But then you get someone who needs to work, 10, 15 minutes without a break in real time. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, things are a little bit different. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. I feel like we had some hires at our station, not this station, but like when I worked in TV, where you could tell they had a great resume reel, but then you see them in person on like a day-to-day basis. And you're like, that was just like, blind squirrel finds a nut. And they put together like 2 good sentences and they lived on that and they got this job from it. So sometimes it happens. And I'm just saying, Lane Kiffin, spice it up, baby. We want to see more of that personality when you go on Pat McAfee. If you're going to go on Pat McAfee, go on Pat McAfee. All right. So as I mentioned, we're going to be handing out our first impression roses. And if you don't follow like The Bachelor or The Bachelorette, what it means is that we have done our first glance at the NFL slate. And here are the teams or the bets that have stood out. So let's start with the Joe Burrow, facing one, with the Bengals getting 7 points on the road at the Ravens. I feel like it's very easy to fall in love with Joe Burrow, especially, given that he has played on a team with a really bad defense before, and he's really kept them in it, especially with some of these games against the Ravens where he's put up historic numbers. Should be noted, the Bengals still lost because they still have an atrocious defense. Trey Henderson's also going to be out for this game, as well as T. Higgins, but Jamar Chase is back, and it feels like those two guys, it's very easy to blindly follow them, especially when you're getting 7 points, and especially when it feels like Lamar Jackson is one of those guys on operation where they're like, he's had an injury to his head, neck, shoulders, knees, and toes this year, but he's still playing. So, Jenks, 7 points. Is it too much? Do you like the Bengals in this spot?
The only thing that scares me is that it seems obvious, right? It just seems like, wait, that's the thing. That's the one thing where I'm like, 7 points with Joey B back and Jamar Chase ready to go. T. Higgins, I think, is still in concussion protocol, so maybe that's part of it as well. I think a receiver being out doesn't necessarily move the number unless you're someone like maybe a Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase or maybe Jackson Smith and Jigba, someone like that. But generally, those guys don't move the numbers. I don't know. Ravens at home, Bengals aren't playing for anything. I mean, they're out of the playoff chase. Maybe that's it. But yeah, my initial lean would be you got to take the Ravens and the points here. You have to believe that they can keep it within a touchdown, right? Right?
One would think, and I understand maybe they're not playing for anything, but Joe Burrow wouldn't come back unless like he thought he was ready to go and he wanted to be out there, right? Like he could have every excuse in the world to be like, hey, I'm not playing for the rest of the season. But like he like championed himself to get back on the field. And also it should be noted that Zach Taylor's kind of on the hot seat. So I do think that there is a lot to play for in this game. And it's one of those things where I'm going to take the bait and I think I'm going to fall into the trap of playing the Bengals +7. It should be noted their defense is still bad. And if they do lose, it's going to be on the heels of that. But one last thing before we move on. Do you think there is any way that Joe Burrow is rusty? Because it's been a while. Like as much as I love Joe Burrow and I feel like even like sacrilegious saying anything bad about him, but like it's been a while since he's played in a game.
I mean, it's always a possibility, right? No matter how good you are. But I also think that there are very few quarterbacks in the game where if you're going to come back like it's old hat and you're not going to be rusty, like he's one of the very few. I feel like coming back like you've never missed a beat is reserved for the most elite of quarterbacks. And that's why they're elite, right? Because nothing really phases them. No matter what the situation, they can miss time. They come back, you're like, oh, you didn't need the reps. That's why maybe you work out once or twice a week if you're kind of banged up, because everyone knows you're going to go out and you're going to perform. So is it a real possibility? Of course. But I feel like if there's anyone who maybe is not affected by that, Joe Burrow would be one of those guys.
Yeah, but I will say, like, the Bengals have been victims of slow starts in the past.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that is on Joe Burrow, but I'm just saying, I'm listing the sabotage factors because I'm trying not to fall head over heels over this play of the Bengals +7, because it does feel like a very public play. All right, next up for me, I'm going to go with a total in this one, and this one's already sinking. So this is 40.5 at some other shops. It's 39.5 over at BetMGM right now, and for good reason. The Niners and the Browns. I feel like the defenses are going to take center stage in this one, especially from what we saw from the Niners last night against the Panthers, where even without Fred Warner, this defense is next man up, where they were biggest in the moments that counted. They were very opportunistic, and they made all these goal line stands. Again, that was the Panthers, but like the Browns don't feel like a huge step up offensively to me. I know Shedeur Sanders lit it up in his first full start as an NFL quarterback, but still was against the Raiders. This Niners defense is going to be a bigger challenge. And then on the other side of the coin, it feels like the constant for the Browns is their defense. They're second in the league, I believe, in sacks. Myles Garrett having himself an absolute season. So I think this is going to be a lower scoring game. And plus, we saw this from Kyle Shanahan last night. If you don't trust your quarterback, you play ball control and you give it to Christian McCaffrey, and you have long drives that eat up a bunch of clock. So I feel like I like the under in that one.
I think that's a good one, and I would take the Browns as well. Yesterday, this was Browns +7, so now we're seeing money coming in on Cleveland, and I don't think this is necessarily a Shedeur play. I know a lot of people will chalk it up to that, but this is really about the Browns defense and the fact that if Shedeur can provide just serviceable quarterback play, right, with the way Myles Garrett and that defense is playing, and short week for San Francisco, I'd go with the Browns here. I like the under as well.
Yeah, I think that's one of my favorite plays upon first glance. So, Jenks, who stood out to you when you looked at the slate?
I like the Chiefs laying 3 against the Cowboys. I wonder if this is still sitting at 3, because my gut says it's probably going to get to 3.5.
3.5.
But yeah, that's just kind of how I feel like it will go. If you want to play it down to 3, you can. But even then, I mean, I think you can take it up to like 5 or something like that. But here's the thing. The Cowboys got that incredible comeback win against the Eagles, but this is still a very inconsistent Cowboys team, right? They can look great 1 second and then look bad the next. It's still at 3 at BetMGM. Also, remember, Kansas City needs to keep winning, right? Like they are not a shoo-in for the playoffs. So they barely escaped the Colts last week. Yeah, they're on the road, but laying 3, I think, is a really reasonable number for a Kansas City team that must keep winning if they want to make the postseason.
I feel like the Chiefs probably win, but I'm a little nervous laying the 3 because it just feels like the Chiefs are back in that mode where even when they're winning, it's going to be a close game. And maybe some of this has to do with your opinion on the Cowboys, because I do think there are little flashes of their defense being better, and that kind of scares me, because we have always seen this throughout the regular season, is that their passing offense is very, very good. The fact that George Pickens is putting up CeeDee Lamb numbers, and they also have CeeDee Lamb, it is a great 1-2 punch. But listen, I've fallen into this trap before where I believed in the Cowboys and their upward trajectory of the offense. Then they played the Broncos, and they got smoked by 20 points. I don't think that's going to be the case here, but I don't know. The Cowboys feel like one of those teams that it's very easy to fall in love with them, but maybe they'll be humbled when it's not a divisional opponent and not a game where the team gives up a 21-point lead. So I don't know. I think I'm going to stay away from that one, but I do think you're on the right track with the Chiefs, and the fact that it's still 3 over at MGM. So this is one I would play now rather than wait, because you're right, it will move. And also, we're only 2 days away, Jenks. Like, it's wild. Like, you got to get these bets in because they're on Thanksgiving.
That's the crazy thing. Oh man, I heard the best words out of the lovely Catherine's mouth, because she's, she likes the Commanders. She'll watch sports with me, but we were trying to decide what we're going to do for Thanksgiving. And we didn't know if we were going to go to like a local restaurant, because we live right here in the city. It's just us. Do we want to cook a meal just for us? Let's figure it out. And she's like, let's just cook something ourselves. It's just me and you, hang around the house. We'll put on some football and just chill. And I was like, oh my God, yes, let's do that. That sounds amazing. I know you're going to do that in your home as well, but I didn't know. I'm like, are we going to watch Are there Thanksgiving movies? I don't know. But yeah, I was like, wait, are we going to watch? Am I getting sucked into a Thanksgiving movie? But yeah, we're going to watch football and have Thanksgiving here. And there's something about football on Thanksgiving. It's just a tradition, right? You got to do it. But yeah, we get a full slate of games. It's going to be great.
Yeah, except for now the Lions are actually good, which is a departure from like Thanksgiving tradition. But Jenks, you buried the lead. What's also on Thanksgiving is the dog show.
Yeah.
And you covered a dog show, so you should be able to commentate this with ease while you're on the couch. So it's Thanksgiving Day parade, the dog show, then we've got football. It's going to be a great lineup Thanksgiving Day, especially if you love dog shows and the NFL. Coming up next, Teaser Tuesday here on the show. What are my favorite teaser legs in the NFL this week? I'll tell them to you after the break.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the... Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we back on a Tuesday, November 25th. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Michael Jenkins is back. The band is back together, guys. So we've had an eventful break because we have been discussing the National Dog Show. And of course, my first instinct was, can you bet on the dog show? Who are the favorites? I'm going to do some research on this because Mama wants some coin on the dog show because we're probably going to watch it because my daughter Blake loves animals. So if we have this on the TV, she'll definitely want to watch. But Jenks, you have a background in this. You have done the broadcast, I believe, or you've covered the National Dog Show. So do you have any insider tips for those of us looking for some offshore action on betting on the National Dog Show?
It was one of the most fun things I've ever done. I was blown away by how serious people take this, which of course it makes sense. You think, well, of course they do. But I was underneath Madison Square Garden. And of course, I was not there to do a serious piece on the dog show. I was there to have fun with it. That was one of those classic, like, hey, go have some fun. I was like, okay, good luck, because I'm going to go have some fun. And I mean, I had a Yorkie in my hand and the Yorkie, it was like the Yorkie had been at the salon and had little packages of its hair all wrapped up so that when they released these little pockets where the hair was packed in, the Yorkie had little curls that would fall down, like the hair was being bald. Oh yeah. And then they were selling different things. Like I had a woman who said, I sell shirts of every single dog breed you can ever imagine. I was like, I bet you don't have one that says mutt. She goes, oh, I bet I do. And she immediately reaches like behind this whole display and pulls out a shirt that says mutt on it. I was like, wow, that's impressive. Then the one lady that really did not appreciate my commentary was there was a dog, I know I've told you this, that was laying on the concrete floor underneath Madison Square Garden. And I told my camera guy, I go, let me get one shot at this, just turn the camera on. And so I acted like, it was kind of a live shot. And I was like, we're live here at the dog show. And look, it's not easy. Some of these dogs don't make it. We have their first casualty here. It's been a good run for this guy, but it was just too much for him. And he was clearly just sleeping, right? Like it was clearly the dog was alive and just fine. But the owner did not appreciate me insinuating their dog had died in the spirit of competition. But man, we had so much fun doing it. It was great.
Right, because I understand, like, people are probably in this bubble where they take things so seriously.
Oh,
and you
totally.
can even hear it from the announcers. When they say, like, wild statements like, oh, the giant schnauzer, you can just tell he's oozing with charisma. And you're like, how does a dog have charisma? Like, how can you really tell that their personality is shining through when they're simply running around in a circle? Because I get it. Dogs have personalities, like, if you're around them enough. But, like, does it ooze charisma when it walks down the street? Like, some of these are a little far out where you're like, okay, let's pipe it down just a touch.
Right. I mean, people who go to dog shows, there's not a lot of room for, hey, this is fun. I mean, it's fun, but there's that undercurrent of, yeah, but do you know, and there is a lot of work that goes into it because the owner is not necessarily the trainer. You think, oh, you own this dog, you train it for the dog show. No. The owners of the dogs have people who train the dogs professionally so that these dogs can go and perform at the shows, right? It's a whole partnership. There are people that get paid to do this. And then one lady was really cool, though. She did let me, I had a package of hot dogs, like raw hot dogs. And so I walked around waving a hot dog. I was like, who wants a weenie? Who wants a weenie? And of course, these dogs are like salivating, tongues coming out of their mouths. And this one lady was like, you can feed my dog. I was like, awesome. And so I fed a hot dog to this dog on camera after saying, who wants a weenie? And everybody's looking at me. I mean, sometimes you just have to say, I've got to swallow my ego here and do this for the story. And some people got it. They knew that, hey, this is fun. Let's have fun with this. Some people took it way too seriously, but the end product was totally worth it.
Yeah, I can imagine somebody being like, oh, Kiki hasn't had processed meat since 2012. How dare you sabotage her before her biggest event? But yes, I just feel like that would be very funny to look through the lens of somebody being very sarcastic and covering the dog show. All right, I suppose we'll talk about football because that's going on Thanksgiving as well. So let's get to my favorite teaser legs of the week.
Chelsea is such a teaser.
All right, so this week in the NFL, as I looked at the slates, it did not feel like a great week for teasers, but I'll say this, Jenks. Last week it felt like that too, and we won our teaser. So maybe it's going to be a good thing that we carry on to Thanksgiving week. All right, so I had 2 teams that I really liked for this teaser, and then the third one, I'm throwing it in there, and you can tell me if it needs to be just a 2-leg teaser instead of 3. So team number 1, we're going to go with the Texans getting 10.5 points on the road at the Colts. I understand the sabotage factor in this one is that the Colts offense is really dynamic. And if anybody's capable of scoring 40 points at will, it is the Colts. But I don't know if you've seen this Texans defense. It's one of the best in the NFL. They've been one of the best under teams in the NFL because they are so good at keeping games close to the vest. And even if you don't trust their offense, their defense has been otherworldly this year. So I do think they can keep it within 10.5 points and at least slow down this Colts offense that's been so dynamic this year. Next up, we're going to go to the Chargers, laying 4 at home over the Raiders. How much explaining do you need me to do? The Raiders are terrible. They stink. Chip Kelly just got fired as one of the highest paid offensive coordinators in the NFL. I in no way trust the Raiders to do anything, so we're going to go with the Chargers laying 4. And then finally, this is the game we were talking about last segment where it feels like a trap and too good to be true. So the Bengals are getting 7 on the road at the Ravens. If you put them in a teaser, it's not like, one of those traditional teaser numbers, but you can get the Bengals all the way to plus 13 at the Ravens with Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase. I feel like they can at least get us a backdoor cover on this teaser. So those are the legs, Jenks. Texans plus 10.5, Chargers minus 4, Bengals plus 13. Who ruins my teaser?
Let me think. I don't know. This is a good teaser, Chelsea. Is it the Texans? No, Texans plus 10.5. It's a divisional game. I think that's fine. Although, will the Raiders be reinvigorated? Maybe it's the Raiders. 10.5 is a monster number. I know the Raiders stink, but getting rid of Chip Kelly, Chip Kelly's offense was so, I know you're laughing. Chip Kelly was so bad as the offensive coordinator. The Raiders were last in points per game. They ranked either 30th or 32nd in almost every category. You have to wonder how much he held Ashton Genty back, even though the Raiders' offensive line is terrible. But getting rid of a bad OC, maybe that reinvigorates Las Vegas and they keep it within a field goal. I'm trying to poke holes in this, but I do like it.
Yeah, the Raiders, I just can't get there. I'll say this, that inexplicably, the Raiders have kept it close with a couple teams. That game against the Broncos won 10-7, but I feel like that's more of an anomaly, and it was more the Broncos offense peeing down their legs. So I'm going to stick with the Raiders. I think the one that scares me the most is that maybe it's the Bengals, just simply because the total in that game between the Bengals and the Ravens is so high. So points are not going to be at a premium, and maybe things get out of hand at the end. But we've seen what the Ravens do when they have big leads going into the fourth quarter. Isn't there some stat on John Harbaugh blowing the most leads in the fourth quarter of any coach in the NFL of all time? Maybe that's a little hyperbolic, but there's some stat out there. So it just feels to me that the Bengals should be able to get a backdoor cover. But again, their defense is terrible, and maybe Joe Burrow has some rust. So I do like this teaser. Maybe I'm not giving the Colts enough credit, because it feels like that's been a thing all season long, is that nobody wants to believe in the Colts. But again, divisional game, 10.5 points. I like all of these legs, Jay. So I think I'm going to play it.
You should. I cannot I'm trying to poke holes in it just for the sake of being devil's advocate here. But do I really want to be on the record saying, ooh, be careful about the Raiders? Not really. No, not. Don't clip that off. Jake says he loves the Raiders this weekend. No, not really. But you know how it goes sometimes where there is such a thing as whether it's a head coach, whether it's a coordinator, defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, otherwise, just mentally teams get a boost. I mean, play calling has a lot to do with it, but sometimes just that extra oomph of having a different voice or just having a different set of schemes, whatever it is, can sometimes make a difference, or at least make an appreciable difference where it matters to the number.
See, I would think that if Geno Smith hasn't looked so terrible. You know, it's hard to overcome like really bad quarterback play, and Geno Smith has absolutely turned back into a pumpkin, where I do not think that he is a good quarterback any longer. So I'm going to stick with it. But Jenks, I have one more bet that I'm going to throw your way because I think there's a lot of people out there who want to play something on Thanksgiving. So this is like, it's similar to a teaser. So I'm doing like dumbed down numbers where it's like an alt line parlay. So here's what I got for Thanksgiving, because I was just doing this and I was like, hey, I do a betting show. We might as well talk about it. All right, so for Thanksgiving, here's the action that I already have on the table. George Pickens, 50-plus receiving yards against the Chiefs. Then we're going to go Jahmyr Gibbs, 50-plus rushing yards against Green Bay. He's been an absolute terror this year. And then Joe Burrow, 200-plus passing yards against the Ravens. Because we've seen his games against the Ravens, and he's had to do it all. I think that's going to be the case here. So if you combine all those, it's plus 103. Okay. I think that's a good conservative parlay.
Yeah. I mean, listen, you know me. I will lay up to, I'll get a little juicy here. So any plus money is plus money. If you really like a parlay and it's even money or just a little plus money, then I say go with it. I know a lot of people want monster plus money, and I get that. But at the end of the day, money is money. So if you like the play and it comes home at a little more than even at plus 103, yeah, go for it.
Well, you could also play it the normal numbers. Like if you think all three of those guys hit their normal numbers, you can play that as well, and you can get yourself some bigger plus money. But I think a lot of people out there are going to want to do touchdown parlays. Jenks, over the weekend, like I know I wasn't here yesterday, but like let me lament about Travion Henderson not scoring a touchdown. I'm watching this game and he gets tackled at the 1, like maybe the half-yard line. And I was just like, oh my God, no. Because this is the problem with touchdown bets. They can get super close as running backs, but sometimes they don't make it in. And then somebody else gets the ball, namely Hunter Henry. So I think I'm going to stay away from anytime touchdown bets on Thanksgiving. But I know that that is going to be a very popular play because people love betting on touchdowns.
Well, yeah. That's true. There's going to be a lot of bets on Thanksgiving. I got to lay some down myself. Although it's going to be tough because I'm going to have a lot going on. So I know I'm going to be distracted like Thanksgiving. Also, we're going to put up the Christmas tree as well. Also, football is going to be on. But then again, and that's an easy bet to follow, right? As opposed to, a yardage prop or something like that, like the anytime touchdown. Those are because they're just so easy. Like someone gets in the red zone or close to it. Hey, let's get in the end zone and cash. So I'm not going to knock it because I'll probably do it myself.
Right. That's the thing. When they hit, they feel so easy. You're like, why would anybody not play like a star running back to score a touchdown? And I will say I did take a gander at Jahmyr Gibbs to score a touchdown because if you're going to play touchdowns, at least play guys who can score touchdowns in multiple ways. Like running backs with good hands, I feel like is always a solid play. And plus the juice is a little less on Jahmyr Gibbs this week. I think it's like minus 165 as opposed to, I think he was like minus 220 last week. So when it approaches that territory, no thank you, please. But these have to be one of the more frustrating bets to bet on because you know how it is. You watch somebody run and run the 10 or the 5. Oh, he's at the 2 and he gets tackled. And then they're going to do a little slant route for the touchdown. So when they hit, they feel super easy. But when they don't, you want to break a TV.
Yeah, exactly. And every now and then you'll see or what's even worse is, that's definitely one way. Or it's when, all right, 1st and goal from the 3. And you've got like Derrick Henry for an anytime touchdown. And they hand it off like 3 straight times and he doesn't get in. And then they kick a field goal or something. You're like, you got to be kidding me. Like that's That's one of those where it just feels like you go from complete euphoria, like this is definitely going to hit. There's no question about it. I mean, how do you keep this guy out of the end zone or any running back in that situation, to a punch in the gut?
Yeah, it's the absolute worst. And like you look at the Ravens, you're like, how is this not the best goal line offense in football? It literally does not make sense when they're like 4th and goal, they're going to kick a field goal. That's embarrassing. You should be better, John Harbaugh. But I feel like lastly, maybe we'll do a money line parlay on Thanksgiving. I need to do that too, but I don't know if I want to go against the Bengals. Like the Ravens are favored, but are all the favorites going to win on Thanksgiving? Nah, let's not do that. All right, coming up next, Gabe Ramirez stops by. Are the Bears for real? It's a question I've had for quite some time. We need it answered. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. We're off. We're running. We're caffeinated on a Tuesday. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. In a few seconds, we'll bring on Gabe Ramirez to talk some Bears. So, Jenks, I feel like this is a year of, in the NFL, where it feels like the upside down is now the right side up, where it's the Bills and the Chiefs who look untrustworthy. And now it's these new teams that have risen to the surface, whether it's the Colts, whether it's the Broncos, and dare I say the Bears. I feel like every time I see their record, I feel like I have to do a double take. I'm like, this team has 8 wins?
I know.
What?
I cannot believe it. I did not, like, I'm stunned right now. I look down, I'm like, oh, the Bears won again. Oh, the Bears won again. Oh, well, the Bears won again. Well, 8 of 9. It's just, sometimes it's really difficult to break old narratives or things that you're used to. Mm-hmm. And even after that repetition, you're like, no. The Bears won again. Like, I think in my mind, I'm hearing lose or something. But yes, they are, I didn't really buy a lot of the Bears hype going into the season, but they have been the real deal thus far. And Ben Johnson's done a great job. But you're right. A huge surprise. And I have to get into my thick head that these guys are playing great football, because they are.
I will say they've played a lot of close games, and maybe that doesn't bode well for their future, because eventually the pendulum's going to swing the other way. But, like, we're creeping up on December. Like, again, like, now we're starting to see, like, what teams truly are. So maybe we need to start believing in the Bears. So why not ask somebody who covers the Bears? Let's bring him in now. He is Gabe Ramirez. He is host of Inside the Fire on CHSN's The Chicago Lead. So let me ask you, Gabe, what should we be thinking about this year's Bears team?
Yeah, it's interesting. Hey, guys, thanks for having me back again. This is a Bears team where when you look at the NFL in any given season, there are 5 teams that you can point to that can certainly vie for the Super Bowl. And then there's probably about 12 or 13 just bad teams. And then somewhere in the middle is where, you find some hodgepodge of squads that could contend, maybe making it in the playoffs, in the hunt, might miss it by a game. And that's just where the Bears are right now. A lot of people giving them flack for not beating good teams. There's my air quotes for you. But the fact of the matter is, if you're beating the bad teams, then you are a good team. You're just not one of the best teams. And I think that's what fans across the league are understanding right now. In the present, obviously the Bears have a big test in front of them against the Eagles on Friday, and two of their next 3 games after that against the Green Bay Packers. So they're going to be tested. But, the fact of the matter is Ben Johnson has the team playing well. When you're looking at their offense, they're 6th in the league in total offense, 8th in points per game, 2nd in rushing yards per game, and then on the opposite side of the ball, 1st in takeaways. So that right there isn't a recipe for a Super Bowl, but certainly a recipe to be considered a good team in the NFL.
So when you look at the Bears, outside of the job that Ben Johnson has done, the job Caleb Williams has done, getting better, but what is there a player or part of the team that has really stood out that we're not paying enough attention to?
It's the offensive line. And you can look no further than that. When you're thinking about Drew Dahlman, the addition at center, obviously a position the Bears struggled at for years. And then you bring in Jonah Jackson, someone that's familiar with Ben Johnson's offense. He came in from the Rams via trade. So it was that interior of the line that really needed some help. And then when you go to the tackles, Darnell Wright, another year under his belt as a starting right tackle for the Chicago Bears. And then on the left side, you got an undrafted free agent in Theo Benedict that came in and supplanted the guy that was there in Braxton Jones. And then you have a rookie in Ozzie Trapillo who stepped in to replace him on Sunday, getting his first start at left tackle. So it really is the offensive line. Getting Caleb Williams, who's taking way more sacks this year, more time to throw the ball, and then, as mentioned, 2nd in the league in rushing yards per game. Obviously, the offensive line contributing there. So that's the group that nobody's really talking about. It's easy to talk about the sexy Rome Odunze and Caleb Williams and DJ Moore, but the fact of the matter is it's the big men up front for the Chicago Bears.
It feels to me that it's a narrative that's almost hard to break, in that people want to find reasons to tear down Caleb Williams. And I look at the Bears this year, and it feels very similar to what the Commanders did last year. But so many people love Jaden Daniels. And, like, granted, maybe it was cleaner performance from Jaden Daniels last year. But is there a reason why the Bears couldn't get hot down the stretch and maybe make it to an NFC Championship game?
To be honest, Justin, they can, right? To me, that's the ceiling for the Chicago Bears, right? I don't think it is Super Bowl. I think it's losing in an NFC Championship game. And again, that's ceiling. That's not what's expected in my mind. But it really is dependent upon Caleb Williams. When you're looking at this Bears team and how they've won over the last 6 or 7 weeks, it's not with stellar performances from Caleb Williams. I mean, he has a completion percentage that is near the bottom of the league at 54%. He doesn't take a lot of shots downfield. He just said it in his weekly press conference this week. He said, that's not my MO. That's not Ben Johnson's MO. That's not my MO. I don't like to put the ball in harm's way, which is obviously why he's one of the best in the league and turning the ball over, very low interception rate. So I think Caleb Williams, people want him to be super, super sexy. He's the number 1 pick in the draft. Obviously, Jaden Daniels did a phenomenal job last year. He was the key component of that Washington Commanders offense. But it's Caleb Williams. If he can get hot, if he can duplicate performances like he had on Sunday, maybe clean up the completion percentage a little bit, have extended drives, then this Bears team could look very similar to a Seattle Seahawks team that can put up points, has, serviceable defense, and a really good running game.
Yeah, this is going to be an easy answer, but when you talk about vibes, when you talk about culture, when you talk about bringing players along, how much different has Ben Johnson been from Matt Eberflus? I mean, we're talking like night and day.
Yeah, it really is crazy. I got to be honest. I was one of the Bears fans that thought, okay, another offensive guru. We had Nagy. We had Trestman. We did this already. Is he going to have the gall? And I think the number one thing he took away from Dan Campbell, head coach of the Detroit Lions, is that grittiness, is that toughness. And sometimes, as we know in media, growing up in the ranks, right, whether you were an intern, whether you're working on your first show, you take something from everybody that you're in a room with. It might be an approach. It might be some phrasing. It might be, dialect. But that's what Ben Johnson did in that move. So comparing him to Coach Eberflus, there's a huge level of accountability, not only for himself, but for the players. And I think he doesn't hold back in doing so. And he saw that in training camp with Caleb Williams. So it starts there. And I think the toughness of this team, this believability, and when your coach can put you in a position to win. There's been games where he's taken the ball out of Caleb Williams' hands and said, I don't care if I got a 7th-round running back named Kyle Monanga, I'm going to give him the rock because I feel better in winning a game doing that. And I think people understand that. People are saying, okay, this guy is not showing favoritism, and that's exactly what Eberflus did when they brought in Caleb Williams. They catered to him too much, and sometimes guys need a kick in the butt, not a pat on the back, and Ben Johnson is the former and not the latter.
All right, so obviously we're looking at some of these lines for the upcoming week. How do you think the Bears stack up against the Eagles? Because odds makers are giving Chicago 7 points in a game against an Eagles team that's been a little lackluster this year. Do you think the Bears can keep it close?
Chess, I wish the Eagles would have beaten the Dallas Cowboys last week, so that way they could have been riding a high, and then maybe we could have been the trap game. But I think, they're going to be focused, dialed in, and the Bears have been the beneficiary of some bad quarterback play and some fortunate bounces in the form of interceptions and fumbles. So I think against this Eagles team, they struggled on deep balls, the Bears have defensively. The secondary is really banged up. Obviously, Tyreek Stevenson just went down. They're hoping to get Jalen Johnson back. But I can see, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown getting big yards over the top. And then Saquon Barkley, like, oh, my God, who's going to stop him, right? So I think it's sustained drives by the Eagles. I think the Bears will struggle offensively. As a Bears fan, I can't tell you to go ahead and fade the 7 points, but I can tell you that's going to be a good game. And I wouldn't put money on this if I was a Bears fan for your Windy City Monsters of the Midway. That's what I'd say. Eagles are a good team.
We'll see. We'll see if they finally look like a good team for an entire game. All right, he is Gabe Ramirez. He is host of Inside the Fire on CHSN's The Chicago Lead. Always great with everything Chicago. Gabe, thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, Jenks. So do you think that's a fair comparison? I wanted to ask you, are the Bears this year's Commanders?
I think it's more of the Patriots more than anything else, honestly. Like, I feel like the Patriots are the team that kind of came out of nowhere and they've got this young quarterback. And also, Drake May and Jaden Daniels were right there, just like Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels were right there. But I feel like the Patriots are a little bit better of an example just because they didn't go through that quick coaching change like the Bears did. I think it's just a bit of a different situation. But you can also make the case for the Bears, so it's not something I'm going to die on a hill for. But I would lean Patriots, but it's not a bad comparison. There are a lot of similarities there where all of a sudden you get a quarterback who finds himself, you get a head coach who can speak to a team, they get a different voice, all of a sudden they start playing better. So I totally get it.
For me, it's about the close games. Because didn't the Commanders play in a bunch of close games last year and they won all those? And it's wild to me how the Bears were the opposite last year, where they played in a bunch of close games and they lost them all. But this year, the pendulum is swinging the other way. And, they're winning in these cardiac finishes. And it felt like the Commanders were like that last year, where it was always in the fourth quarter and Jaden Daniels somehow always pulled it out.
Yeah, and I would talk to Commanders fans, and they would kind of give me some pushback. I was like, listen, I'm not saying the Commanders can't have a great year in 2025, and of course they have not. But in the NFL, you can't. It's if you know the league at all, you can't have everything go your way always. It's kind of like last year. The same example would be the Chiefs. Remember in one-score games, the Chiefs were 8-0, right? That's just not sustainable, just like it wasn't sustainable for the Commanders to keep winning at the end of every game. The league is too competitive. It's too tough. So if you play with fire long enough, eventually you're going to have some of those outcomes that don't go in your favor. And that's the point I was trying to make. It might happen for a season when you kind of catch lightning in a bottle, but eventually things balance out.
Well, and especially for younger quarterbacks, because I think it's very easy to point to the Chiefs and be like, there's a reason they eke out all these close games because they've won Super Bowls, and they've been in these big moments. And also, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, it feels like the officiating always goes in their favor, but it's harder to point to Caleb Williams, be like, well, he's the reason why they've won all these close games because he has been good. But again, some of these games have not been against good teams. Hour 3 is next on the show. Our biggest takeaways from Monday Night Football. What do we make of the Niners? It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You know what time it is? It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got the band back together. Coming up in our final hour, we will look back at last night's, I was going to say battle by the bay. Wasn't really a battle. Niners, Panthers. The game last night on Monday Night Football, the 49ers taking on the Panthers. In 20 minutes, find out who should win the Heisman Trophy. We'll talk about it with Joe DeLeon from A to Z Sports. And then our best bets come your way at 8:40. I'm Jink. She is Chelsea. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream on the Valley Sports Live app and on valleysportslive.com during our final hour. Oh, it's almost Thanksgiving. You know how hard it is to stay motivated when you got Thanksgiving tomorrow? Like this whole time. I know we need to get into the game.
Thursday.
All I keep thinking about
Not tomorrow.
is it Thursday? I mean, oh, see, there you go. That's my whole point. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Then Thursday is Thanksgiving, obviously. But I can't even get it straight because all I keep thinking about is turkey, dressing, cranberry sauce. Oh, maybe a green bean casserole. How about that? Pumpkin pie. Like my brain right now is straight up on Turkey Day.
Ooh, well, mine is, but for different reasons, because I'm cooking for my entire family. The house needs to be cleaned. I've got to vacuum today. I've got to make a run to Costco. I've got to get all the ingredients. So I will be cooking from dusk to dawn probably on Thanksgiving. So it's different for me, but it's going to be a fun day because I was just thinking about this. Even if you don't want to talk to your family, at least the viewing is going to be great on TV. Because Thanksgiving Day Parade, easy viewing, easy conversation piece to keep it nice and light and airy, as opposed to like politics and religion and family drama. And then you have the dog show. Who doesn't love dogs?
Yeah.
Like, who's not in a better mood when you watch dogs? And then you have 3 NFL games. So it does feel like it's going to be a great day for TV. It's going to be a great day for turkey. But I was going to mention this, Jakes. Did you see where Danny Hurley said his team wasn't going to be indulging in Thanksgiving and the turkey the day before their game? I think they play on Thanksgiving. So they're doing their Thanksgiving meal 2 days early because he said, with some expletives thrown in there, is that he doesn't want his players tired from all the tryptophan. He said, we're going to do Thanksgiving 2 days early because our players aren't going to be lazy and dragging around. So no turkey for UConn the day before their games.
That sounds like the perfect Dan Hurley thing to do, right? Like, I don't want the tryptophan getting into my guys. Like, if there's one coach in college basketball, it's like, of course, it's Dan Hurley. No tryptophan well, maybe for the Panthers. They look sluggish. Maybe that was part of the problem for Carolina last night. They get drilled by the Niners 20-9 out in San Francisco. Niners laying 7.5. Niners minus 375 on the money line. Total set at 49 and a hook. The under hits. Brock Purdy, 23 of 32, 193 yards. And this.
Here's Jennings. And he's going to take it in after breaking tackles. Touchdown 49ers.
That is Joe Buck on ESPN. The Niners on top 7-0. Purdy, 3 interceptions in the first half. The Boo Birds were sort of coming out just a little bit, but not an issue when you have Christian McCaffrey. 89 yards and a score on the ground. He also picks up 53 receiving yards, and the Niners defense really frustrates Bryce Young. Came off that career-high passing against the Falcons in that game. They went to overtime, more than 400 yards. Last night, only 169 yards, 1 touchdown, and 2 picks. So the Niners keep rolling along. The problem with San Francisco is not necessarily with them. It's that they play in an incredibly tough division.
Right, and it still feels like their ceiling is going to be limited if this is the play that we are going to expect from Brock Purdy. Maybe it's not fair to look at this game and be like, oh, Brock Purdy should be like carrying the team with as much money as he's making. And one would think when you're making over $250 million on your contract, maybe it should be the case. But that's just the price of playing quarterback in the NFL. Like, we see guys like Tua and Trevor Lawrence who are making that type of money as well. So, like, let's lower the standards a little bit. And Brock Purdy obviously was not great in this game. But the good thing is that this Niners defense certainly came to play. And I knew we had our questions about San Francisco's defense when Fred Warner went down, because it did feel like he's like the quarterback of that defense. But even with him watching up in the box, this was a defense that kept the Niners in the game the entire night, because it felt like San Francisco kept giving the ball away to the Panthers, and yet either the Panthers are to blame for not taking advantage of those miscues, or it's on the defense for the Niners and saying, hey, this is a Niners defense that put the clamps down in the red zone and really kept this team in it. So even though Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions, it's wild to me that the Niners still won this game comfortably because of Christian McCaffrey, because of that defense, and because of the way that Kyle Shanahan drew up the game plan for the rest of the game and saying, hey, we're not going to make Brock Purdy do that much. We're going to hand the rock to Christian McCaffrey, and we're going to wear out the clock, and we're just going to wear down this defense by the hands of Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, you know, sometimes football can be complicated, and then sometimes it's really simple. You know, sometimes you see coaches outthink themselves, right? They try to get creative when maybe they're being too creative, or they're not using their strengths. And I think sometimes it's as simple as, hey, why don't you just get the ball to this guy? Seriously, you're taking on the Panthers. You're at home. Your quarterback is struggling. You've got one of the best players in the NFL. Just get it to him. It's like when it's a 3rd and goal at the 1 and you see like a fade route or something, and you're like, maybe just hand it off to your running back or run a quarterback sneak and get in there. Not to say those plays can't work, but sometimes football can be overly complicated when it's simple. And I credit Kyle Shanahan to taking this defense that's been really banged up and getting them to rise above and then keeping it simple on offense when he needs to. I mean, last week, just 2 weeks ago, Brock Purdy was unbelievable. So Kyle Shanahan is one of the best coaches in the game at adjusting in game, in preparation. We've seen that throughout the season because for all the injuries that they've had, there's no way they should be competitive in the division like they are right now. But here they are.
Yeah, and it just feels like one of those teams that are just scrappy and they hang around. It feels similar to what we see from like the Rams year to year, where I know the Rams look head and shoulders above the rest of the NFL this year. But in years past, like they've had a young defense or they've had a bunch of injuries, but yet they still stick around. And that's kind of the case for the Niners. But some of it is due to the fact that the Niners have also played a very easy schedule. And I do think if you're looking at this game from a Niner standpoint, you say, okay, well, not every team is going to be as bad as the Panthers. And some good teams are going to take advantage of those turnovers because usually if your quarterback throws 3 picks, you're not going to win a lot of those games. So luckily they played the Panthers. But I'll say this was a big measuring stick game for the Panthers, who had a chance to take the lead in the NFC South, which is crazy to think. I feel like I had to keep double checking that because the eye test would say, oh, the Bucs are way better than the Panthers, right? But when it comes to the divisional lead, the Panthers were right there. So this was a big game for the Panthers, but unfortunately they could not get the job done when it came to their offense. Their defense was pretty solid in this one. But at the end of the day, it was just Christian McCaffrey wearing that defensive line down.
Yeah, and the Panthers are right there. Like when you look at the NFC South, especially because the Bucs have fallen off a little bit, they've lost 3 straight. Now, they did get some good news yesterday that Baker Mayfield's shoulder injury was not as severe as initially thought. But it's Bucs and Panthers right there at the top of the division. And I don't know what to think about Carolina. I feel like they're slowly building into the semblance of a decent football team. They're not putrid, but they certainly are a team with Bryce Young that has had its moments this season. A couple of weeks ago, that was one of their moments. They get in overtime in a divisional game against the Falcons, and all of a sudden Bryce Young balls out. That defense was good last night. So they're that sort of mid-tier team that has some potential, but they're just not good enough to hang with a team like San Francisco yet. Maybe keep it within the number. Didn't do it last night, but they're clearly a work in progress. When Jake watches this team, he's a Carolina guy. Like, what does he say watching this Panthers team after having suffered through so many awful seasons, whereas now they're just mediocre?
Well, at least now they're knocking on the door to being relevant. Like, that's the thing with the Panthers over the past few years is that they have been cellar dwellers of the NFL to the point where you say, oh, that team's absolutely terrible. But now you look up, and they have 6 wins to their name. So it does feel like at least they are going in the right direction. And even when you're watching the game last night, they did have good stretches where they were moving the football. And then Bryce Young would throw a pick in the end zone. So it's like, maybe it's too soon to say Bryce Young, NFL quarterback. Maybe it's still a Bryce Young NFL quarterback, ? Because he has had some good games this year. Last night was not one of them, though.
No, it was not. Now, one thing we saw at the end of this game, Jaquan Jennings and Trayvon Merring got into a fight. So what we saw at the end was Jennings hitting Merring right across the face mask, right cross, right in the kisser. So everyone was wondering what happened to cause that sort of response. Even Troy Aikman was saying during the telecast, well, clearly something happened during the course of the game to cause Jennings to search out Merring afterwards. So what happens? We look back, we find different camera angles, and it turns out that during the game, Merring, at the end of a run play, just kind of sneaky punches Jennings right in the groin. Are you watching this video right now? I feel like, or maybe you're just thinking about it, the potential pain, because it's pain. And so Jennings was like, I've had enough of this, sought him out, punched him in the face. And then afterwards, Kyle Shanahan was talking about this incident, and he actually called Merring's move a cheap shot. Merring was asked by the press, because then the video had gotten out, were your actions justified? How do you feel about it now? And he said, well, it is what it is, which, God, I hate it when people say that. It just is what it is. But apparently he was frustrated because Jennings is a guy, by his own admission, who plays physical football. Sometimes he plays after the play. He'll give you an extra push or two. He talks a lot of smack. So he's one of those guys that can really get under your skin if you're a defensive back, and that's exactly what happened to Trayvon Merring, and that's why Merring went for the old groin shot.
Yeah, but this is the definition of a low blow. Like, this is what it is. And it just feels like it's very unfair. So I don't know what the equivalent and what, like, the retribution should be. Like, obviously you can't punch somebody in the face or, like, do that. I don't know. Maybe you wait on him after the game. Like, just don't do it on the field. Not that I'm condoning violence. But, Jenks, what do you think is the appropriate, like give back? Do you say, hey, I get a free shot after the game. That is unfair. You should not hit me there. Because obviously, like, I don't know how this feels.
Well, it doesn't feel. I mean, if you look at Jaquan Jennings, like his reaction tells you all you need to know. Just watching him, like, even if you don't have any idea, like, he's doubled over in pain. Like, Trent Williams is holding him up. Like, oh my God. You just took one of the most painful shots you can take. Yeah. See, you going eye for an eye here. A groin for a groin. A testy for a testy. Whatever it takes. That's one of those things you just should not do. It's just like Jamar Chase apologized yesterday for spitting on Jalen Ramsey. Those are a couple of unwritten rules. You don't spit in someone's face. You don't hit someone in their groin. You just do not do that. Like, that's taking things to a level that no one should go to, which is why Chase apologized, and I would expect Merring at some point to do the same.
What is this, preschool? Like, or we have to bottom line the, like, most basic things that you shouldn't be doing to other human beings? I don't know what it is with some of these players, but, like, set a better example. Like, I'm not saying that you have to be a saint and, like, you know, be a youth pastor and be a role model to all these kids, but, like, just don't do the bottom, like, worst things. The bottom of the barrel, baseline things that you should not be doing. And here's the thing. You're going to get caught. There are so many cameras where I don't know where these guys think that they're going to be, you know, getting away with this. But, like, people see this, and here's the thing. You know how the internet works. Not only is this footage going to be released, but people are going to zoom in. They're going to put this in slow-mo. They're going to put it on a loop where you see it 15 times in a row and set it to music, because that's how the internet works. So we all saw it. We all know that it is out of bounds to do that. So I don't know. Like, obviously you shouldn't do things because it's the wrong thing to do, but especially don't do it because you're going to get caught.
Every single time. You're not going to get away with it. Like, I was reading about this on ESPN this morning. They didn't have the video. So I do a quick search, and what's the first thing I see? On Reddit. Did anyone see this? Like, no matter what, no matter how sneaky you think you're being or how slick you think you're being, you are going to get busted. So just like Jamar Chase got busted last week, now it's Trayvon Merring's turn to get busted. So there's going to be something come down from the NFL. We'll just have to see exactly what that is. Coming up next here on the show, it is time to go back to college football and who's going to win the Heisman Trophy. Joe DeLeon from A-Z Sports will talk about that with us. It is next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger coming up on the show. Have you guys seen Diego Pavi's mom? Oh, dude. We're going to talk college football with Joe DeLeon from A to Z Sports in just moments. We were laughing about that yesterday because it was just like cut away. It's like, all right, we get it. But you have to tell me about this Joel Klatt hot take that I had not seen, which I feel like this is awful. We can ask Joe about this as well. I mean, there are bad takes and there are bad takes.
Well, sometimes I understand, like, the name of the game in broadcasting is sometimes you have to have hot takes to get attention. But this one felt out of line. So Joel Klatt, who is a commentator for Fox Sports, he does a lot of stuff for the Big Ten. He said, and I quote, "The Iron Bowl is not in the hemisphere of Ohio State versus Michigan." And not only did he say this, he went on a show that is in Birmingham, Alabama, and said this to the hosts, who all live in the state of Alabama. So most expectedly, obviously, the hosts were very offended, and they should be. As somebody who has lived in the state of Alabama, like, not in the same hemisphere. Like, if you want to make, like, some type of comment and say, okay, the game is better than the Iron Bowl, like, I'll listen. Like, they're both great rivalries, but to say it's not in the same hemisphere is absolutely crazy.
Oh, that's wild stuff. I mean, come on, dude. Like, I get it. Like, I'm absolutely of the opinion Ohio State, Michigan is probably right there at the top. But the idea that there's just nothing that comes close, like, not in the same hemisphere, and saying it to people in that state, that is gutsy. I'll say that. Well, let's find out what Joe thinks. Joe DeLeon, host of the Rough and Owen Joe Show, also covers college football and the NFL draft for A to Z Sports. Joe, good morning to you. Good to see you. What do you think? Where do you rank the Iron Bowl compared to Ohio State, Michigan, or do you have a particular favorite rivalry that maybe stands out to you? I think we all agree this particular take is not great.
Yeah. I love Joel Klatt. I respect him. I think knowing the very deep ties that he has working for Fox to the Big Ten, it couldn't be more obvious what he's trying to do here. I'm not implying that he was asked to make this take, but it seems like his rooting interests have impacted his decision-making. I think it's 1A, 1B. I can't really separate one or the other, which is why this take is so heinous to say that they're not even close to one another. One of my best football memories that's not related to the team that I root for, I'm a Notre Dame fan. I remember sitting on my couch watching the kick six and standing up and going, oh my God, what is happening? It's the craziest moment that I have ever watched live. I don't know if I could say the same thing about the game with Michigan and Ohio State. It's always incredibly tense. It feels like there's a lot of situations where that game somehow ends up being lopsided because all the energy gets injected to how these teams play. But I feel like no matter what, Auburn could have no wins. It could be the worst team in college football, and Alabama could be a national championship contender or vice versa, and the game's always going to be good. So I don't really get where Klatt's coming from this. I'm shocked that was his take.
Yeah, I actually got to be on the field for the kick six. It was like one of the best moments of my life. as a young broadcaster, and I feel like I almost got trampled by most of the student section at Auburn, but still an incredible moment. So you said you're a Notre Dame fan. And it's funny you say that because similar to what we see from Joel Klatt, where it feels like there's always like underlying narratives and like teams that people want to push, a lot of people say that about Notre Dame, where they say, hey, the committee loves Notre Dame because they are a blue blood, they are a big brand in college football, and maybe they're up a few spaces higher than they should be in the college football rankings. Obviously, over the weekend, no question about how good they were against, Syracuse. But do you think some of those claims are warranted, or do you truly think Notre Dame deserves its position in the college football rankings?
I don't think that they're warranted, and it's been one of the most frustrating things being a Notre Dame fan this year, hearing those claims. As soon as they lost to Texas A&M, it was just immediately brought up. Notre Dame's going to get in no matter what. If they win out, they'll be in the mix because they're a big brand. The College Football Playoff Committee wants to have them represent. I mean, last year, I understand that there were certain conference tie-ins, but they threw SMU in there. I really don't think that there is this much of a desire to put in one of the top brands. If that were true, Alabama would have been in over SMU, and we wouldn't, this conversation would be completely different. I think, though, this year, the debate obviously comes down to them in Miami. I think that the committee failed initially by putting Notre Dame as high as they did and not give them the opportunity to gradually earn their way into a strong position and to create that much of an early separation between them and Miami that forced this gigantic debate. But at the end of the day, Notre Dame, understandably, they both have like a similar just general resume in terms of quality of wins. And if Miami beats Pitt this weekend, they'll have another similar win. Notre Dame's overall performance this year is better than Miami's. Notre Dame's 2 losses come to obviously Miami and Texas A&M at home in the beginning of the year. Miami has to win the games that are on their schedule. They have to. They need to be held accountable for losing to 2 teams that are currently not really in the top 12 mix whatsoever. If you're going to fail that badly against teams that you're supposed to beat, you have to be held accountable. I think that a lot of people are saying, well, the results in the field matter. The head-to-head matters. Well, the results in the field matter when we're talking about Miami being unable to beat middle-of-the-pack teams in the ACC. If MU wins the ACC, maybe it betters their case, but I just think that nobody's really mentioning the fact that they were heavily favored in those and completely collapsed and fell apart.
Joe, when you look at the top teams that are vying for a national championship, who is the one team maybe that's right there on the edge that we don't give enough credit to that has a real shot here? Is it Texas Tech, a team like that?
There's 2 teams that I think absolutely can fit this description. Texas Tech, I think, is a really solid example. Being higher up, they're kind of in the forefront of the mix of expectations for teams that can go on to compete for the Final Four at the very least. I think that they belong in there because they have arguably the best pass rush in college football. They've got 2 guys, David Bailey and Romello Height, who are going to go on to get very high NFL looks. And David Bailey is trending towards becoming potentially a top 10, maybe even a top 5 pick. Having those bodies, I think a lot of people are just overlooking them thinking, oh, it's a Big 12 team. They're just not equipped to go toe-to-toe with an SEC or Big 10 program. That is not the case. Having those guys is comparative to a lot of SEC and Big 10 programs this year. The others are Oregon. I felt like a lot of people were completely discounting Oregon because they hadn't necessarily played anyone, and that was true. Their best win came against Iowa, and that was a nice little test. But since the Indiana loss, there was a lot of doubt that was creeping in. But against USC this past weekend, I think that they really flexed their muscles. They were going up against a USC team that was showing that they were improving, that they were starting to be able to play to the physical nature of needing to succeed in the Big Ten. And what Oregon did is they punched them in the mouth. They ran the ball really well, and they accomplished this with multiple injuries along their offensive line, as well as not having their best receiver into Corey Moore. So for them to be able to play as well as they did, as they're gradually hopefully going to get healthy over the next few weeks after this game against Washington, I think a case has been made because they're deep on defense, they're deep on offense, and they have a tremendous quarterback in Dante Moore. I think that Oregon absolutely needs more love in this conversation.
All right, so if you look at the odds, Ohio State is your favorite over at BetMGM at plus 185 to win the national championship. And then there's quite a drop down to Indiana, who is 5-1, Texas A&M 7-1. But I want to ask you this because sometimes matchups matter when it's like the tournament format. We see this in March Madness a lot. I know it's a little different with football. But is there a team that you think matches up really well against Ohio State and could present a challenge to the Buckeyes if it ends up being like Ohio State versus this team in the national championship?
Yeah, the one is really tough to like really truly project because Ohio State is just such a juggernaut at the current moment. And the one issue that they had was that they had an inconsistent run game. And it feels like recently, since they've gotten more out of Bo Jackson, their freshman running back, that's been somewhat figured out. Now they're banged up at receiver, and that's something that they can't control that I don't think would play out in the national championship because Cardinal Tate and Jeremiah Smith should be back. I think that talking on that run game issue, depending on how they perform against a stellar Michigan defense, how that shows up, if it's still a problem and they go under 100 yards rushing and they're hovering right around it, I think Georgia ends up being the most difficult matchup for them because Georgia consistently has been one of the best run defenses in college football this year. Now, they haven't had much of a pass rush. They're starting to just figure it out and find it. But that run defense, to me, if you can completely eliminate the Ohio State rushing attack, it then creates opportunities for their offense, which has been incredibly well-rounded, to challenge the Ohio State defense that is unbelievably unstoppable at the current moment, is incredibly disruptive. But I would think that Gunnar Stockton showing some of his composure and big playability, as well as their ability to run the football, could end up punching the ball in on numerous drives in what could eventually be a relatively low-scoring, grinded-out type of a game. So I think Georgia, out of any team, if that was the matchup, those two teams, I think, would create a really compelling battle, and I think Georgia could prevail.
Joe, where is Lane Kiffin going to coach next? Is he going to stay at Ole Miss? Is he going to LSU? Going to Florida? I mean, he's got us all in the. I have no idea.
I've been trying to figure this out. I think that everybody absolutely has been trying to do the same. And I don't think that Kiffin has necessarily legitimately decided. I'm sure that he has a direction that he is leaning. I will say this. I feel like the tone of the announcement that was put out by Ole Miss's athletic administration, that statement to me of we will announce what we're doing after the Egg Bowl this Friday, that to me is enough of an indicator that this is not going to end the way that Ole Miss wants it to. You're not putting out a statement like that if he's coming back. It would have just been announced if he was planning to come back. They're probably making an announcement and trying to time up the announcement in order to at least keep the fan base engaged and ready to go for the Egg Bowl and then eventually ready to go for the college football playoff. I also think that the reporting that LSU had offered this ridiculous financial commitment not only to his salary but to NIL is also a pretty clear indicator. That information doesn't come out without reason. That stuff comes out because those that are a part of the decision-making, that are part of this process, want it to be known that LSU is leading the forefront. And if they have the ability to attract Lane Kiffin through that, I think it's going to show up in that final decision. It feels like LSU, but it feels like at the current moment, it's like 45 LSU, 40 Florida, and then another 10% towards Ole Miss. I think he's leaving at the very least, but it just feels like there's been a lot of jockeying back and forth between Florida and LSU.
All right, I got a quick one. We have like a minute left. I want to ask you about the Heisman race because it feels like, number one, this is not always the award for the best player in college football. Sometimes it's the best player on the best team. But this year, it just doesn't feel like somebody's really gone out and taken it. Like Fernando Mendoza is your favorite over at BetMGM, but there's some other good candidates. Jeremiah Love is coming on strong down the stretch. You could probably make a good case for Diego Pavia. Who do you think wins the Heisman?
Not to inject too much bias into this take, being a Notre Dame fan, but I think that you make a really good argument here that it's a year where we don't really have a clear-cut winner. We don't have a clear-cut favorite. Nobody has statistically done anything ridiculous. We don't have a Joe Burrow or a Jaden Daniels type of a season from any of these quarterbacks. I think that Jeremiah Love has had the strongest impact for his team. Whenever they've needed him, he's come up with a huge play. He's had a long rushing touchdown. He's made a bunch of guys miss it. He's got a highlight every single game, and his stats have consistently gotten better. Depending on how he finishes against Stanford, I think it should be a no-brainer that Jeremiah Love wins the award. And I know this means nothing, but I love bringing this up. Every year ending in a 5 since 1985, a running back has won the award. Now, that probably doesn't mean anything, but I think we should consider that in any projection or maybe betting that we put out there for the Heisman race.
I mean, it's something, right? You never know. It's right. Joe DeLeon. He is host to the Ruffalo and Joe show, also covering college football and in the NFL draft for A to Z Sports. Joe, great stuff as always. Thanks for being with us.
Of course. Thank you so much.
You bet. Chelsea, who do you like to win the Heisman? Is Pavia your guy? I mean, he's right there in Nashville.
Well, who do I like or who do I think is going to win? Because those are two different questions. Because I do think, here's the thing. Like, if it was like, who is the most valuable to their team, it's definitely Diego Pavia. But I do think Vanderbilt probably needed to win a few more games. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's not, the best player in college football, because otherwise we'd be looking at, like, some receivers as well. But it's like, who's the best quarterback on the best team that's put up the best numbers? So I don't know. It feels like kind of a crapshoot.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Mendoza. I mean, he's the favorite right now. We were talking about this yesterday. Mendoza's getting ready for Purdue. Julian Sand is a guy. I'm telling you, he's right there. He has had a monster season, and all of a sudden, if he beats Michigan and then he goes to the Big Ten championship game, I feel like we're not talking enough about him. He's been brilliant for Ohio State, which has kind of been playing boring football. A testament to how good they are, but he is right there, and I think the third favorite right now, BetMGM. Best bets coming up next here on the Daily Tip. Do not go anywhere.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. What a great week. Rivalry week in college football. Thanksgiving coming up on Thursday. Chelsea, how many people are you cooking for? You got the whole family coming over? Or are you just decorating the house? What's going on?
Well, it's my whole family, but my family's not that big. So it is me, It is Jake, it is Blake, it is my mom, it is my dad, and it is my brother. So it's,
okay.
It's a sizable group. Like, it still requires some planning. And it's like, my dad's 6'5" and my brother's 6'6", and like Jake's not small either. So it's just like, even though it's not a lot of people, they're gonna be eating a lot. So I still have to make a lot of food.
Oh my God. You live with a bunch of giants.
Well,
and you're tall yourself.
Them. I don't live with my dad and brother.
Well, you grew up with a bunch of giants. Now you live with Jake. He's a big guy, right? Like, Jake's what? How tall is Jake?
6'1". He's not that tall.
He's 6'1". 6'1".
Well, like,
that's amazing.
Comparatively speaking.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Compared to my family. Yeah, like my aunt's 6'2".
Crazy. She is? Oh
yeah.
My God. That's incredible.
She's awesome.
I'll tell you. Is she?
It's funny because like my aunt used to always sit around and play poker with. So my dad had 3 brothers, and then it's my Aunt Debbie. And so like she would always sit around and like watch football and like play poker with them. So she's always had that like mentality, is that like she was one of the boys. So I've always liked her for that reason. But yes, growing up with a brother that's noticeably taller than you, that's why I hate basketball, because I always had to play basketball with Frankie in the driveway. And he would always beat me by a lot. And I would cry, and he'd be like, the game's not over. You can't cry. You can't quit. I'm like, I want to quit. I'm 8. Can I just go watch My Little Ponies? He's like, no, you have to finish the game. So, yes, that was my childhood.
Oh, my God. You poor thing. Well, you get to watch some college sports this week. Do you get excited for Rivalry Week? I mean, NC State, you guys host Jordan Hudson in North Carolina this week. That's huge.
Well, I will say one thing. Like, NC State and Dave Doran is normally pretty good at beating UNC in football. So that is something to look forward to. But correct me if I'm wrong, but when I think of like Thanksgiving week, I think I have PTSD from like working overtime, like on the lower levels, like coming up in TV, because it is such a big week. Like, I worked a lot of first jobs in the South, where I worked in Montgomery, Alabama. I worked in Columbus, Georgia, which is on the Alabama line. So I would always have to cover like the Iron Bowl, like wire to wire. And instead of like having a leisurely week at work because it's a holiday, it would be even more work. So I feel like I'm like scarred from that experience, in that holidays were not a break in TV.
Oh, well, you got that right. Remember, that was like your one chance to get on the desk? Get on the anchor desk. So exciting. Like, oh, awesome. Now I get to anchor and put something on my reel. And also it's Christmas Day, and the station would buy something. You know, they'd bring in like, hey, it's Thanksgiving. So here, they used to, back at Comcast Sports, I had worked so many holidays before I didn't. And they would bring in like some local restaurant, like a bar that had food, and they made turkey and dressing. And they never made, like, it wasn't on the menu for them, but it was just for Thanksgiving because they were open, because they also wanted people to come in and watch football. And, you know, it was just very like, all right, here's some food. You're in the break room. Everybody just sitting around a round table eating their Thanksgiving. I have to say, those are the days I don't miss. I enjoyed it at first, and then I was like, I'd really rather be off for the holiday.
Right. And then you look at Facebook and everybody's celebrating with their families, and you're sitting at a computer screen checking scores while eating a Pop-Tart cold from the vending machine along with a Diet Coke. Happy holidays.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. You started singing that. It's a callback from 3 hours ago. All right. Well, guys, I guess here we go. I just want to say for the record, well, I guess I can say this when we do our bets, but I'm just not told about the cards. So let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
I cannot tell you how much I do not like the card tonight. I have not bet on college basketball this season. That's where I'm going to go because I got nothing else I can figure out. But I feel like you've already started making some college basketball bets, correct?
Well, I've been watching college basketball, but like some of these teams are still kind of unknown. So like we're going to try our best. What do you mean, Jenks? You're not excited for Northern Iowa and Loyola Chicago? Because that's where my best bet is. I'm going to be betting on Northern Iowa, laying the points in the 7.5. Best number over at BetMGM. This is already 8.5 at some other places. But here's the thing. It has been a god-awful season for Loyola Chicago, both when it comes to just plain wins. They are 1-5. But especially against the number, this team has been way overvalued, and they haven't even been valued that highly. 0-6 against the number so far this season, including in games which they were big favorites. Like last game, they were 13.5-point favorites against Northern Illinois. They lost that game 76-59. So it just feels like Loyola Chicago is just having a down season. Meanwhile, Northern Iowa has stacked 5 straight wins, and they've been way better recovering. So the only issue here is Northern Iowa is really good at defense, but their offense is not it's not their calling card. So like the reason that they may not cover in this one is just that they don't score a ton of points. But if you look at their defense, it has been absolutely lights out. A top 50 defense, according to Kim Palm. I know it's early in the season, but I do think they will be able to stifle a bad Loyola Chicago offense. So let's go Northern Iowa, laying the 7.5 against Loyola of Chicago.
All right. Nice job. I've been watching a little bit of college basketball. Not much. I was looking at the slate tonight. I almost, Chelsea. I almost went with the old pass. Like, what are you betting on tonight? Pass? Nothing. Nothing.
The dog
Absolutely
show.
The dog show.
I'm
betting on the Schnauzer. The Schnauzer to win. That's what I'm going with. So I looked at the hockey slate. We got one game on the card. We have the Oilers hosting the Stars. The Oilers have been okay. The Stars have been really good. They're without Mikko Rantanen, who got suspended. But I don't know. I like the Stars maybe at plus money. Couldn't figure that one out. No football tonight after going 2-0 last night on Monday Night Football. So what am I doing? I'm actually going college basketball. Let's go Tennessee, Houston. Under 135.5. I believe they're playing in Las Vegas. I'm not crazy about this bet. But look, when you talk about these two teams, you're talking about two of the best defensive teams in college basketball. We know that. Emmanuel Sharp banged up for the Cougars, so maybe that affects the scoring output a little bit. Also, Tennessee has hit the under, if you're looking for some sort of trends, and I was desperate for something. Tennessee has hit the under in 7 of their last 8 against teams from the Big 12. Houston overall, generally an under team, which we know they've hit the under in 13 of their last 20. So I guess if I have to, under 135.5. Yeah, it's low, but 2 defensive squads. Let's go there between the Vols and the Cougs. Go Cougs.
Yeah. Go Cougs. This one makes a ton of sense, though. Like, even if you date it back to last year, just because both these teams we know usually have staunch defenses. But the only narrative, like, I was thinking about that may not be true. So let me bounce this off you. Okay, so Houston played in a really tight overtime game against Syracuse last night. That was a really great game. Do you think this affects their defense, like in the way that they play really tight defense? Or do you think it goes in the way of, hey, their legs are going to be tired, they're going to miss more shots?
Yeah, I thought about that, and I don't know. Like, that's one of those, it's like the question when a team could be in any sport, like we talk about baseball, like, oh, this team has had a few days rest. Will they be rested? Will they be rejuvenated? Or will they lose some? Right, rusty, right? So I feel like it's the same sort of question, and you kind of have to go with your gut here, maybe the eye test, but I don't know the answer tonight. And then also, if you talk about like Emmanuel Sharp, for example, then you're talking about, okay, well, maybe that'll take away from their offensive output, but he's a very good defender. So, does that mean less defense? I don't know. This is why I wanted to pass tonight, is what I'm trying to tell you.
to pass.
I wanted to pass.
Oh, man. You're like Ben Simmons under the basket. You're like, I don't want to shoot. I want to pass.
Right.
But it'll be a good game. And I will say, like, one thing college basketball does really well is that during Feast Week, we get some really good matchups. So I know a lot of people do not pay attention to college hoops until, I don't know, March. But now's a good time to get your feet wet. If you want to watch something during the day, college hoops has you covered.
That's right. Well, guess who hasn't been here in a long time? The Dogster. I'm not saying anyone's missed him. I'm just saying he hasn't been here, but he is now. Dogster, get on in here. What's going on? Dogster, where are you?
Me? Where in the hell has everyone been?
We've been here the entire time.
Oh, really? You've been doing the show and somehow I missed it.
No, I was out for a few days, but everyone else was here.
A few days? You missed like 4 months. Do you know how lonely it's been and how many inappropriate texts I had to send? Like 70.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I missed you. Do you have a bet?
It sure is lonely in this closet.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that's where you were. Do you have a bet?
Yes. Thunder minus 10.5 against Kevin Garnett and the T-Wolves.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Wow. I was going to say you've been missed, but I don't know about that. All right. Thunder minus 10.5. All right. There you go. Sure. A little NBA.
Well, it's funny to me that he sounds pissed off because, like, look at his picture. He looks cool as a cucumber. I thought he was going to be, like, in somebody's basement, like, happily. Like, some, like, attractive female's like, I've worked my way into her basement and things are going great. Like, that sounds like something he would do. Is like, he would, you know, find his way into somebody's house and be a peeping Dogster.
That's probably why he has the glasses on. You can't see him.
Right?
Just do a little peeping. Well, that is it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Thanks for being with us. Go out. Have a great Tuesday. We will see you early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Bye.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
And here we go, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. In for Joe O and Sammy P this week. I'm Chris Mack, alongside Kate Constable. Welcome in to Bet Sweats. You can get us wherever you are, always, all across the world, in those Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. And don't forget to watch the show as well on YouTube. Just search for the BetMGM Network, or this first hour, you can watch Stadium via the BallySportsLive.com and Bally Sports Live app. We'll be right here for you, getting you ready for a bunch of Thanksgiving Day football all week long. Lots of college hoops, even a few NBA games to sprinkle in, with some in-season tournament games tonight that we may get to at some point. And it's a Tuesday, so it's Futures Day here on Bet Sweats. We'll look at NFL, division futures, award futures, make-miss the playoff bets, college football, make-miss the playoff bets, Heisman, still an opportunity there maybe, as we're down to the final week of the college football regular season. Lots to get to, but first, good morning, Kate. How we doing?
Good morning, Chris. We're doing good. It's good to be back with you. It's been a while.
Yeah, you know what? When it gets this is like when the game gets into the 13th inning in the playoffs and they start pulling guys off the bench in the bullpen. And they're like, "Hey, listen, we realize you only normally go like 20 pitches, but we need you in here to burn like 3 innings if you can." And they throw up the left hand and they say, "Yep, get Mac and Constable in here. They're going to eat some innings for us. We're here to eat innings as well as turkey this week."
Oh yeah, plenty of turkey this week. Yeah, we're like the position player that comes in and throws a couple innings late in the game, right? That's where we're at right now. But yeah, Thanksgiving week.
I was trying to keep it more in the realm of the fact that we actually know how to pitch, but yeah, that's fine too.
Okay, that's smart. Yeah, you gave us a little bit more credit than I did there. But it is Thanksgiving week. You know, we're going to have fun on the show the next couple days and plenty of games to talk about too. Like, I mean, the Thanksgiving slate is going to be great. The rivalry week in college football is going to be great. So a lot of good stuff here coming the next couple days.
Let's start with what happened last night in the NFL. Monday Night Football out in Santa Clara. Not a particularly pretty game to watch if you watch the whole thing, especially. Niners beat the Panthers 20-9. They cover the 7.5. Comes in under the 49.5 on the total as well. But just a sloppy game, especially in the first half. Brock Purdy cleaned it up in the second half after throwing picks on 3 straight possessions in the first half. The catch of that was the Panthers did essentially nothing with those 3 turnovers. All they got out of it was 3 points, just a field goal. In fact, Bryce Young gave the ball back in the red zone after that first Brock Purdy interception. Just 72 total yards for an anemic Carolina offense in the first half, and only 230 for the game. Panthers didn't convert a third down in the final 47 minutes of the game. Good news, Christian McCaffrey goes over the receiving prop that I played last night of 43.5. But the bigger takeaway from this game is the Niners have some things to clean up if they're going to end up in the NFC playoffs, currently in the field. The Panthers, I think we can firmly push them to the side and say, yes, it was fun while it lasted, but we can see that this probably isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, if you can't capitalize on 3 turnovers in the first half on 3 straight possessions, like, you don't deserve to be in the playoffs, right? Like, it's not going to get any easier. You were literally handed the ball back 3 straight times and did nothing with it. I mean, the 49ers still covered the first half line of -4.5. They shouldn't have covered that first half line based on how they were playing. So that's a little crazy. 70 plays versus 43 for the Panthers. It's just that this 49ers team, like, they've got Band-Aids all over the field. How it's sustainable is it? And so far it has been sustainable. So maybe the answer is like very, but I just wonder how much you can continue to use Christian McCaffrey at the usage rate that you have been for 6 more games of the regular season and then the playoffs. Because if anything happens to him, like, you might as well bubble wrap him from Monday to Saturday, because if anything happens to him, your season is kind of done.
Yeah, and their defense is still got some issues. They didn't pop up last night, obviously, against Carolina. But once they get into the playoffs against better teams, if they do get there, they're going to have to be able to score more points and not just lean on CMC and Kittle constantly. Mm-hmm. Purdy's going to have to play cleaner games, obviously. And it just feels like as many wins as they may stack up by the end of the year, because they could still win 11 games, they don't feel like an 11-win team, the Niners, right now. They feel like a team that is rightfully fighting for playoff positioning in the NFC, which brought me to something. Because, you know, if you look at the standings right now in the NFL, it's very interesting in that we've still got 2 preseason Super Bowl favorites, or at least favorites in their conferences. They were at the top of the board in the AFC and NFC, respectively, the Kansas City Chiefs and the Detroit Lions, on the outside looking in of their respective conferences' playoff fields. The Lions right now are 8th in the NFC. Now, part of that is they have a game in hand on the Niners. The Niners didn't have their bye yet, so the Lions are 7-4. San Francisco is 8-4. But we know the uphill battle the Chiefs have been fighting to claw their way back into the AFC playoff picture. They're now 6-5, and still technically via tiebreakers behind the Texans and the Steelers. as the 10th seed in the AFC. But I think most of us, and I don't know if you agree with this or not, so maybe we start with this as the premise. Most of us agree that we would expect the Chiefs and the Lions in the playoffs, right?
I think 1,000%. Yeah,
okay.
I would trust them to jump, some of the teams above them more than I would any other, team that's still looking to get in.
So with that premise in front of us, most of the football watching and betting world expects the Chiefs and the Lions to be in the playoffs. That brings us around to, well, somebody from each conference has to fall out of the picture who is currently in the picture. And I thought that was a conversation worth having, especially on a Tuesday, which is always Futures Day here on Bet Sweats, as to who will miss the playoffs in each conference. Current standings, we'll just run through them real quick. In the AFC, the Patriots are the 1 seed, Denver 2, Indy 3, Baltimore technically atop the AFC North via tiebreaker right now over the Steelers. Wild cards would be the Chargers, Jags, and Bills. Texans, Steelers, Chiefs right there on the bubble outside looking in. In the NFC, Rams the 1 seed, solidly so, a game ahead of the Eagles and Bears, who are the 2 and 3 respectively. Tampa still clinging to that lead in the NFC North would be the 4 seed. Seattle, Green Bay, San Francisco would be your wild cards, with Detroit, the aforementioned Panthers, technically, and the Cowboys still technically at 500, all on the bubble and on the outside looking in. So, again, to go back to the original premise, Kate, if we expect the Chiefs to make the AFC playoff field, looking at the prices that we have available to us on teams to miss the playoffs, those odds, who are you looking at right now as the team you would most likely expect and or the team you would most likely bet on to miss the AFC playoff field who's currently in?
There are 2 of them that caught my eye initially. One, the Chargers. Chargers' schedule going forward is tough. Yes. I mean, you should beat the Raiders, but you have Philly, Kansas City, Dallas. I'm not sure the Chargers offense can keep up with Dallas even. And Dallas's defense hasn't looked as awful as it did early on in the season. You play Houston and Denver. That's rough. That's a rough schedule there, especially with the offensive line issues that the Chargers have had just with so many injuries throughout the season. Like, I don't fully trust them there. And then you also have Jacksonville, which their schedule is a lot easier, but you do have the Colts twice and Denver. I'm not sure the Jags win those ones. Jacksonville feels like a team that's won a lot of games this year that they maybe shouldn't have. I don't know. I just don't fully trust them. So they're not a team that I want to back to officially make the playoffs as a wild card because they just don't feel like they're trustworthy. So those would be my 2. The prices are not great, Chris. Like, you get plus 115 on the Chargers, plus 240 on Jacksonville. I was surprised that number was as high as it was, but those are the 2 that I would feel safest betting.
And I tend to agree with you. I think the Chargers would be my pick. You're, like you said, at that price, might not be worth the bet. But you look at their schedule and the way it stacks up, it's definitely, top 10 most difficult schedule remaining in the league. And maybe you chalk up a win against the Raiders, but then there's, 5 other games that I think could go either way, if not end up as losses. So the Chargers could be backsliding into a 9-8 record, and that wouldn't shock any of us. And I don't think that's going to get it done in the AFC this year. The one that PJ Glasser filled in yesterday here on Bet Sweats, the one that PJ and I kicked around just a little bit that catches your eye because of the price and because they've been so wildly inconsistent over the last 6 to 8 weeks is the Buffalo Bills. Now, they've got the Jets, the Browns, and the Bengals left on the schedule. Okay, 3 wins. Book them. But they've got interesting matchups against the Patriots, Eagles, and this weekend against the Steelers. Now, the Steelers are another Jekyll and Hyde team that nobody can figure out what the hell they're going to be from drive to drive, let alone game to game, which makes this weekend's game obviously massive. And they've already lost to the Patriots. So with that being said, at the price of, better than 5-1 to miss the playoffs, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that Buffalo could miss the playoffs. And I don't know if by the time it becomes clearer to us that they may actually miss the playoffs, the price isn't going to drop drastically So that is one that after talking about it with PJ yesterday, I started to think about just a little bit. Would I be willing to put a little change on the Bills at better than 5-1 to miss the playoffs?
I mean, yeah, I think that is probably a really good look because even though, sure, they have Cleveland on the schedule as well, Cleveland's beat some good teams this year. I mean, they're what, 3 wins? I mean, they beat Green Bay. I shouldn't say they beat some good teams. That's a little bit of an overreaction, but it's just that the Bills, when they've lost, like, who expected them to lose to Miami in the manner that they did? Who expected them to lose to the Falcons like they did? And those
Right.
were road games too. So they haven't been consistent on the road. Your road games coming up are the Steelers, New England, and Cleveland. Also, you play Cincinnati. Like, yeah, you would expect to win there. But Joe Burrow's supposed to be back for that game. If he just lights it up offensively, like, there are a lot of kind of maybe not 50-50 games, but ones that you would be more nervous on. So plus 550, that's a great price. And this is not the same Bills team that we've had seen in recent years just dominate their opponents. Chris, didn't going into the season, they have like the very easiest schedule in the entire league, and they're still struggling? Do I have that right?
I think it's set up as one of the softer ones coming into the year. Yeah. Just because of the AFC East. And I think the Patriots improvement probably, push
changes that
strength of schedule the other way, obviously. But yeah, it's interesting that they're in the situation they're in. On the NFC side, again, if the Lions are going to make the playoffs on the outside looking in right now, who's that team that you look at, given the prices that are available, as, I'd bet them to miss the playoffs?
Green Bay.
Yeah.
Plus 350, right? You look at their remaining schedule. I mean, this game against the Lions on Thanksgiving is huge for the Lions. You can't lose both games this season to Green Bay and expect to make the playoffs, because you're certainly not winning the division doing that. And then you have 2 against the Bears, the Ravens. Like, the schedule for Green Bay does not get any easier. And as good as Green Bay's defense has looked so far, I do feel like they have a lot of improvement on offense to make just in the consistency from game to game mark. So plus 350, it would be Green Bay for me.
Yeah, and I tend to agree, given the price. A lot of people listening to this are going to be like, well, wait, I mean, I get the Bears are 8-3, but look at the schedule they have left. And are they for real? Are they legit? And I would say maybe not, but the price is plus 135 at BetMGM. So the market still doesn't believe totally, hasn't bought all the way in on the Bears. And that's why I may look at it and say, okay, given the fact the Bears still have both games left against the Packers, they've still got the Niners, Lions, Eagles, and a game against the Browns. They've got all those left on the schedule. You could look at that and tell me, okay, maybe things fall apart a little bit down the stretch, and we're talking about the Bears as a 10-win team, maybe. If things fall apart down the stretch, maybe lose a tiebreaker or something, or that Green Bay tie comes into play somehow in a tiebreaker, especially with 2 left against the Packers. And maybe they miss the playoffs. But I can't bet it at plus 135.
No, you can't. I just think there's clearly no value there whatsoever. Take a flyer on some of these teams that, I mean, even the Lions at plus 280, they lose to Green Bay this week. I mean, it would be shocking for the Lions to miss the playoffs. It would feel weird if they did, but I would take that number, obviously, over a plus 135 for the Bears to miss.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. The Packers are the play, even if you have your doubts about certain other teams in the NFC field just because of the price. Make sure you're watching us on Stadium this hour via BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Coming up next, the penultimate CFP rankings released tonight. We take a look at college football miss the playoff odds next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Network.
I've got theories, or at least I've got scenarios cooked up in my head that could really make the CFP committee's job very, very difficult in a couple of weeks. We'll get into those in just a couple of minutes as we're rapidly approaching the final weekend, I should say, of the college football regular season. We'll touch on the Heisman market as well in about 20 minutes here on Bet Sweats. First hour, always live on Stadium via the Bally Sports Live app. Make sure you've downloaded it and you're watching the show. Of course, you can always listen inside the Odyssey app or wherever you get your audio. Just search for Bet Sweats and subscribe today. Back into NFL futures at the top of the hour, specifically a couple of interesting divisional numbers that we can kick around. NFL awards 1 hour from now as well. And Blake Topmeyer of USA Today is going to join us in the third hour to talk about just how much impact this Lane Kiffin situation may have on Ole Miss, the Egg Bowl, and the CFP picture in general. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P. We'll get to Ole Miss in a second, Kate. I think what's interesting when we look at some of these odds on making or missing the college football playoff, we're talking about a bunch of bubble teams for the most part, right? We're talking about your BYUs, your Miamis, your Michigans, Vanderbilt, who's probably going to need a lot of help to get into the CFP. Virginia is an interesting one to me, though, that I wanted to look at because the ACC has been a cluster, you know what, for the bulk of the second half of the season. Miami's the best team in the conference, but in all likelihood will not play in the ACC championship game unless unless they beat Pitt, and then SMU loses to Cal. They would need a couple other things to happen with a Duke win and Virginia losing to Virginia Tech. It's a disaster. Don't try to figure out the ACC championship game scenarios outside of SMU and Virginia win, and they are in. So Miami is still plus 240 to make the college football playoff. What's interesting to me is that Virginia is not priced altogether that much differently. Virginia's plus 195 to go to the CFP. They've already been in one set of rankings. I think it was the first or second set of rankings. And if they win, they're in the ACC championship game, most likely against a 3-loss SMU or maybe a 3-loss Pitt team. And it feels like all Virginia has to do is beat Virginia Tech and then take care of business in that ACC championship game. Again, the conference at the top has been a cluster all year long, but almost 2-1 on the team that seems to have the inside line into to earning the conference's only CFP bid just seems to stand out to me at that price.
Yeah, that does stand out to you. I mean, essentially what we're saying is all Virginia needs to do is beat a 3-8 Virginia Tech team, and Virginia's at home this weekend, and they're in the ACC championship game, and then
exactly,
you know, it's a 1-game sample size. Whoever wins that goes. And Miami's, I mean, playing Pitt this weekend. That's at Pitt. That's not an easy game. Mm-hmm. So, okay. This, like, my mind gets so jumbled with all of this stuff, Chris. It's such a mess. So if Miami loses
the club
this weekend, right? It's SMU and Virginia in the ACC title game, correct?
If they both win, it's SMU and Virginia, yes.
Okay.
Now,
so to make
if either one of them loses and Pitt beats Miami, which would be an upset, even though it's in Pittsburgh, and Pitt beats Miami, Pitt would be in. Now, you want to go farther down the rabbit hole? Let's go. Come on. Bring your flashlight. If Pitt loses to Miami and the door opens with an SMU or Virginia loss, then we start to talk about Miami getting into the ACC championship game, which I think the committee would really like that to happen. They would like to see Miami not back their way in, but work their way into the ACC championship game via some convoluted scenario, and then just win the ACC championship game. And then the best team in the ACC is also your ACC champ and your representative. But I don't know how likely that is, again, given that SMU is playing a Cal team that just fired their head coach, and Virginia is playing, like you mentioned, a 3-win Virginia Tech team.
Like, with everything you just laid out, take the easy path. Like, don't make this harder than it needs to be. I would not bet Miami right now because so much has to go wrong/right for Miami in order for them to get in. Like, take Virginia plus 195. That's the better number over SMU, or take SMU and take one of those two. Don't try and get too cute by taking Miami and hope that the cards fall in your favor, because more than likely it's not happening based on the opponents that those SMU and Virginia are playing.
Yeah, and then you're essentially getting almost a 2-to-1 money line bet on Virginia in the ACC championship game over SMU.
Great call.
Which I guarantee when the lines come out next week, if that's the matchup, it's not going to be a 2-to-1 money line on Virginia to win the ACC championship game against SMU. So that's in essence what you're betting on. I know they need to beat Virginia Tech. I know it's a rivalry game, but it's just the logic and the pricing all points in that direction. Now, the other scenario that has been rattling around in my brain, and this is not ACC related. Thank God we can put that conference to the side for the next few minutes. There is a very interesting possibility at hand. And again, we're going to talk to Blake Topmeyer, senior national college football columnist for USA Today at 11 Eastern, so in about 90 minutes from now. But he's been all over the Lane Kiffin situation, and Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss aren't going to announce anything about how much muddier or clearer his situation may be until after the Egg Bowl against Mississippi State. But let's say, just for the sake of argument, that Ole Miss trips up against Mississippi State in Starkville this weekend, okay? So they get a second loss. And let's assume, again, that Oklahoma takes care of business against LSU. Bama takes care of Auburn in the Iron Bowl. I know that's always closer to a coin flip than it should be as well. But let's just play that scenario out. You've got 3 of those SEC teams at 2 losses. And here's the catch. Yeah, Ole Miss beat Oklahoma in Norman. And yeah, Oklahoma beat Bama in Tuscaloosa. But Bama and Ole Miss did not meet this season. And strength of schedule heavily favors Bama and Oklahoma over Ole Miss. Plus, the worst of each team's 2 losses would by far be Ole Miss to Mississippi State, if that happened. My point is, there's a distinct possibility that one of these teams could be on the outside looking in. You're saying, well, wait, Chris. I mean, even if all 3 of them have 2 losses, they're still getting in. How's that? Come on. 2-loss SEC team. They're in. Well, not my friends. I'm doing the Brian Windhorst fingers right now. Not my friends if BYU pulls off an upset against Texas Tech in next week's Big 12 championship game, the presumptive Big 12 championship game. And I know BYU lost in Lubbock, and it wasn't necessarily pretty at times. But that's how the Big 12 steals a bid, in essence, from the SEC. I know it's a convoluted scenario, but when I look at the prices and I see Ole Miss almost 5-1 to miss the playoffs and BYU 2-1 to make the playoffs, that's where I start to go, again, pull out the Windhorst fingers and go, maybe there's an opportunity here.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that the committee leaves out Texas Tech, even with the loss in the Big 12 championship game, based on how they've played this year. Like, I could feel fairly confident saying that you lose in a conference championship game to a top 11 team, a team that you already beat handedly early on in the season. They're not leaving Texas Tech out. Then you go to the 2-loss SEC teams, and I think you have to go strength of schedule. That's what the committee talks about all the time, is strength of schedule. And Ole Miss just doesn't have that. Oklahoma certainly does. And if you look at Oklahoma's loss against Texas, like, I know you can't really, I mean, hindsight's 2020, but like, that was the game John Mateer came back from his hand surgery. Am I right? Like, he didn't look very good in that game. That's one of your losses to a Texas team that was, I mean, preseason ranked number 1. That probably doesn't matter at all right now. But that could be an argument, is that your quarterback wasn't fully healthy in that game. So after that Texas game, South Carolina, yeah, you handled them, but then you had 4 straight ranked opponents and handled all of them. Actually, no, I'm sorry. You lost Ole Miss, one of those being.
Right.
I think you have to go Oklahoma just based on the strength of schedule.
I mean, Oklahoma right now, 5th in strength of schedule. Alabama 9th. Ole Miss is 33rd. So it's entirely possible. And man, would this not just absolutely burn Ole Miss fans if not only did the Lane Kiffin distraction lead to a possible loss to Mississippi State, but then you were to somehow fall out of the playoff picture to a team that you beat in their house in Oklahoma. I can already hear the Feinbaum show the day after those final CFP rankings come out. It would be pure chaos from the folks in Oxford, Mississippi. But I do think, look, a lot of things have to happen for us to get there, including, like I mentioned, you've got to get BYU, Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game, which presumably will happen, and a BYU upset of the Red Raiders in that game. But I don't think that's entirely wild to consider. The point is, that scenario is out there, and I don't think it's altogether insane to suggest these things could happen. Likely? No, probably not. But is there some probability in there that may match up with, like I said, an almost 5-to-1 price on Ole Miss to miss the CFP? Yeah, I think it's out there.
I mean, so what these prices are telling me is that they think Bama has a shot to lose this weekend in the Iron Bowl, right?
Yeah, that's the only thing that keeps Bama out at this point, is a loss this weekend at Auburn. Yeah. And even that may not do it. I mean, you would think, but if things got crazy, I guess they could still back in. But yeah, that's the only thing that keeps Bama out right now.
It's the playoffs. Yeah. I mean, distractions at Ole Miss with all the Lane Kiffin stuff, like, it would not be totally shocking if they lost. Oregon's interesting. I think Oregon, based on beating USC last weekend, that was had they lost that game, they would be completely out. And now they still have a shot to make the Big 10 championship game. Obviously, like, Michigan would have to beat Ohio State. We don't foresee that happening, but we didn't foresee that happening the last 4 seasons, right?
Right.
I'm not sure I wouldn't be betting on that at all. So yeah, Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Bama, I would go Ole Miss as well.
Yeah. Just looking at the prices were what caught my eye. It was like a cat with a shiny object, and I just started batting at it and trying to come up with the scenarios of how Ole Miss could miss the playoff. Not because I want them to miss the playoff necessarily, just because I think that scenario is out there and exists. One of the longer money shots to make the playoffs of the teams that are still listed, James Madison. I'm just going to be honest, Kate. I'm not going to try to figure out the group of 5 participant. I'm not. It's been different almost every week of the playoff rankings. Yes, there's a chance that JMU could sneak in there if the American Conference got really upside down in the last couple of weeks, but Tulane and North Texas, most likely, I think, meeting in the American Championship game. I would think the winner of that probably by default backs into the group of 5 spot. James Madison's strength of schedule, I want to say, is like 123rd or something like that in the country. That's what happens when you play in the Sun Belt. So I'm not even at 8-to-1. I'm not betting JMU to make the playoff. I think it'd be a fun story. It'd be great, but I don't see it happening. And like I said, I'm not trying to figure out the American Conference, because literally the tiebreakers come down to which team is ranked higher by the CFP committee. It's nonsense in the American Conference. So I'm not trying to figure that out.
Heather Dinich put out an article this morning on ESPN.com about all of these, the scenarios, the group of 5. So her would be in category is Tulane. Still in the mix East Carolina, James Madison, Navy, North Texas, South Florida. Like, I don't think anyone should try and figure that out. And she writes, 5 teams from the American are still eligible to play in the conference championship game. And there's multiple types. Like, there is no figuring it out right now. It's a mess. It's a complete hodgepodge. Unless you have been following Group of 5 teams like solely all season long and feel like you have a great handle on this, I'm not betting into anything Group of 5 related to make the playoffs. Even though those, I mean, that you get some pretty good prices. Like you said, James Madison plus 825. That's not too shabby, but I don't know what's going on, and there's way too many variables and scenarios that could happen for me to want to lay any money on that.
Yeah, so I'm not touching that at all. Notre Dame, it still 8-1 to miss the playoff. I think, look, they've got Stanford this weekend. There's always a question about not having a conference championship game and how that may affect where they sit in the rankings after those championship games play out. I would look at it, though, and say it's not necessarily their playoff chances that take the biggest hit from not having a conference championship game. I think they're solidly in. Again, assuming a Stanford win, they are definitely in. It's more about one individual player on their team and what's affected for him because of no conference championship game. We'll get into the Heisman watch and discuss that next, right here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Just got done talking about the convoluted picture for teams that are on the bubble for the college football playoff. A new set of rankings will be released tonight. Probably not appreciably different from last week's rankings, but certainly there's a lot that's going to happen between now and the final rankings that set the field for the CFP. Rivalry games this weekend, conference championships the weekend after that, and they can all have an effect on not just who's making the playoff, but of course, the Heisman race as well. We'll get into that in just a moment here on Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. In the first hour of the show every single day can also be watched right there on your Bally Sports Live app. Make sure you've downloaded it and you're keeping up to date as Thanksgiving approaches, and you're going to want to stay locked in regardless of where you're going to be for Thanksgiving, what annoying family members you have to visit, what terrible kind of stuffing they may make. Look, it's very simple. It's stuffing. It shouldn't be hard to do, Kate. And I appreciate all sorts of stuffing, but let me be very clear. It's got to have just a little bit of, for lack of a better way to put it, moisture to it. Nobody likes the word moist, but you can't just throw some croutons in the turkey and hope that things turn out all right in the end.
Absolutely not. Dry stuffing is arguably worse than dry turkey, right? Like dry stuffing, you're just like eating stale bread, essentially. It does need to be moist. You need to have a lot of seasoning within it. You can't half-ass the stuffing.
Here's a question I asked PJ yesterday, though, when he was filling in. Why don't we have stuffing year-round? Why is stuffing relegated to the holidays? It's my favorite side dish at Thanksgiving. I wish, like, when I go to a cookout in the middle of July, that, somebody's, smoking a brisket or whatever it may be, and that one of the sides, like, I love the mac and cheese, sure, some potatoes, whatever. I would love to have just a little bit of stuffing. Because if I had a little bit of stuffing all year long, Kate, I wouldn't absolutely, no pun intended, stuff myself with it come Thanksgiving and the rest of the holiday season.
It's my favorite side of Thanksgiving too. Actually, it's not my favorite side. It's my favorite part of Thanksgiving. I like it more than I like the turkey. Mashed potatoes is actually pretty close second. But I'm with you. Like, you eat mashed potatoes at other times throughout the year. You eat turkey, you eat a turkey sandwich in the summer. Like, turkey's,
sure.
Yeah. But stuffing
There's nothing
we
wrong
never
with
get.
mac and cheese the rest of the year, right?
Right.
Or green bean casserole or whatever it may be. That stuff gets served all year long, but not stuffing.
Chris, I've never really thought about it. This is the hard-hitting stuff you get here on Bet Sweats on Thanksgiving week. I think we try and bring it year-round.
Look, there are a lot of problems in this world that are much more important, but I'd like to think that somewhere in some sort of power brokers conference room where they're meeting about very important things that affect the world at large, someone's also bringing up this week, hey, we got to do something about stuffing. Like, the stuffing lobby needs to be on their game. Step it up. Make it a year-round thing. There's no reason we should only have this for like a month out of the year.
I mean, Chris, it's 2025. It is crazy that we still are only eating stuffing. When did the Pilgrims come into town? When did Thanksgiving originally kick off? It's been centuries.
They did not brave the waters of the North Atlantic and found a new land and steal a whole bunch of it from the Native Americans. They didn't do all that so that 400 years later, we couldn't have stuffing whenever we damn well please, Kate.
It's a travesty, Chris. I don't know.
It really is.
I don't know how we change it.
I don't know. We may get stuffing year-round before we ever get Notre Dame in a conference and playing a conference championship game, but that's going to have an impact. Maybe not as much on the CFP field. We'll see how that shakes out. Again, Notre Dame plays Stanford this weekend. Heavy favorites. They should handle their business and be firmly in the CFP as a 2-loss team. Both of those losses coming early in the season against very good football teams. My concern is not so much about how the conference championship games next weekend affect Notre Dame's playoff positioning as much as they affect the Heisman race, because we've seen Jeremiah Love rise back up the Heisman board over the last couple of weeks. And again, no pun intended, I love Jeremiah Love. Placed a Heisman bet on him way back in the summer because I thought this might be the year we return to the running back for the Heisman Trophy because I think he may be the singular best player in college football right now. If he doesn't get drafted top 10, despite being a running back and how people in the NFL feel about drafting running backs high, it will be a travesty. I think he's going to be a major player on Sundays for years to come. All that said, I don't think he wins the Heisman. I just don't. It's been, I don't want to say too little too late, but his impact the first few weeks of the season just was not as great and didn't follow what I think the Heisman candidacy, at least for a running back, needs to be. It needs to be sort of wire-to-wire dominance in the run game. And so I'm left coming back to the two names that have been there at the top of the Heisman board for the bulk of the last 2 months. Fernando Mendoza, still the even money favorite. Julian Sayin of Ohio State, though, has drifted down the board just a little bit to 4-1. And here's my argument for Julian Sayin. I was not in on Sayin as a Heisman contender until maybe 2-3 weeks ago. And now it just all makes sense. If Ohio State beats Michigan this weekend, I understand it's the game. It's a rivalry. Anything could happen, especially in Ann Arbor, especially as Ryan Day has shown us over the last 4 years. But if Julian Sayin should beat Michigan this Saturday, Kate, and possibly do it without Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, who could both be out of this game or very limited, and then goes on to beat Indiana in the Big Ten championship game, I don't know how the quarterback of the 13-0 Big Ten champs does not win the Heisman Trophy. So the fact that it's floated back down to 4-1 really surprises me. And if you hadn't placed a Heisman bet yet, or you were looking to get back into the market, that would be one that I would jump on.
Because also, to add to that, Ohio State has not beaten Michigan, the last 4 years? If he's the quarterback to slay the dragon, that's a big deal. And do the Heisman voters, do they, how much do they take it into account of that? That's how I see Julian Sayin getting there. Because right now, the edge that Fernando Mendoza has on Sayin is that he has a Heisman-worthy moment, which came against Penn State, right? The touchdown on third down late in that game that won them the game. You could argue that game shouldn't have been that close to begin with. And maybe that's where Julian Sayin, okay, he doesn't have that Heisman moment. He hasn't had to have that. But the committee or the voters like those moments. They have valued those big time plays for Heisman candidates in the past. So if this comes down to both of these teams undefeated, that being Indiana and Ohio State, going into the Big Ten championship game, don't you think it's whoever wins that game that wins the Heisman?
I would think so, yeah. And I would take, as much as I like Indiana, I would take Ohio State in that game. I don't know what the line will be when it comes out. That's a great guess, actually. In Ohio State by like 2.5, maybe 3.
That's what I was going to go. 3 at the very most. You're not getting over a field goal in that game.
I wouldn't think. But if Ohio State goes into Indianapolis and handles the Hoosiers in the Big Ten championship game, who's to say Julian Sayin's Heisman moment doesn't come in that game against Mendoza or happens this weekend, like you mentioned, in Ann Arbor? He goes up there to the state that shall not be named and beats the Wolverines in Ann Arbor, Ohio State's first win there in half a decade. I'm willing to bet his Heisman moment comes at some point in this weekend's game. So it's a
or
valuable
argument. The Heisman moment, Chris. Like that could be too.
Because, I mean, I would also argue that, and I get what you're saying about the Fernando Mendoza touchdown catch to beat Penn State, but I would probably argue that I don't know if that's as much Fernando Mendoza's moment as much as it is the moment of Cooper, who caught the ball. And he's not a Heisman candidate. Anyway, that point aside, I just think Sayin drifting back down to 4-1 is a pretty good number. If, again, you didn't jump in on anybody earlier in the year, if you didn't get Sayin at a better number, although he's been sitting at the top of the board for a while now, then I think Julian Sayin at 4-1 makes a ton of sense. Again, I got Jeremiah Love way back when in the summer when it was 30-1. And so I've got that sitting there in my back pocket, but I don't expect it to come home. I just don't. As well as he's played, especially over the last month and a half, it would be great to see the Heisman return to a running back and to see it be Jeremiah Love. I'm all for that if it happens, but I don't see the voters going that way, especially without getting to watch Jeremiah Love at all next weekend when they're all going to be sitting there waiting to submit their ballots.
This kind of feels like what we talked about in the last segment with betting Virginia to win the ACC championship game right now at plus 195 and kind of getting that money line number based for next week's game. It feels like if you like Ohio State to win this upcoming weekend against Michigan and to win the Big Ten championship game, getting 4-1 on Julian Sayin right now is kind of how you bet those two games, right? Because that would be better odds than you're getting on the money line for Ohio State this weekend and probably on the money line for Ohio State against Indiana in the Big Ten championship game. So betting Julian Sayin now 4-1, better idea than those other two scenarios. Also, I'm with you. Like, Jeremiah Love's been okay through the first half of the season. He's been great through the second half, but go back to Ashton Genty's stats last year. He is nowhere close to Ashton Genty and the numbers that he put up. And I know last year's Heisman was a little different because you had the two-way player and Travis Hunter, and we don't get that all the time. But like, if Ashton Genty didn't win last year with 50 touchdowns and 750 carries, I find it hard to believe that Jeremiah Love's going to win with 17 touchdowns and 185 carries. Like, the volume just is not there.
Right. And again, if Jeremiah Love, the first couple weeks of the year, puts together the kind of games that he has routinely put together over the last 2 months, we're probably talking about a completely different race. But he didn't. And that's why, even though I'd like to see him win, again, I'll cash a 30-1 ticket. I think it's Julian Sayin. And if you want to get in at 4-1 right now before the Michigan game, I think it makes a ton of sense. Coming up next, 6 of the 8 division races in the NFL are still really tight, within a game or two, with multiple teams involved in each one. We'll tell you where you've still got an opportunity in the market in a couple of divisions next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
It could get messy in Oxford, Mississippi. 1 hour from now, Blake Topmeyer, senior national college football columnist for USA Today, will join us to give us the latest on the Lane Kiffin saga here on Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P this week. Hopefully, wherever your Thanksgiving takes you, if it's across the country or just across the living room, you'll take the BetMGM network with you, always live inside the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. In 20 minutes, NFL awards. Still opportunity in a couple of those markets. We'll get into them. But we talked about miss the playoff numbers on some of the teams on the playoff bubble in the NFL, Kate, to sort of start the show in light of the Niners technically being a playoff team right now, Lions being on the outside looking in, Chiefs also on the outside looking in. We thought we'd hone in on some division races, though, because the majority of them are still really tight. Some of them have 3 teams involved instead of just 2. And I know there are certain divisions that are of a little bit more interest to some people than others. But there's one that stood out to me. I've been really focused on, I guess, prices in the market this morning as I was looking at things. And the one that jumped out to me was the AFC South. You've still got the Texans at 7-1 to win the AFC South. And look, I get it. They're a full 2 games behind the Colts and a game behind the Jags. So maybe the math doesn't math right now, and that's why the price is 7-1. But of those 3 teams, Indy, Jacksonville, and Houston, the Texans have the easiest remaining schedule of those 3. They've already got a 3-1 record in the division, and they still play Indy twice, including this weekend. And as much as I think the Colts are a good story, I like Jonathan Taylor. Shane Steichen's doing a great job with the offense. Some great young talent on the defensive side. The Sauce Gardner trade. All these things that come together to make you go, okay, yeah, the Colts are legit. I also have this maybe irrational, maybe it makes sense, fear that the Colts still have all 4 division games of relevance left in front of them on the schedule. They've still got 2 against Jacksonville, and as I mentioned, they've still got 2 against the Texans. And I look at both of those defenses. Jags have been opportunistic, forcing turnovers. Texans have been the best defense in the league, especially when it comes to getting to the quarterback. They've absolutely tormented. We saw what Will Anderson did to Josh Allen last Thursday night. I look at that and I say, how has Danny Dimes handled pressure and opportunistic defenses this year? And look, the Steelers are a completely different story themselves that we don't need to get into because I'll lose my mind again like I did yesterday. But when the Steelers defense played really well against Indianapolis, they caused 6 turnovers and sacked Daniel Jones 6 times. And if the Steelers defense can do that to Daniel Jones and the Colts, what can Jacksonville's defense and, more importantly, Houston's defense do to Indianapolis? So, yes, the Texans are 2 games back of the Colts and a game back of the Jags, but at 7-1 with both of those games still sitting in front of them, I really like the price on the Texans to come from behind and win the AFC South and maybe shock a lot of folks around the league, especially in Indianapolis.
That is probably the best number that you're going to get on any realistic division winner at this point of the season. Because you talk about what the Colts have in front of them. That's a lot of variables to still have 4 division games. Like, a lot can go wrong where they could fall to the 3rd. I mean, I don't think they're not falling behind Tennessee, obviously, but they could fall to where the Texans are right now, and it could be Texans, Jags, Colts. Like, that could certainly be a scenario. And you wonder, the Colts have now lost 2 of their last 3. Yeah, they had a bye week in there, so it's been about a month and the 2 losses. But does doubt start to creep in at all for this Colts team and for Daniel Jones? You had 6 years of film on Daniel Jones versus 10 games to start the season, and he's looked great. Like, you can't take anything away from how he's looked through those 10 games outside of that Pittsburgh game, really. But at some point, like, does the magic wear off a little bit? And I think if it's going to wear off against any team, it's likely going to be Houston's defense. The fact that you play Houston twice and in the final game of the regular season, this division could come down to that game, that's in Houston. Like, that gives the Texans a leg up there, just having the home field advantage. So it's 7-1. I'm not interested in Jacksonville in this division at all. We talked about that earlier. I just don't trust them. I think it's between the Colts and the Texans, and you talking 7-1. That's a great call.
And I'd look at the rest of the Colts schedule too. It's not just those 4 division games that are left. They've also got the Niners and the Seahawks. So the Seahawks defense once, the Jags defense twice, the Texans defense twice. I mean, those are all defenses that have taken advantage of getting after the quarterback and causing turnovers at different points of the season. And again, the Texans' best defense in the league right now. So 7-1 to come from behind and shock Indy and win the AFC South. I like it at that price. Another division that has 3 teams involved now.
Chris, one quick question. Would you be shocked if the Colts went 3-3 to end the season? I suppose the answer to that is no if we like the Texans to win the division.
I wouldn't be shocked if
2-4.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if the Colts went 2-4 and finished up 10-7. That would not shock me at all. It would be 10-7. They'd still be a wild card team, and I think it would be a nasty way for them to backslide into the playoffs. But the way the schedule stacks up wouldn't shock me at all. The NFC North is another division where we've got 3 teams involved in the division race. And you got the wonky thing with the tie for the Packers. You've got the Lions sitting outside the playoff picture now. You got the Bears at the top of the division. Don't take it personally, Kate.
Don't say that like you're so skeptical of this Bears team, Chris. Top of the division, the Bears are sitting at top.
I'm still skeptical. I still have my questions. The question, though, I really think is, what do you like more, the Bears at 3-1 or the Lions at +150 to win the division? And again, you look at the standings as they sit right now, the Bears have the lead. They are a game up on the Lions, and I guess, what would we call it, half a game up on the Packers. The issue that comes into play here is I don't like the Packers' schedule down the stretch. It is the toughest left in the NFL down the stretch. Broncos, Bears twice, Lions, of course, on Thanksgiving, Ravens, and the Vikings one more time. So I don't know. I give you one W there that's a given. And then in those other 5 games, you go 2-3 maybe. So I don't see the Packers finishing with more than 10 wins. I could see the Bears, because of their schedule, like I said earlier, maybe backsliding a little bit. And the Lions, their schedule's not exactly easy. They've still got a game left against the Bears. As we know, the Packers on Thursday. They've got one left against the Rams, which is massive. They've still got Pittsburgh, Minnesota, and Dallas as well. So I could see both of these teams, Chicago and Detroit, based on the schedule and the way it goes, finishing 11 wins if I'm being favorable towards Chicago. Like, let's say they beat Green Bay both times, okay? And they beat the Browns, okay? Well, now all of a sudden we've got 11 wins for the Bears. It's not impossible. Maybe they split with the Packers and beat the Niners, whatever it may be. The Bears at 11 wins is not crazy, and these 2 teams play Week 18 at Soldier Field, Kate. We know Detroit won big in Week 2, but that might as well be last year at this point. They're both 1-2 in the division right now, but as mentioned, the Bears have 2 left against the Packers, whose offense still hasn't impressed me. I've talked myself into circles here where just because of the price, I kind of go, Bears, it's not great at 3-1, but I mean, I'm not going to bet the Lions at this point, even if I do think they'll win the division.
I think what you have to do in this division, because you did just talk in circles, because this division is circles right now. Like that's how it is for all 3 of these teams. You just go with the best price out there, and that is the Chicago Bears, which is crazy to say that they're leading the division right now, not in terms of odds to win, but they are winning the division. I find it hard to believe they're going to sweep Green Bay just because, you won in Green Bay last year. Final game of the season, it didn't really matter for the Packers. Mm-hmm. Other than that, like the Bears have not won on the road in Green Bay in a very long time. So I don't think you're gonna sweep the Packers. You'd have to win that Detroit game at the end of the season. And it's going to look like a pretty different game than the 52-21 game we had in week 2. It's between the Lions and the Bears for me as well. And price-wise, why not go with the Bears?
I mean, it's not crazy, and I wouldn't have thought this at the beginning of the year, but it's not crazy to suggest the winner of this division is 10-7, and it's just based on a tiebreaker. Because, again, I look at the way the Packers' offense has underperformed, and I don't know the status of Josh Jacobs. We'll see what that is like on a week-to-week basis going forward, specifically starting Thursday against the Lions. But, you've got, like I said, 2 against the Bears. You've still got a trip to Denver left. You've still got a visit from the Ravens. I look at the Packers' schedule, and like I said, I don't see more than 9 wins. Sure, things could turn, and they could win an extra one in there somewhere. But I think 10-7 could win this division, and that's what makes it more possible, I think, for the Bears to pull it off if you don't have to get to 11 to win the division.
The only other argument I could make for the Packers is you look at the last 2 seasons. Jordan Love has come alive in the second half of the year. I don't want to count on that as being a theme, and I don't think he wants that to be a theme either, or the Packers, but that's kind of when he's played his best football is the latter half of the season. And we joke about the whole Toyotathon, Jordan Love coming alive in Toyotathon. Chris, you know that whole spiel?
No, I don't.
When Toyotathon hits, and it has hit mid-November to late December, Jordan Love puts up incredible stats. Incredible.
Things align.
So Toyotathon just started last week. He plays his first game against the Lions in Toyotathon. It's what's happened the last 2 seasons. And granted, the last 2 seasons, he's been a little injured in the first half of the year. He got injured in that Brazil game last year against the Eagles early on, and it took him a while to recover. So, it is not that they are selling Toyota cars and Jordan Love really appreciates that and starts playing better. It's that he, dealt with other things early on. But
sure,
Packers offense comes alive. That defense is pretty dang good. That is the only path for the Packers to win is if they start scoring at a high rate.
And I just don't see it happening. No Tucker Kraft, I think I don't want to say completely eliminates, but really hampers your explosive downfield ability. Without any of those threats in the offense, occasionally you're going to hit a big play to Dobbs or Watson, but Matthew Golden's barely been a factor this year, which has been shocking to me. Yeah. And again, if Jacobs is less than 100% and has to battle something the rest of the year, I don't feel very confident at all in the Packers offense. We saw the Niners play last night, and as mentioned, they would be a playoff team right now. That division, I mean, is that outside of the Cardinals, is that the best division in football right now? Rams are 9-2. Seahawks and Niners both have 8 wins. You've got, it feels like really good defenses in LA and Seattle. And San Francisco's just found a way to hang around through all the injuries. I think the Rams could finish with 13, 14 wins. So I still really like them to win this division. But you could probably argue me in the direction of Seattle if there's some logic there.
Looking at the Rams schedule, yes, Carolina, Arizona. Yeah, you have Detroit and Seattle in there, Atlanta, Arizona. I mean, they should realistically win easily 4 of those ones. I just wonder what happens if Seattle beats the Rams week 16, beats the 49ers week 8. I guess you still would need the Rams to stumble a whole lot more, and their only really stumble in the division would be against Seattle in week 16. And even at that, they probably have more wins within the division to top Seattle for any tiebreaker stuff. So looking at that deeper, there probably isn't value on the Seahawks at 4-1.
I do think there's a pretty clear path to 12 wins for Seattle. When you look at their schedule and what they have left, Falcons, Vikings, Panthers should all be wins.
Right.
And then Rams, Colts, Niners, I would say I would expect them to go 2-1 against those three. Okay. If you go 2-1 against the better teams left on your schedule and you win the other three, that's 5 wins. And so 13 wins is still an outside possibility for Seattle. I think, like you said, it all comes down to the Seahawks-Rams game in, week 16? And that's a Thursday night game. In Seattle, we know what it's like to go on the road on Thursday nights. That's one to keep an eye on that could tilt things. And if you're looking to get ahead of it, knowing that the Seahawks are going to beat the Vikings this weekend, going to beat the Falcons next weekend, maybe take care of business against the Colts, you want to catch it now at 4-1, may make a little sense to get ahead of it with the Seahawks over the Rams. Coming up next, not a huge night for Teteroa McMillan for the Panthers last night against the Niners. Still opportunity in the Offensive Rookie of the Year market. We'll look at it next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Is there still opportunity in that offensive rookie of the year market? I can't make sense of why one guy remains the favorite and the other one is just behind him on the board. We'll get into that in just a moment here on Bet Sweats live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable in for Joe O and Sammy P this Thanksgiving week. Hopefully you're having an enjoyable one. Even if you're still stuck working for another day or two, that's fine. Take us with you wherever you're going, whether it's over the river and through the woods to grandma's house or just hanging out in your recliner this week. The BetMGM Network, always with you. Don't forget to download Bet Sweats in podcast form for that long drive. If you do have to go somewhere, or maybe just while you're jumping on the bike or the treadmill, whatever else you're doing, just search Bet Sweats wherever you get your podcast. Blake Topmeyer, senior national college football columnist for USA Today, going to join us at the top of the hour to get back into what we expect of rivalry weekend in college football and look ahead to the conference championship and college football playoff possibilities as well. But help me make sense of this, Kate. The offensive rookie of the year market in the NFL. Tetairoa McMillan, who had an exceedingly average game last night. I'll have to pull up the box score to get the exact numbers, but it wasn't anything impressive. Is still tops. Oh, you're muted, Kate. Unmute
7
yourself,
targets,
and then you'll fill me in on the
35 yards.
details.
1 touchdown. Not anything great.
Yeah, and look, the Carolina offense, may he be one of just a few signs of life in the Carolina offense? Sure. But enough to have him installed as the favorite for offensive rookie of the year, I still don't get why he's got this much cushion ahead of Emeka Egbuka. McMillan plus 120 at BetMGM, Egbuka at plus 250. From there, you get to Jackson Dart, plus 375, Tyler Warren, 6-1, down to Travion Henderson, Quinshaw Judkins. I think it's a two-man race at this point for Offensive Rookie of the Year. I just don't understand why there's as much of a gap as there is between McMillan and Egbuka, especially given that Egbuka has become the primary weapon in the Bucs offense. Not to say that McMillan isn't in the Panthers offense, but the Bucs with Mike Evans out, with Chris Godwin hardly contributing, with Bucky Irving out, with so many injuries on offense. Maybe that number fell just a little bit based on Baker Mayfield's injury and how that could affect Egbuka down the stretch. But I still look at him as the primary number one target in the Bucs offense. And as long as this team is atop the division and finding a way to win the NFC South and get their way into the playoffs, maybe I'm biased because I had Egbuka way back early in the summer for Offensive Rookie of the Year at a ridiculous number. I want to say like 35-1, whatever it was. Yeah. But I don't understand McMillan still being that clear a favorite.
I was shocked that McMillan is the favorite. I mean, even after last night, sure, you scored a touchdown, but you really didn't do a whole lot in that game. I mean, I think what you said about maybe Baker and his injury and how that affects Egbuka going forward, but either way, he's still going to be your top wide receiver regardless of who's throwing him the football. And even Chris Godwin is back, but he's been banged up. I mean, Egbuka's also been a little banged up throughout the mid half of the season. He looks pretty good right now. He's not producing the same stats as he was early on in the season when he was scoring a bunch of touchdowns and going for, 60, 80 plus yards a game. But I think this race comes down to, Chris, is like, there is no one. There is no clear-cut offensive rookie of the year like we've had in previous seasons where there's someone that stands out head and shoulders above everyone else. Like, I'm not overly impressed with Tet McMillan for him to be the favorite here. I think Egbuka's had a really good season. Jackson Dart probably would have won the award had he stayed healthy. I think he's missed a little too much time, right? The only other thought I had, and I think it's probably too late for him, but Travion Henderson at 17-1. Lately, he's been great. You look at the first, 8 weeks of the season, 6 weeks of the season, he really didn't do a whole lot. His role was hardly anything. So that probably hinders him, which is exactly why he's sitting at that I think he would have to go on an absolute tear and have, 2 touchdowns a game, 100 yards in order for that to hit. But I think this is just kind of a boring year for offensive rookie of the year.
Yeah, I think Tyler Warren is worth a conversation if the Colts maintain their position atop the AFC South, but we just got done talking about that. We don't feel super confident in that. And there are other weapons in that offense, including Jonathan Taylor as the primary option.
Right. And I mean, not to say this can never happen, but a tight end has never won offensive rookie of the year. Ever. Which seems odd and surprising, but I'm not sure Tyler Warren, with what you just said about having Jonathan Taylor in that offense, I'm not sure he goes on to win that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. At the 6-1 price, I think it's, worth talking about.
Intriguing.
But intriguing. I come back around to Egbuka, like I said, since the summer. Tet McMillan's got 200-yard games. Egbuka's got 3. We've seen the targets continue for Egbuka. I don't think he's had fewer than 9 over the last 6 weeks or so. So that would be my look there, and the fact that you can still get him at plus 250 if you didn't get in on this way back in the summer or early in the season. That opportunity is there. Some awards are just like done, baked, get them out of the oven. Carson Schweissinger, Defensive Rookie of the Year, the rookie linebacker from the Browns, a couple of sacks, a couple of picks, a ton of tackles. Vrabel for Coach of the Year, feels like it's done, cooked, over with. Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year. I mean, the guy might end up with 25 sacks at this rate. So done, book it. There are a couple other ones that I had to look at, and I don't know if there's anything else that catches your eye. Like, Jackson Smith-Njigba is having a historic season catching the ball.
Yeah.
He's right around even money, right behind Jonathan Taylor for Offensive Player of the Year. If we follow that logic that we started to lay out a few minutes ago about the Colts' difficulties against the Jacksonville and especially Houston defenses down the stretch, maybe there's an opportunity there for Jackson Smith-Njigba. Again, if he continues this record-setting pace catching the ball, the price isn't there anymore. You would have had to have gotten it much earlier. But if we're just talking about people who could win the award, then certainly JSN is right there if he doesn't end up passing Jonathan Taylor by the end of the season.
And I certainly think he could end up passing Jonathan Taylor by the end of the season. And I mean, JSN just like wows every week. Every week he's putting up these numbers, and it's like, it almost feels like it's surprising each week, even though it shouldn't be at this point. But like every week, every time he has a big week, it's like he just follows it up with an even bigger one next week. And to your point of the schedule for the Colts, like Jonathan Taylor would have to keep this touchdown rate going at the level that he has been, and I just don't see that happening in 2 games against the Texans, against a Seahawks defense as well. So as good as he's been, and like I feel like he should have already won the award. 15 touchdowns on the season. You have almost over 1,000 yards already at this point. Like those are some pretty impressive stats, but I also think like who finishes the season stronger, who in the mind of voters at the end of the year is top of mind for how they've been playing. And right now that seems to be trending in JSN's favor.
Yeah, especially given, like we talked about, the schedule that's still out there for both teams. The other market that I think is worth talking about, maybe if there's not a bet worth making, is Comeback Player of the Year. Christian McCaffrey had another nice night last night. He's basically right there, almost even with Dak Prescott on the board. Christian McCaffrey minus 110, Dak Prescott minus 105 for Comeback Player of the Year. Comeback Player of the Year is different every year based on, what guys are necessarily coming back from. McCaffrey missed about half of last year. 2/3 of last year, almost 3/4 of last year. Prescott missed about half of last year. I think if McCaffrey continues the pace that he's kept at, although it's hard to argue that Dak Prescott's having the best year of his career. even if the Cowboys defense has kept it from meaning as much and they end up an 8-1 team outside of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to vote at this point, I don't know where I would go, Chris. You look, I mean, Christian McCaffrey, just his usage in that offense for the 49ers has been unbelievable, what he's doing and how many touches he gets every game. But he hasn't had the same pop that he has in recent seasons. I think I heard last night on the broadcast that he only has one run of 20 yards, nothing more than that. So, like, do they take that into account of like, okay, yeah, he's having a good season. He's putting up numbers, but it's not quite what he's done before. Whereas Dak is having arguably the best season of his career. Okay, his team probably isn't going anywhere with it, but he continues to put up massive numbers each and every week. The offense is why the Cowboys win any game that they've won so far. I almost lean towards Prescott edging out McCaffrey when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I think in a question of, like you said, McCaffrey, I don't want to say basically is the Niners offense. Kittle is healthy again, but even as much usage as McCaffrey gets, I mean, Dak Prescott's got the ball in his hands every single play. So, and again, we're talking about possibly the best season of his career. So I would think, like you said, if I had to place a vote, there's nowhere to place a bet right now because the price is available. It would have to be Dak Prescott. Aiden Hutchinson, just because of the sack numbers, I don't think ends up breaking through, even though there's a decent price on him right now. The one final award I wanted to talk about, because I tried kicking this around with PJ yesterday, and I'm not sure if I'm just searching for something here, but MVP. Matt Stafford, odds-on favorite for MVP right now. But you look at what Drake May has got in front of him down the stretch. The Patriots play nobody down the stretch. I mean, really. They've got one game left against the Bills, and then, okay, they've got the Ravens left. So, okay. But Giants, Jets, Dolphins, Drake May should just be lighting it up down the stretch. And look, Matt Stafford has had a great year, but if something should happen with the Rams down the stretch, maybe they stumble, maybe Stafford stumbles. I don't know. At 2-1, it's not a great price, so I don't know if it's necessarily worth it. But if I was looking for someone else to jump out of the pack that may end up stealing MVP from Stafford if he should stumble down the stretch, Drake May's got to be the guy, I think. Although PJ laid out a very strong argument that just based on narrative alone, if the Chiefs work their way back into the playoff picture, given the price on Mahomes at 20-1, you'd be silly not to put something on it.
I mean, yeah. The narrative with Patrick Mahomes, we all love a good Mahomes narrative, Chiefs narrative. Here's my argument against Drake.
Do we all love it? I don't know.
No, Chris, we all hate it. It's obnoxious and it's getting old. And Patrick Mahomes does not deserve to win MVP at this point of the season, or even after the season's over. Like, I don't think that is realistic. Here's my argument for Stafford. Stafford has a tougher schedule down the stretch. If he continues to ball out, he's beating good teams down the stretch, where Drake May is padding stats against poor teams. Okay, maybe that's something they look at. I also go, and I mean, I'm a big Matthew Stafford fan, so maybe this is a little biased, but Stafford's in his 17th season. He's never won MVP. He's never finished higher than 8th in MVP voting. I want to say the voters are going to look at that and say, you've had a historic career. You are a future Hall of Famer. Here's your MVP. Drake May, you're in your second season. You got a lot of run left. Yeah. You'll win it down the road. Stafford, it's yours. That's just how I think the voters, as being humans and not computers, would look at that.
No, I think it's a great point. I do think the Matt Stafford MVP win, if it happens, when it happens, is going to be as much a career achievement award as it is, okay, you're also the quarterback of arguably the best team in the NFL this year, or best team in the NFC. Yeah, I can't disagree with that notion. It's why Stafford is such a heavy favorite right now. As I was trying to look for other avenues to different people, May jumped out to me. But, you know, the other part of this too, as we talk about voters being human, is they may look at the Patriots and say, oh, that's awesome. The Patriots and the turnaround this year. And they'll go, Vrabel, Coach of the Year. Okay, like you said, Drake, you'll be back. Don't worry about it.
Yep. But also, if the Rams do stumble at all down the stretch, like if Stafford isn't throwing, like, do you think he has to keep this pace in order to remain the top? He's throwing 3 touchdowns a game. What happens if he throws 1 touchdown and the Rams still win? He doesn't look as good. It's still, does that matter?
No, I don't think that affects him as much as it may have if he hadn't stacked up all of these performances through the first 12 weeks of the year. Coming up next, we have got a number of different things going on. We touched on it earlier, but we'll dive back into the opportunity for different NFL teams to fall out of the playoff race, plus a couple NBA games tonight. The in-season tournament continues that we may touch on as well here next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
So if the Chiefs and the Lions are both going to end up in the playoffs, but they're on the outside of their respective conferences' playoff pictures looking in right now, who do we suspect falls out of those AFC and NFC playoff pictures? We'll get back into that in just a couple of minutes, plus top of the hour, about 18 minutes from now. Blake Topmeyer, senior national college football columnist for USA Today, tells us how much of a distraction this Lane Kiffin saga has been in Oxford, Mississippi, ahead of a game that they need to solidify their spot in the CFP. A loss would drop them into the jumble of two-loss SEC teams, and given their strength of schedule, may affect their resume for the CFP. We'll talk to Blake about not just Ole Miss, but everything going on rivalry week across college football, final week of the regular season. There are a couple NBA games tonight, Kate, that I thought might be worth touching on. I don't know if you have any angles on it. I mean, there's technically 3 games. One of them I don't think is even worth talking about, the Hawks and the Wizards. The Wizards are an absolute dumpster fire.
I didn't realize Chris Dave lost 14 straight games.
Yes, they are wizarding as hard as you could possibly wizard right now. I mean, it's
and
bad.
This roster isn't even as bad as previous seasons. Like, you have Chris Middleton, you have CJ McCollum. That's all you have, but
that's it.
Yeah, yeah. I guess that is pretty bad.
Yeah, so I'm not even gonna go near that game. I got no interest in it.
Fair.
I do have interest in the NBC doubleheader tonight. In-season tournament group stage games. You've got the Magic visiting the Sixers. We may be graced with Joel Embiid's presence. Tyrese Maxey says he's fine after sustaining a shoulder injury against the Heat on Sunday, I believe it was. He'll be in there. Sixers getting 2.5 at home. VJ Edgecombe expected to play as well, I think Nick Nurse said yesterday. So... or not expected to play, pardon me. I want to make sure I get that straight. VJ Edgecombe not expected to play tonight against the Magic. But still, Sixers catching 2.5 at home against the Magic. I think I would lean Sixers here and take the points. That's a real basic glance at that game. But I think it'll be a good game to watch, just to watch Tyrese Maxey, see if this shoulder injury affects him at all.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say here is I do like Philly in that game. I would take the points with them at home because Paolo Banchero is also out for the Magic. So, sure, Sixers are missing VJ Edgecombe, the rookie. You're missing your franchise player for the Magic. I think that gives the Sixers a little bit of an edge there. Also, these two teams played like a month ago, and Orlando shot 55% from the field and still lost by over 10 points.
Yeah.
So not that tells you a whole lot. I mean, that was a month ago and different players and all that stuff. The only other thing I would look at in this game is Tyrese Maxey props. And I would only look overs for assist numbers. Like, he's going crazy with the dimes, his points, his scoring. He is the Sixers. He is the player for the Sixers. He surpassed. Yes, he's surpassed Joel Embiid at this point. He is the Sixers. So if you want to play props on that, I would only look overs for Maxey, at least for assists and points.
Is there a double-double number? He's had 9 assists in each of the last couple games, hasn't he?
That's actually a really good call.
Sorry, he only had 6 against Miami, but 9 against Milwaukee, 9 against the Raptors. Gonna have to look up a Maxey double-double number before we get to lightning bets and give you all our favorite plays by the end of the show. Clippers, Lakers, maybe not as interesting as past Clippers, Lakers matchups have been. Lakers laying 6.5, I believe it is, at home to the Clippers. Another in-season tournament game, but LeBron's back. Luka's absolutely on fire. I'm comfortable laying 6.5 in this one. You'd have to get me out to like 8 or 9, I think, before I'd walk away from the Lakers.
I am too, Chris. And I know, I mean, the Clippers, they're playing in LA. It's not a home game for them, but they're in LA. They're back in their own beds, but they're coming off a 5-game road trip. So this is their first game back in LA since that road trip. And I don't love backing teams that are just coming off of road trips. They got all sorts of responsibilities to do when they get home. They got to see everyone, their girls, their girlfriends' girls, their whatever.
Their wives' girls.
their wives. Yeah, I said that wrong, but you know what I mean. Their piece, their side piece, all of it. If you want to back the Clippers in any sense, you just take James Harden. Talk about Tyrese Maxey being the Sixers. James Harden is the Clippers. He is the only person keeping this Clippers team competitive. His numbers have been phenomenal. I think if you want any sort of Clippers action, the only way to look is James Harden. Otherwise, it has to be laying the points with the Lakers.
But nice to have an NBC doubleheader tonight of two interesting in-season tournament games to keep an eye on, both in Philly and LA. Wanted to get back to the NFL because we started the show talking about the very interesting scenario that exists now after San Francisco's win last night. You've got the Niners in the playoffs as the 7 seed in the NFC, and that's by virtue of the fact that they haven't had their bye week yet. And so they've got one more win than Detroit right now, who has already had their bye. But nonetheless, Detroit's on the outside looking in, Kate, of the playoff picture right now, ahead of Thursday's game against the Packers on Thanksgiving. We all almost universally agree, I think, as football fans, as bettors, the Lions are going to be in the playoffs, which brings up the question of which team currently in the NFC playoff field, Rams, Eagles, Bears, Bucks, Seahawks, Packers, Niners, will not be in the field come playoff time. And I think we both agreed early on that it's the Packers. It has to be the Packers. Yeah. All the questions we have about their offense, the health or lack thereof of Josh Jacobs, missing Tucker Kraft the rest of the year. And oh, by the way, you get plus 350 right now at BetMGM on the Packers to miss the playoffs, a longer number than the Lions. So I would be on the Packers to be the team that misses the playoffs from the NFC field right now.
I think it has to be Green Bay, especially with their upcoming schedule too, like a lot of division games as well. I don't trust that offense at all. The defense is what's winning them games right now. And unless something big turns around, which when you have Josh Jacobs on the shelf right now, that's not ideal. That doesn't give me any confidence that this offense is going to turn around. You play the Lions this weekend. That's a massive, massive game, a little bit more so for Detroit than it is for Green Bay. But you have 2 against Chicago. You have Baltimore. You have Denver mixed in there. Like, the schedule's just so tough for Green Bay that I think if there's anyone, especially price contingent, when you pair price with realistic expectations, Green Bay is the one team that jumps out in the NFC.
Yeah, and I think you did a good job of laying out the picture in totality, given the schedule, but you could even just whittle it down to just Thursday, too, and just look at it and say, okay, even if Jacobs plays, which I would imagine he'll push to play, he's going to be less than 100%. This offense has had trouble finding things, especially with Tucker Kraft gone. A simple loss for Green Bay to Detroit, and I don't think anybody would be surprised by that. Green Bay losing to Detroit on Thanksgiving drops them immediately out of the playoff picture, and Detroit jumps in. And you're still telling me that right now, plus 350, Green Bay is priced longer to miss the playoffs than Detroit. Doesn't compute for me. So yes, Packers plus 350 to miss the playoffs, just based on this weekend's game, this Thursday's game alone.
And Chris, I mean, if you look at the line for this Thursday's game, Lions are favored -2.5 at home.
Right.
At Ford Field. And the Lions are coming off of kind of a poor performance, I think you could say, in that last game against the Giants.
Absolutely.
Like, they had overtime. Dan Campbell doesn't allow that type of stuff to linger game to game. Like, I think this is a spot where the Lions could absolutely demolish the Packers.
The fact that that's still only 2.5 is,
almost a little fishy.
Yeah. Like, you wouldn't have to go far to make me go, okay, you could get me to 3.5. I go, okay, that makes sense. Divisional game, Thanksgiving, all that. Detroit coming off a weird performance at home and having to go to OT against the Giants. You may have your doubts, all that. But I look at it and go, 2.5. Inside a field goal? Yeah. I like the Lions, and therefore I think the Packers are the team we would look at on the NFC side. On the AFC side, we've been saying it for a month and a half. The Chiefs are going to work their way back into the AFC playoff field. This is just what the Chiefs do. Even when they were down 10 or 11 to the Colts on Sunday, you looked at and went, The Chiefs are going to chief, and this is what's going to happen. And so when you look at the AFC playoff field, New England, Denver, Indy, Baltimore, and then Chargers, Jags, Bills as the wild cards, who's the team you like, especially price dependent right now, to fall out of the AFC picture and the Chiefs replace them?
Price dependent. I think the Chargers do fall out. Price dependent. That's not the best play out there. You're getting plus 115, but with the Chargers, they're scheduled the rest of the way. Their offensive line kind of being taped together. I think they fall out. But Chris, I mean, earlier in the show, you threw out the Bills at plus 550, and I thought that was a great look there for Buffalo to continue to drop, and Josh Allen not make the playoffs would be kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I think an important point you brought up too. Yeah, they've still got the Jets, Browns, and Bengals on their schedule, the Bills, but those are probably Joe Burrow Bengals, right?
Yeah.
So really, I would only say two gimmies left on the schedule in New York and Cleveland. Then you've got the Bengals, the Patriots again, who you've already lost to, the Eagles, and the Steelers are a mess right now, but you're going on the road, and you pointed out they've had some ugly road losses this year. The Bills have. So there's nothing discounting another loss in Pittsburgh this weekend. If they were to go 2-4 down the stretch, the Bills, yeah, they could very easily finish outside the playoff picture at 9-8. So at that price, it's surprising that they're priced that high, plus 550 to miss the playoffs. I think price dependent. I agree with you. The Chargers, in all likelihood, fall out at 9-8. You know, I'm arguing against myself now because earlier I said 9-8 probably doesn't get you into the AFC playoffs. But if we've got the Chargers at 9-8, if we've got the Bills at 9-8, if we've got the Steelers maybe at 9-8, maybe the Jags too. We could have a mess for the final spot in the AFC, and you might end up sneaking in at 9-8 based off of some kind of tiebreaker. Second tier of the AFC is just really not very pretty right now. Coming up next, how much of a mess is it in Oxford, Mississippi, and how much will it affect Ole Miss this weekend? Blake Topmeyer of USA Today joins us to talk college football here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Good things in Starkville make the CFP picture a little bit muddier this weekend with the Egg Bowl being played between Ole Miss and the Mississippi State Bulldogs. We'll get into that in just a moment with Blake Topmeyer, senior national college football columnist for USA Today. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P this week here on Bet Sweats. Hope you're getting ready to enjoy the Thanksgiving holiday wherever you may be. You know you can always take us with you inside the TuneIn, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey apps. We got you covered all the way up through all the Thanksgiving action and into what should be a stacked college football and NFL weekend as well. But let's start where most of the drama is right now as we all sit on pins and needles, including maybe some of his players, waiting to find out what the hell Lane Kiffin is going to do. We bring in Blake Topmeyer. Follow him on social media at @BTopmeyer. And stay up to date on what exactly is going on with this mess. Blake, good morning. Thank you for joining us. And I guess just get us up to date on what exactly we should expect from Lane Kiffin and the Rebels in the next, say, 72 to 96 hours, next 3 to 4 days.
Well, I mean, the only thing to ever expect from Lane Kiffin is probably what you least expect. With Ole Miss, you know, this is a team that's played well under the cloud of distraction for a month now. Now, I do think the level of noise has reached a crescendo in the past several days, and so it becomes a test of, you know, how
Blake, I think we lost Blake. We'll get him back up.
They're not going to let this distract them, and all is well within the player camp. We'll see if that holds once the cowbells start clanging on Friday morning in Starkville. But yeah, as far as Lane, I mean, we know Ole Miss has set that deadline of Saturday for a decision. He hasn't indicated publicly as to whether he's made his decision, and even if he has, I would say, let's make sure the ink is dry, because if you remember 3 years ago, Lane Kiffin coached the Egg Bowl under a cloud of distraction. And in the days leading up to that Egg Bowl 3 years ago, it was widely thought that Lane Kiffin had a foot out the door to Auburn. And Lane Kiffin strongly considered leaving for Auburn, and then sort of at the final hour decided he wanted to stay at Ole Miss. So again, until the ink's dry and something is officially announced, you just never know.
If you had to guess where he goes or if he leaves at all, where do you think Lane Kiffin's coaching next season?
I'd predict LSU. I've been leaning LSU for a few weeks. When this sort of all started, I think I handicapped it maybe as LSU 40% and Ole Miss 35%, and what's my math? That leaves 25% left, I think, for Florida. I would probably bump that number up and increase that for LSU. I still think they're the leader. That's still where I lean. I think either he probably goes to LSU or stays at Ole Miss, but I don't completely rule out Florida. I mean, I think Lane probably looks at this the way a lot of us do. I think LSU is the program with the long-term, probably consistently loftiest ceiling, even though it hasn't been that in the last few years. I think Florida is, from a fit perspective, the best fit for Lane. He'd be the spiritual heir to Steve Spurrier. We know Florida fans, they want to win, but Florida fans also want to be entertained. Lane Kiffin would absolutely be the ideal fit from Florida. And then just from the status quo perspective, he's already proven that he can win at a high level at Ole Miss, and so that could be the thing tugging to keep him there. Is he said he's happy at Ole Miss. He's had his life going personally as well as he has in a long time, and so it's just a matter of, does he think that happiness can travel and he can elevate his professional success elsewhere? And I think, I would lean toward LSU, because I think Lane, like a lot of coaches, looks at the history of that program, not ancient history, but in the last 25 years, 3 coaches have won national championships there. Now, maybe that's old-timey thinking because NIL changed the game, but I still think that's a hard fact for coaches to overlook, is that 3 straight coaches before Brian Kelly won national titles at LSU.
Blake, Ole Miss is favored by 7.5 this weekend. I don't know if I'd be willing to lay 7.5 in a game that I don't want to say they just have to win to secure their CFP spot, but they don't have to win pretty in Starkville to secure their CFP spot. A loss, though, on the other side of things, if they were to be upset by the Bulldogs in Starkville this weekend, could create a mess where you'd have Ole Miss at 2 losses, and if Oklahoma and Alabama both win against LSU and Auburn, respectively, you'd have the 3 of them sitting there in the SEC at 2 losses. Right now, it would look like there's a path for all 3 of them to get into the CFP. There's the outside chance that maybe a BYU steals a bid by upsetting Texas Tech in the Big 12 title game, or something else happens with the way the CFP committee shakes things out. Is there a worry that if Ole Miss loses this game, they could slide all the way out of the CFP?
I think there absolutely should be a worry. I do not think Ole Miss is a lock if they lose the Egg Bowl, and some would say that the Kiffin drama would influence that. I think that's fair, but I also think from a resume perspective, take the Kiffin element out of it. If Ole Miss loses the Egg Bowl, I think they're vulnerable. We have seen consistently now, one of the committee's biggest metrics is they dislike bad losses. This would be a bad loss in the final submission in front of the committee. And I know it's a rivalry game. I know the Egg Bowl is wacky, turned upside down sometimes, but still, this would not be a good final submission. It would go down in the bad loss category. And we also have to factor in the possibility of some teams coming up from behind and giving the committee something to think about. You consider this whole dilemma between Notre Dame and Miami. Well, let's say the committee can't have both. If Miami gets to 10-2 and Ole Miss loses the Egg Bowl, you could keep Oklahoma and Alabama in the mix, and you could flip Miami in and flip Ole Miss out. They'd have the same record at 10-2, and the strength of schedule isn't going to look that much different after they play their games on Saturday. Miami would have that win against Notre Dame, and Miami doesn't have a loss that would register probably as bad as the loss to Mississippi State would. So that's one possibility. You also have to factor in the possibility of Vanderbilt winning at Neyland Stadium in a rivalry game against Tennessee. Tennessee comes in 8-3. That would be a good final submission from Vanderbilt that could get them to 10-2. Another possibility of a team that could catch Ole Miss from behind. So, yeah, I think for Ole Miss to be feeling like they are a lock for the playoff, that requires getting to 11-1 and an Egg Bowl win.
Blake, looking at the Heisman race right now, kind of a 3-player race, but Fernando Mendoza, the favorite at even money. Does this race come down to potentially the Big Ten championship game and whoever wins that between Indiana and Ohio State?
Yeah, I think that will be for I'll say this for Fernando Mendoza. If he plays well in the Big Ten championship game, I think the award is his. If he gets outplayed by Julian Sayin, the Ohio State quarterback, and Ohio State wins, I don't know if that means the award is Sayin's, but I think that gives Sayin a chance at that point. Obviously, Jeremiah Love in the mix as well from Notre Dame, some others sort of down ballot, Diego Pavia, Marcel Reed, Gunnar Stockton. But I do think that whoever plays best in the Big Ten clash between Fernando Mendoza and Julian Sayin probably exits that game as the front runner to win the award. And I particularly think with Mendoza kind of being in that pole position, he's a good performance and an Indiana victory away against Ohio State from winning the award.
Blake Topmeyer, senior national college football columnist for USA Today, with us here on Bet Sweats, talking about the college football playoff, the Heisman, and everything that comes down to the next 2 weekends across college football. Let me pivot back to Miami since you brought them up, Blake. I think it's a really interesting thing what the committee has done, saying basically throughout this process, that is the best team in the ACC. can't argue with that really, but they've also got the hardest path to find their way in to the ACC championship game of what I guess we would consider the top 4 teams in that conference. If Miami beats Pitt, but still does not find their way into the ACC championship game, how do you think the committee is prepared to handle Miami? Would they simply look at it and say, okay, well, sorry, didn't win your conference. We won't be seeing you at the CFP. Or are they prepared to make the ACC a 2-bid league?
I think Miami would need someone in front of them to lose for the ACC to become a 2-bid league. I don't think they're going to bump someone like an Oklahoma out if Oklahoma wins, or say Alabama if Alabama wins the Iron Bowl. I don't think they're going to bump Alabama out in favor of Miami. So they would need help by a team in front of them losing. And I mean, here's what the committee does every year. The committee ranks the teams the way they want to rank them, however that is. You know, you get a group of individuals in a room, you debate, you bicker, you come to a compromise, and you rank the teams the way you want to rank the teams. And then you find the reasons on the backside to justify your rankings. Maybe for one particular team, that reason is strength of schedule. Maybe for another particular team, it's they don't have any bad losses. Maybe for another particular team, it's that they have a great win. It really doesn't matter. You rank them however you want to rank them, whichever way the mood strikes you. And then on the back end, you just need that one reason you can find to justify your rankings. And for all these teams that are in conversation here, you could find at least one reason to justify ranking them where they're at. It's like the committee has said with Notre Dame and Miami. They've justified that by saying, well, Notre Dame has 2 good losses, right? It's like I said, you rank the teams however you want to rank them. That's what the committee always does. And then they find the rationale on the back end. I'm not saying that's wrong. That's just human nature. That's what they're going to do this year as well. And considering where Miami has been week after week, I do think they need someone to lose in that top 10, and they need to beat Pitt. And I think that's the combination there. If chalk holds inside the top 10 and Miami wins, I don't know that there's going to be room for them, because to get an at-large bid, we're sort of seeing that's where you need to be at the top 10, because one bid is headed most likely toward an ACC champion, and another bid is headed toward a group of 5 champions. So Miami's got to find a way to get in that top 10, and I think they need some help to do so.
Blake, we got about 2 minutes left, but help us sort through the group of 5 and who is going to be in for that spot. Right now, it's looking like Tulane, but I mean, you have East Carolina, James Madison, Navy, North Texas, South Florida, a lot of teams that could potentially take that spot.
Yeah, it's pretty chaotic there in the American Conference standings week to week. And then you even have James Madison sitting there from the Sun Belt saying, "What about us?" I do think it's probably going to be the American Conference champion that gets the bid. That team consistently now, whoever's been sort of the head of the pack in the American has been the team most valued from the committee from week to week. You know, whether at one point it was South Florida, and now it's Tulane. So if Tulane wins out, I think it's probably them. If it's not them, and say it's North Texas, I think they will get the bid. But James Madison, they could benefit from some chaos and things going haywire here in the final weeks in the American, and maybe they sneak in there. But ultimately, I do think it's probably going to be the American Conference champion, particularly if it's Tulane. If Tulane wins that conference, they're not getting caught from behind by James Madison. It's going to be Tulane if they win the American, because Tulane played 3 Power 4 teams in their non-conference schedule. They beat 2 out of the 3. They lost to Ole Miss, but they beat Duke and they beat Northwestern, and so they got those Power 4 wins. And so if they win the American, I think they're an automatic for the playoff. If it's someone else who wins the American, I think that team would then become the likely qualifier, whether it be North Texas or Navy. But James Madison has a better shot if it's someone other than Tulane winning the American. If it's Tulane winning that conference, they're in.
Blake, thanks so much for the time this morning. We really appreciate it. Looking forward to the final week of the regular season, all the rivalry games, and of course the conference championships next weekend and the Heisman shortly after that. We appreciate it again. Enjoy all of it yourself as well, and have a great Thanksgiving, man.
Okay, you too. Good talking to you.
Yep, Blake Topmeyer, senior national college football columnist for USA Today. I love the chaos, Kate. I know some people don't like the idea of automatic berths and conference champions and the group of 5, but I love it. I love the chaos. All of this has come down to the next 2 weekends, and I don't want to say anything could happen, but really, just about anything could happen.
I mean, the drama is real, and everyone who doesn't love a little drama, Chris, this is like a reality show just with sports.
Who gets the final rose in the ACC? Nobody, because you all suck. Anyway, coming up, there's lots of college basketball. It's Feast Week. We dive into a couple of the key games today, both in Maui and Vegas, next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets before we wrap up the show here on Bet Sweats. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack here on the BetMGM Network. We'll give you our favorite plays of the day. It's been heavy on futures today, but certainly some that we'll want to make sure we get tickets in on before a busy weekend of both NFL and college football. College football taking the bulk of our Friday and Saturday, despite a Black Friday game in the NFL. And, of course, the NFL dominating Thursday and Sunday. So a full weekend of turkey and stuffing, which we should be eating year-round, we've decided, and football. But there's plenty of basketball, too, including the Maui Invitational and the Players Era Festival out in Las Vegas, Kate, which has attracted so many of the best teams in college basketball and is just wall-to-wall. Started at, I want to say, like 1 p.m. yesterday, and they were playing when I fell asleep on the couch at like 11:30 last night. They were still going. So,
and there were
lots
some
of hoops.
Really good games yesterday. That's the tournament where there's a payout, right? Like there's a purse, so to speak. Does that go to the players or does that go to the university? Do we know? Is it like the in-season tournament where like the team gets the money? Because
I don't know.
I mean, in this new era of NIL and paying people, why isn't every team in this tournament? I mean, I'm sure there's a cap, obviously, but every team should want to be in this tournament is probably how I should phrase that, because if it goes to your NIL fund.
I got the answer, thanks to the old Google machine and some AI. The Players Era Festival pays players directly through NIL with a guaranteed $1 million minimum given to each participating team, which is then distributed to the players. Additional money split among teams that finish in the top 4. It sounds like it goes to the teams, and then the teams decide how it gets distributed out from there. So
just
yes
by
is the answer to both of your questions.
Every team is getting $1 million. Like, you don't even have to win it. You just have to play in it.
Yep. That's why everybody's there.
That's a pretty nice deal.
Yeah. Hey, what's an easy way to try to kill the Maui Invitational? Let's do this thing in Vegas at the same time.
Yep.
But yeah, the Gonzaga-Alabama game was good. This is why I always, I've mentioned this before in the past here on the BetMGM Network, whether it was on Bet Sweats or other shows as well. This is why I always have to remind myself to sort of slowly wade into the water at the beginning of any season in any sport, because I felt really good about an under in an early game yesterday and an over in a late game. Neither one of them hit. So, lessons learned. As good as the Gonzaga-Alabama game was, they did not put up the level of offense that I thought they would. So, 0 for 2 on college basketball bets yesterday. Keep that in mind when you listen to us break this down. It is early in the season, and these teams, Kate, are still trying to figure out who and what they are, let alone the rest of us trying to figure out who and what they are. That's not to say that there aren't people out there nailing winning bets on everything happening in college basketball this week. There certainly are. And kudos to those of you that are hitting on college basketball early in the season. I'm just here to tell you, I'm traditionally someone who I got to wait and see a little bit of the resume play out before I turn the page into going full units and spraying bets all over the place in any sport, let alone college basketball early in the year.
Well, I mean, you need more data points to be a successful, successful bettor at this point in the season. It's kind of like in the NFL. I feel like you don't really get a good handle on teams until week 5, which is a long time. And so that's like in the NFL when I feel most comfortable about the bets that I'm making versus week 1 or 2. You're kind of just throwing darts and what you think these teams are going to be. And that's where we're at right now in college basketball is we think we know a lot about these teams, but we don't. I mean, St. John's is a team, they're 3-2 right now. I think they have a lot to figure out. They have a lot of talent, but they still have other things to figure out with rotations and defensively, things like that. So I don't think it's as easy as looking at that St. John's Baylor game and saying, okay, well, St. John's is coming off a loss yesterday. They're not going to lose 2 in a row. This is Pitino. He's not going to allow his team to do that. maybe they don't lose, but I think you look at Baylor with the points in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad you brought that game up because that was one of the first ones that jumped out to me was St. John's and Baylor this afternoon. I want to say around 5 p.m. Eastern. Tip is 4:30, 5 p.m. Eastern, depending on the games in front of it. Baylor has seen good work from Cameron Carr, the Tennessee transfer. He's been able to score, which has been nice. St. John's has a good set of guards themselves, but it's been inconsistent. I would probably, I just want to make sure I have the most up-to-date line. Yeah, Baylor getting 6.5 feels like a little too much to me. And also the total sitting at 161.5, 162.5. I'm not totally confident in going over on that big a number. I would like to think that both teams are going to score. And so if you ask me for a lean, I would lean over and Baylor. If you held my feet to the fire and forced me to make a bet on this, I think I would probably take Baylor in the points.
Yep, I think Baylor in the points is the right way. One that I would certainly look at an under at today is Houston and Tennessee. Like, just hearing those two names, it just screams under. And it is really low. We are looking at
133.5, I think.
Yeah, which is, I mean, you're not going to get a whole lot lower than that for most college basketball games. But you look at these two defenses, Houston, number 1 on KenPom, Tennessee, 4 on KenPom. Like, these are just two programs where historically their style of play doesn't change. And because the head coaches haven't changed forever, like, you know how both of these coaches want to play. That's a game that I think you could look at and say, I'm pretty comfortable laying in under there. It's going to be like crawling up and down the floor in this one.
That's such a short number, though, because I did look at that. And, you know, your initial reaction when you see Houston is under, and then you see they're playing Tennessee, rematch of that Elite 8 game from last spring. You go, ooh, that's definitely an under. And then you go over and find the number, and it's 133.5. And
it is very low. It is very low. So, I mean, the books have priced into account everything that I just said. They're well aware at how slow these teams play, but still,
sure.
I think the numbers come down too. I think it was 134.5. So maybe you wait closer to tip and see if this comes down any more than look at an over. That could be something to consider.
Might be time to zig when everybody else is zagging and take the over on a Houston game, which I would not ordinarily do. But again, we've established the fact that early in the season, at least I tend to put a little too much weight on last year's performance. And maybe that's what we're doing here when we get the number all the way down to 133.5. That's worth keeping an eye on. I think, like you said, closer to tip. I don't think that one goes until close to 6 p.m. Eastern out in Vegas, 3 Pacific there, Tennessee and Houston. But definitely one that'll be another good game to watch, much like Gonzaga and Alabama late last night. Michigan, Auburn, I think, is one to keep an eye on as well. But that's got a pretty big total on it, 162.5. And I would tend to lean under. I think both of these teams are going to want to try and play some defense. And 162.5 just feels like too big a number to me with these two teams matching up against each other. Michigan and Auburn, both coming off of nice wins in non-conference play, but Tahad Pettiford has not shot as well over the last couple of games. And then on the other side for Michigan, Elliot Cadeau has more turnovers than assists in his last 3 games. So maybe just some sloppy early season performance leads to what I think could be an under on a pretty big number, something in the low to mid 160s. So again, if I had a lean and you put my feet to the fire, I would probably take Michigan Auburn under the 162.5 that it's sitting at right now. That's around an 8:30, 9 o'clock Eastern tip.
How much do you take into account the fact that Auburn played earlier yesterday? Michigan played the game after Auburn. Like, does that factor in at all that maybe Auburn is a little bit more rested, had a little bit more time off their legs before this game started?
That's
or
a good question.
These are college kids. They're great athletes.
Well,
in 2 hours
they are college kids. They are great athletes, but I think especially early in the season, it's fair to question conditioning on both sides and just what
Right.
your legs look like, especially late in games. That's another reason maybe to lean under on this one between Michigan and Auburn. Do we get some sloppy shooting? I think that especially from the outside. Yeah, you know what? You've talked me into Michigan Auburn under. You didn't actually talk me into it. I talked myself into it, and I'll probably end up regretting it later. But yeah, Michigan Auburn under the 162.5 is probably one I'll include on today's card as well. But plenty of college hoops to be played throughout the day. Any other games that jump off the card at you?
We haven't talked about Iowa State and Creighton. That's Iowa State, a top 25 team. Obviously, they just beat St. John's yesterday. I just don't think Creighton has the offense to hang with Iowa State. And I like Iowa State's defense can be so suffocating. If they turn Creighton over a handful of times and take advantage of those turnovers, I think Iowa State, even coming off of a good win yesterday over St. John's, like maybe I'm overvaluing the Cyclones a little bit, but I think I would have to lay the points with them today. I'm just not impressed with this. This Creighton team does not feel through the early part of the season like a Creighton team that we've seen in the past where they have dominant bigs inside, some outside shooting. We just haven't quite seen that.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if what the other numbers may be out there. Shop it around just a little bit. Yeah, it's 6.5 to 7.5 in some spots. I don't know.
KenPom has Iowa State winning by 8.
See, I get what you're saying about Iowa State, and they've got the ability to play both ends of the floor really well. I just don't know if I'm comfortable laying more than 6 this early in the season. I think I'd stay away from Iowa State and Creighton. I totally understand your logic and why KenPom may have it as an 8-point game. I think I'd stay away from that one, maybe as much because Iowa State burned me yesterday as anything else, but I don't think I can get to 6.5. And like I said, 7 in a spot or two, 7.5 in another spot. So I'll stay away from Iowa State Creighton, but plenty of good basketball on the schedule today. I think more importantly, we've got to figure out how we get the stuffing and bread lobby involved in Washington, D.C., and start marketing stuffing as a year-round side dish, Kate. I brought this up earlier. It's really a travesty of justice that stuffing doesn't get the respect it's due outside of the 1-month window between Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Like, I don't know how we get it year-round. Like, do we need to get an influencer program going? Like, all the girls on Instagram and TikTok just start eating stuffing. We pay some of them to, like that could be a marketing ploy. We get everyone on the network. Costos talking about stuffing. Joe and Sammy P talking about stuffing. Like we just need more word of mouth that stuffing needs to be a year-round thing, I think.
Why is Stovetop not all over this? I mean, why are they not pushing stuffing year-round? I feel like I shouldn't be the one doing this.
That's a great, I mean, even Pepperidge Farm needs to step it up a little bit, right? Like
somebody,
all these brands, you have an opportunity right in front of you to start selling. Maybe they are selling more stuffing than we think they are, Chris. Although I think if you ask most people to eat stuffing, yeah,
they're content with their current market share of Thanksgiving sides. Stovetop's like, yeah, you know what, we're good. We're good. We like the on-off cycle of the stuffing consumption in the United States.
Maybe that would be the one thing that you think would be the easiest thing to like mass produce is stuffing.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, what are we talking about? Stale bread. That's what we're talking about. Stale bread.
Maybe people aren't letting their bread go bad these days. Are you a homemade mashed potato or a boxed mashed potato guy?
So this is a funny story. I'm glad you bring this up. I have nothing to do with anything that goes on in the kitchen on Thanksgiving Day other than sneaking deviled eggs before they're officially placed on the platter. I'll crush like 5 of those things before my wife even notices that they're gone. But a couple years ago, when we transitioned the Thanksgiving tradition from my late mother-in-law's house to my sister-in-law's house, my sister-in-law tasked my wife with being the mashed potato person. Like, can you please make a certain amount of mashed potatoes? Well, my wife found at the store these mashed potatoes that are absolutely incredible. A friend of ours brought them to a Friendsgiving probably like 3, 4, or 5 years ago. And so she just started going out and getting those and wasn't totally forthcoming about the fact that she didn't make the homemade mashed potatoes, but no one noticed and no one cared because they were that good. So I would have in the past said, no, they got to be homemade mashed potatoes. No, no more. I will take whatever these store-bought mashed potatoes are every single day of the week, just like I'll take stuffing every single season of the year. So a long answer to a very short question, any kind of potatoes. Lightning bets next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks as always for joining us live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network for Bet Sweats every weekday 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. In for Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich, I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable. Don't forget, if you missed anything, you can always rewind inside your Odyssey app or just get it in podcast form. Search for Bet Sweats wherever you get your audio, including inside the TuneIn, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey apps. Lightning bets in just a moment. Our favorite plays of the day. I'll stop yapping about Thanksgiving sides in just a second. But here's my question, Kate. I know you are working this Thanksgiving, so limited amount of time to overconsume Thanksgiving food. But after all this talk about stuffing, you brought up the mashed potatoes. If there were one thing that you were going to have a full-fledged Thanksgiving this year, you would overconsume and later regret, what would it be?
It would be stuffing / mashed potatoes. It's not the turkey. It's never the turkey. It's never the turkey.
No.
Like the smallest
No one walks
portion
away
of
from
whatever
Thanksgiving dinner saying, "Ooh, I wish I had more turkey."
Right? Like, no, it's none of that. Okay, Gertch does make a great point in the chat as to why maybe we don't have stuffing year round. Is stuffing has to actually be cooked in the bird if you want like the true stuffing. Are you cooking a Thanksgiving turkey multiple times a year? Probably not. So that's where the stuffing comes in. But I still say you could do like a stuffing casserole, like put it in a dish.
Dressing, I guess it's called, if it's not cooked inside the bird. I mean,
Oh,
I could have that any time of year.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Mashed potatoes or stuffing. Plus, I would hit the dessert table pretty hard as well. And I'm not a pumpkin pie person. So we don't do like pumpkin pie in my house. We just do like ice cream or something, desserty. But that's where I would go. I'd save room for that.
There is nothing better than the leftover pumpkin pie for breakfast that weekend after Thanksgiving. Black Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You wake up, cup of coffee, little slice of pumpkin pie. That's the way to go. Gertch also just said in the chat that pumpkin pie is disgusting, and now he's dead to me. So we're no longer friends, Gertch. I hope you're okay with that. That's just the way it's got to be. What's wrong with pumpkin pie?
I will say Thanksgiving leftovers, like the next day, are almost better than day of. Like, I love Thanksgiving leftovers. And you can, you take a dinner roll and you put some turkey and mashed potatoes and corn like on it, and you make like the sandwich. Like that's phenomenal. Yeah. I love that almost more than like actual day of Thanksgiving.
Or just, rip off one of the leftover turkey legs and just walk around like a Viking eating a turkey leg in your house. Exactly. I'm a huge fan of that as well. My wife, not as big a fan. But all right, let's get to lightning bets, our favorite plays of the day. And it is a busy day between NBA in-season tournament games tonight in Philly and LA. We're not talking about the game in Washington because if a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to see it or hear it, does it really fall? We've got NFL futures that we talked plenty about today, even some college football futures with the final 2 weeks ahead of us, and of course, college hoops as well. Kate, I'll let you get us started.
Yeah, I'm going to start in the NBA. I'm going to go James Harden over his points prop, 24.5. He's the entire offense for this Clippers team. Like, I don't care what anyone says. It's James Harden is running the show for the Clippers right now. He's coming off of his second worst performance in the month of November, and we're at the end of it. 19 points, Chris, second worst performance against the Cavs on Sunday. I think this 24.5, he's averaging almost 28 points per game. I think Harden in a tournament, in-season tournament game against rival Lakers, I think Harden can get the job done. Over in the NFL, we talked about this and briefly, we really didn't touch on it a ton, but the Lions being at home on Thanksgiving, only 2.5-point favorites against the Packers. I know this is a divisional game. It means a lot. But I mean, I would argue that this Lions team is better than the Packers right now. I trust them more on both sides of the ball. So I'm going to lay the 2.5 with Detroit. I think if anything, this goes to 3. I don't think we dip much lower than 2.5. So I will grab the under field goal while I can get it. And then kind of piling on top of that, I'm going to take the Green Bay Packers to miss the playoffs at plus 350 right now. I think they obviously lose to the Lions this weekend. The rest of their schedule, pretty tough. A lot of divisional matchups. I think plus 350 for Green Bay, even at 7-3 right now, 7-3-1 rather. I think they could miss the playoffs altogether. So those are my three lightning bets for this afternoon.
All right. Yeah, I just have so many questions about the Packers. Not just Thursday, but the rest of the season. Josh Jacobs, I think, was limited yesterday. Not sure how much of a practice they'll have today. And then tomorrow, obviously, they head to Detroit for Thursday's game. I'll start in the NFL then, since that's where you finished. And a couple of those futures we talked about. Just based on the way the schedule stacks up for the Indianapolis Colts and the Houston Texans, in particular, the fact that they still play each other twice, and the Colts still have 2 games left against the Jags as well. At 7-1, with the Texans having the easiest of the remaining schedule between those 3 teams, Indy, Jacksonville, and Houston, I'm going to lay a little something on Houston to win the AFC North and just see if that defense with C.J. Stroud hopefully getting right for the stretch run here is able to carry them through not just Jacksonville, but past Indy, down 2 games in the standings. But like we said, both games still remaining head-to-head against Indy. I'm also going to put just a little bit on something for Buffalo to miss the playoffs. We talked about this earlier a good bit as well. It's entirely possible, given their inconsistencies, especially on the road, the Bills could not only lose to the Steelers this weekend, but could end up 9-8. And maybe based on some tiebreakers, that's enough to get them in as the 7 seed. But given all those inconsistencies, I've got to put just a little something on Buffalo to miss right now based on the price at plus 550. I'll pivot to college football. We talked about the Heisman race. We had Blake Topmeyer on earlier. He said, as long as Fernando Mendoza doesn't look bad against Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game, it should be his. I think the better question is, what if Julian Sayin looks really good, not just against Michigan this weekend, but against Indiana in the Big Ten championship game? And with that number out to 4-1, I'm going to go with Julian Sayin just as a little bit of a hedge against the Jeremiah Love ticket I got in this summer, and then watch Mendoza win it, and I'll lose all the bets. Also, Ole Miss to miss the playoff at plus 450. Again, talking with Blake Topmeyer, it's not a wild idea that if Ole Miss loses the Egg Bowl to Mississippi State, especially given all the distractions around Lane Kiffin and given what else may happen with not just Bama, not just Oklahoma, Vanderbilt going to Knoxville to play Tennessee. You've got Miami going to Pittsburgh to play Pitt. There's a possibility because of their schedule and what would be an ugly loss to Mississippi State that Ole Miss could fall out of the CFP. So plus 450, yeah, we'll put a little something on that. And then I'll wrap up with hoops. Michigan-Auburn under 162.5 tonight in the Las Vegas, one of those games out in Las Vegas. And then NBA, we mentioned the Sixers game. I'm going to take the Lakers laying 6.5 against the Clippers, and also the Sixers getting 2.5 at home in their matchup against the Magic. And what the heck, let's put a little something on Tyrese Maxey, double-double at plus 291, almost 3-1. Maxey has just missed this in 2 out of his last 3 games. In 3 out of his last 6, he's had 9 assists, and of course, double-digit points each time as well. So we'll go for a Tyrese Maxey double-double at almost 3-1. Probably too many bets, but on a futures day, you get a few tickets in and see where things take you. We'll be back tomorrow to get ready for the Thanksgiving Day games, obviously, and continue to look ahead to a full week of college football, Kate. This is, I said it yesterday to PJ, this is low-key one of the best sports weeks on the calendar. You love March Madness because at the same time, you've got spring training baseball and everything that goes into that and constant hoops. And then I always like the first weekend of October because you've got constant playoff baseball and plenty of big-time NFL and college football, as well as the NBA and NHL ramping up. But this might low-key be top 3. It might belong on the Mount Rushmore of weeks for sports throughout the calendar year.
I mean, I can certainly get on board with that. Yeah, March Madness is great, but like outside of March Madness, this is the second best time of the college basketball season right now because you get so many top ranked matchups in these big time tournaments and you get to start watching them at like 11 a.m. I mean, I had my TV on all day yesterday with just games circling. You get to sit on the couch and eat food and watch football all day on Thursday. You get rivalry week, Ohio State, Michigan in the morning on Saturday. It doesn't get a whole lot better, Chris. So this should certainly be on the Mount Rushmore. I don't think this week gets talked about enough. Like when we rank best sports seasons, best times of the year, this isn't thrown around as much as it should be. I mean, this is kind of like the stuffing of the sports season.
You know what? You're right. It is. New Year's Day can be great, even though, you're hungover usually and just trying to recover. I might put that on the Mount Rushmore of like sports weeks or weekends, bowl week when you've got a bunch of meaningless games between MAC and Sun Belt teams and you can kind of fall asleep on the couch while they're being played and wake up and see if you covered or not. That might belong up there, but this is up there with March Madness weekend and definitely wild card weekend in MLB. And yeah, it's a good time of the year. It's a good time to be with each and every one of you here on the BetMGM network. Don't forget, you can take us with you wherever your Thanksgiving travels may take you, whether it's across the country or just across the living room to steal the recliner from your cousin when he gets up, because we all know you move, you lose. That's it. The seat's gone. It's not yours. You can't call fives on the recliner at family Thanksgiving. So whether it's with family, with friends, whatever you're doing, take us with you. Always live inside the Odyssey, the TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio apps here on the BetMGM network, and always in podcast form wherever you get your podcasts. And on YouTube, just search the BetMGM network. Tomorrow, like I said, we're a day closer to the Thanksgiving Day games and all the wildness of the final weekend of the regular season in college football. For our board op, David Dykstra, for video producer Brian Gertch, even though he's dead to me for hating on pumpkin pie, and for executive producer Zach Krull. For Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. Thanks for joining us. This has been Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You know what time it is? It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got the band back together. Coming up in our final hour, we will look back at last night's, I was going to say Battle by the Bay. Not really a battle. Niners, Panthers. The game last night on Monday Night Football, the 49ers taking on the Panthers. In 20 minutes, find out who should win the Heisman Trophy. We'll talk about it with Joe DeLeon from A to Z Sports. And then our best bets come your way at 8:40. I'm Jink. She is Chelsea. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream on the Valley Sports Live app and on valleysportslive.com during our final hour. Oh, it's almost Thanksgiving. You know how hard it is to stay motivated when you got Thanksgiving tomorrow? Like this whole time. I know we need to get into the game.
Thursday.
All I keep thinking about
Not tomorrow.
is it Thursday? I mean, see, there you go. That's my whole point. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Then Thursday is Thanksgiving, obviously. But I can't even get it straight because all I keep thinking about is turkey, dressing, cranberry sauce. Oh, maybe a green bean casserole. How about that? Pumpkin pie. Like my brain right now is straight up on Turkey Day.
Ooh, well, mine is, but for different reasons because I'm cooking for my entire family. The house needs to be cleaned. I've got to vacuum today. I've got to make a run to Costco. I've got to get all the ingredients. So I will be cooking from dusk to dawn probably on Thanksgiving. So it's different for me, but it's going to be a fun day because I was just thinking about this. Even if you don't want to talk to your family, at least the viewing is going to be great on TV. Because Thanksgiving Day Parade, easy viewing, easy conversation piece to keep it nice and light and airy as opposed to like politics and religion and family drama. And then you have the dog show. Who doesn't love dogs?
Yeah.
Like who's not in a better mood when you watch dogs? And then you have 3 NFL games. So it does feel like it's going to be a great day for TV. It's going to be a great day for turkey. But I was going to mention this, Jakes. Did you see where Danny Hurley said his team wasn't going to be indulging in Thanksgiving and the turkey the day before their game? I think they play on Thanksgiving. So they're doing their Thanksgiving meal 2 days early because he said with some expletives thrown in there is that he doesn't want his players tired from all the tryptophan. He said, we're going to do Thanksgiving 2 days early because our players aren't going to be lazy and dragging around. So no turkey for UConn the day before their games.
That sounds like the perfect Dan Hurley thing to do, right? Like, I don't want the tryptophan getting into my guys. Like, if there's one coach in college basketball, it's like, of course, it's Dan Hurley. No tryptophan maybe for the Panthers. They look sluggish. Maybe that was part of the problem for Carolina last night. They get drilled by the Niners 20-9 out in San Francisco. Niners laying 7.5. Niners minus 375 on the money line. Total set at 49 and a hook. The under hits. Brock Purdy, 23 of 32, 193 yards. And this.
Here's Jennings. And he's going to take it in after breaking tackles. Touchdown 49ers.
That is Joe Buck on ESPN. The Niners on top 7-0. Purdy, 3 interceptions in the first half. The Boo Birds were sort of coming out just a little bit, but not an issue when you have Christian McCaffrey. 89 yards and a score on the ground. He also picks up 53 receiving yards, and the Niners defense really frustrates Bryce Young. Came off that career-high passing against the Falcons in that game. They went to overtime, more than 400 yards. Last night, only 169 yards, 1 touchdown, and 2 picks. So the Niners keep rolling along. The problem with San Francisco is not necessarily with them. It's that they play in an incredibly tough division.
Right, and it still feels like their ceiling is going to be limited if this is the play that we are going to expect from Brock Purdy. Maybe it's not fair to look at this game and be like, oh, Brock Purdy should be like carrying the team with as much money as he's making. And one would think when you're making over $250 million on your contract, maybe it should be the case. But that's just the price of playing quarterback in the NFL. Like we see guys like Tua and Trevor Lawrence who are making that type of money as well. So like, let's lower the standards a little bit. And Brock Purdy obviously was not great in this game, but the good thing is that this Niners defense certainly came to play. And I knew we had our questions about San Francisco's defense when Fred Warner went down, because it did feel like he's like the quarterback of that defense. But even with him watching up in the box, this was a defense that kept the Niners in the game the entire night, because it felt like San Francisco kept giving the ball away to the Panthers, and yet either the Panthers are to blame for not taking advantage of those miscues, or it's on the defense for the Niners and saying, hey, this is a Niners defense that put the clamps down in the red zone and really kept this team in it. So even though Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions, it's wild to me that the Niners still won this game comfortably because of Christian McCaffrey, because of that defense, and because of the way that Kyle Shanahan drew up the game plan for the rest of the game and saying, hey, we're not going to make Brock Purdy do that much. We're going to hand the rock to Christian McCaffrey, and we're going to wear out the clock, and we're just going to wear down this defense by the hands of Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, sometimes football can be complicated, and then sometimes it's really simple. Sometimes you see coaches outthink themselves, right? They try to get creative when maybe they're being too creative, or they're not using their strengths. And I think sometimes it's as simple as, hey, why don't you just get the ball to this guy? Seriously, you're taking on the Panthers. You're at home. Your quarterback is struggling. You've got one of the best players in the NFL. Just get it to him. It's like when it's a 3rd and goal at the 1 and you see like a fade route or something, and you're like, maybe just hand it off to your running back or run a quarterback sneak and get in there. Not to say those plays can't work, but sometimes football can be overly complicated when it's simple. And I credit Kyle Shanahan to taking this defense that's been really banged up and getting them to rise above, and then keeping it simple on offense when he needs to. I mean, last week, just 2 weeks ago, Brock Purdy was unbelievable. So Kyle Shanahan is one of the best coaches in the game at adjusting in game, in preparation. We've seen that throughout the season, because for all the injuries that they've had, there's no way they should be competitive in the division like they are right now. But here they are.
Yeah, and it just feels like one of those teams that are just scrappy and they hang around. It feels similar to what we see from like the Rams year to year, where I know the Rams look head and shoulders above the rest of the NFL this year, but in years past, like they've had a young defense or they've had a bunch of injuries, but yet they still stick around. And that's kind of the case for the Niners. But some of it is due to the fact that the Niners have also played a very easy schedule. And I do think if you're looking at this game from a Niner standpoint, you say, okay, well, not every team is going to be as bad as the Panthers, and some good teams are going to take advantage of those turnovers, because usually if your quarterback throws 3 picks, you're not going to win a lot of those games. So luckily they played the Panthers, but I'll say this was a big measuring stick game for the Panthers, who had a chance to take the lead in the NFC South, which is crazy to think. I feel like I had to keep double checking that, because the eye test would say, oh, the Bucs are way better than the Panthers, right? But when it comes to the divisional lead, the Panthers were right there. So this was a big game for the Panthers, but unfortunately they could not get the job done when it came to their offense. Their defense was pretty solid in this one, but at the end of the day, it was just Christian McCaffrey wearing that defensive line down.
Yeah, and the Panthers are right there. Like when you look at the NFC South, especially because the Bucs have fallen off a little bit, they've lost 3 straight. Now, they did get some good news yesterday that Baker Mayfield's shoulder injury was not as severe as initially thought. But it's Bucs and Panthers right there at the top of the division. And I don't know what to think about Carolina. I feel like they're slowly building into the semblance of a decent football team. They're not putrid, but they certainly are a team with Bryce Young that has had its moments this season. A couple of weeks ago, that was one of their moments. They get in overtime in a divisional game against the Falcons, and all of a sudden Bryce Young balls out. That defense was good last night. So they're that sort of mid-tier team that, has some potential, but they're just not good enough to hang with a team like San Francisco yet. Maybe keep it within the number. Didn't do it last night, but they're clearly a work in progress. When Jake watches this team, he's a Carolina guy. Like, what does he say watching this Panthers team after having suffered through so many awful seasons, whereas now they're just mediocre?
Well, at least now they're knocking on the door to being relevant. Like, that's the thing with the Panthers over the past few years, is that they have been cellar dwellers of the NFL to the point where you say, oh, that team's absolutely terrible. But now you look up, and they have 6 wins to their name. So it does feel like at least they are going in the right direction. And even when you're watching the game last night, they did have good stretches where they were moving the football. And then Bryce Young would throw a pick in the end zone. So it's like, maybe it's too soon to say Bryce Young, NFL quarterback. Maybe it's still a Bryce Young, NFL quarterback, ? Because he has had some good games this year. Last night was not one of them, though.
No, it was not. Now, one thing we saw at the end of this game, Jaquan Jennings and Trayvon Merring got into a fight. So what we saw at the end was Jennings hitting Merring right across the face mask, right in the kisser. So everyone was wondering what happened to cause that sort of response. Even Troy Aikman was saying during the telecast, well, clearly something happened during the course of the game to cause Jennings to search out Merring afterwards. So what happens? We look back, we find different camera angles, and it turns out that during the game, Merring, at the end of a run play, just kind of sneaky punches Jennings right in the groin. Are you watching this video right now? I feel like, or maybe you're just thinking about it, the potential pain, because it's pain. And so Jennings was like, I've had enough of this, sought him out, punched him in the face. And then afterwards, Kyle Shanahan was talking about this incident, and he actually called Merring's move a cheap shot. Merring was asked by the press, because then the video had gotten out, were your actions justified? How do you feel about it now? And he said, well, it is what it is, which, God, I hate it when people say that. It just is what it is. But apparently he was frustrated because Jennings is a guy, by his own admission, who plays physical football. Sometimes he plays after the play. He'll give you an extra push or two. He talks a lot of smack. So he's one of those guys that can really get under your skin if you're a defensive back. And that's exactly what happened to Trayvon Merring. And that's why Merring went for the old groin shot.
Yeah, but this is the definition of a low blow. Like, this is what it is. And it just feels like it's very unfair. So I don't know what the equivalent and what, like, the retribution should be. Like, obviously you can't punch somebody in the face or, like, do that. I don't know. Maybe you wait on him after the game. Like, just don't do it on the field. Not that I'm condoning violence. But, Jenks, what do you think is the appropriate, like give back? Do you say, hey, I get a free shot after the game. That is unfair. You should not hit me there. Because obviously, like, I don't know how this feels. So.
Well, it doesn't feel. I mean, if you look at Jaquan Jennings, like his reaction tells you all you need to know. Just watching him, like, even if you don't have any idea, like, he's doubled over in pain. Like, Trent Williams is holding him up. Like, oh my God. You just took one of the most painful shots you can take. Yeah. See, you going eye for an eye here. A groin for a groin. A testy for a testy. Whatever it takes. That's one of those things you just should not do. It's just like Jamar Chase apologized yesterday for spitting on Jalen Ramsey. Those are a couple of unwritten rules. You don't spit in someone's face. You don't hit someone in their groin. You just do not do that. Like, that's taking things to a level that no one should go to, which is why Chase apologized, and I would expect Merring at some point to do the same.
What is this, preschool? Like, or we have to bottom line the, like, most basic things that you shouldn't be doing to other human beings? I don't know what it is with some of these players, but, like, set a better example. Like, I'm not saying that you have to be a saint and, like, you know, be a youth pastor and be a role model to all these kids, but, like, just don't do the bottom, like, worst things. The bottom of the barrel, baseline things that you should not be doing. And here's the thing. You're going to get caught. There are so many cameras where I don't know where these guys think that they're going to be, you know, getting away with this. But, like, people see this, and here's the thing. You know how the internet works. Not only is this footage going to be released, but people are going to zoom in. They're going to put this in slow-mo. They're going to put it on a loop where you see it 15 times in a row and set it to music, because that's how the internet works. So we all saw it. We all know that it is out of bounds to do that. So I don't know. Like, obviously you shouldn't do things because it's the wrong thing to do, but especially don't do it because you're going to get caught.
Every single time. You're not going to get away with it. Like I was reading about this on ESPN this morning. They didn't have the video. So I do a quick search, and what's the first thing I see on Reddit? Did anyone see this? Like, no matter what, no matter how sneaky you think you're being or how slick you think you're being, you are going to get busted. So just like Jamar Chase got busted last week, now it's Trayvon Merrick's turn to get busted. So there's going to be something come down from the NFL. We'll just have to see exactly what that is. Coming up next here on the show, it is time to go back to college football and who's going to win the Heisman Trophy. Joe DeLeon from A to Z Sports will talk about that with us. It is next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.